Chapter 5886 Stand Aside. In the void half a day later, Yang Kai was using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to conceal his aura and figure, staring at the egg-shaped mist from afar with a frustrated look on his face. Originally, he did not regret the fact that he could not subdue the Ninth Order Small Stone Race Master, believing that there was just one such anomaly. He could do nothing about it, but since there was only one, he had no choice but to accept it. However, Yang Kai later discovered that there was more than one of them. After half a day of probing and dragging things out, Yang Kai was certain that there were no less than 5 such masters. As for how many of them there were exactly, he couldn't say for sure, because every time these Ninth Order Small Stone Race Masters emerged from the mist and attacked him, they would return to the mist once they had exhausted themselves too much. And after returning, they would completely disappear like water merging into the sea. This was also the reason why Yang Kai hadn't seen the others before, as their existence was too difficult to detect. At the very least, there were 5 of them, perhaps even more. Yang Kai stared at the mist with naked greed and frustration, so much so that both drool and tears almost trickled down his face. If he could successfully subdue this force, it would be of enormous help to the human race in conquering the no-return pass. But right now, all he could do was stare from afar. He basically didn't have the strength or means to subdue these masters. The Great Sun and Moon Marks were unable to control these Ninth Order Small Stone Race Masters. Left with no alternative, Yang Kai tried to force one of them into his small universe to suppress it. Unfortunately, it was impossible to communicate with them as their level of intelligence was too low. Even when Yang Kai managed to take one in and suppress it, it kept resisting, draining Yang Kai's energy and strength. If he brought them to the battlefield in their current state, it might even cause some damage to the human race. Helpless, Yang Kai could only release the one he suppressed. Even when he was unable to subdue these creatures though, Yang Kai was unwilling to just leave like this, feeling extremely depressed. According to his estimations, since they were created because Zhang Ruoxi had harmonized both yin and yang energies, only Zhang Ruoxi could command them. Furthermore, judging by their behavior, they seemed to be protecting Zhang Ruoxi, because as long as Yang Kai didn't approach the mist, he was completely safe. However, once he got too close, they would immediately attack. This made it obvious they were guarding this place. Yang Kai didn't know what Zhang Ruoxi, Big Brother Huang, and Big Sister Lan had done over the past 1,000 years, but by the looks of it, they seemed to be in the middle of something incredible. The birth of these Ninth Order Small Stone Race Masters was simply unimaginable before. After quietly observing for a long time, Yang Kai had no choice but to quash his greed. Some things in this world couldn't be forced. What was certain now was that Zhang Ruoxi herself was safe, and she was using her Heaven's Order bloodline to harmonize with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's yin and yang energies. Although he didn't know how long this process would last, once she succeeded, she might be able to step into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. At that time, the power she would control would definitely surpass all Ninth Order Masters. What was that energy turmoil though? Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the scene he had witnessed some time ago. The yang and yin energies seemed to have gone out of control and exploded out into the chaotic dead territory, causing a large amount of yin and yang manifestations to appear, which were then subsequently devoured by the small stone race. Judging by the large population and the body sizes of the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory, this was not the first time this loss of control had occurred. It must have happened many times before. At the same time, because Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were in a state where their energies were still harmonizing, the small stone race soldiers in the chaotic dead territory no longer had any restrictions and had reverted back to their original nature, instinctually devouring resources, breeding new clansmen, then fighting to the death. This was the reason why Yang Kai saw so many small stone race members fighting in the chaotic dead territory. If the yin and yang energies exploded with such frequency, perhaps I should observe it for a while. I don't think it will take too long. Having come to a decision, Yang Kai decided to spend a year observing the situation here in order to obtain more information. Time ticked by bit while Yang Kai remained hidden all this while, observing the situation around Zhang Ruoxi. Just as he had expected, the frequency at which the energies went out of control was indeed very high. He didn't even need to wait for an entire year. In just 3 months, the originally stable fog suddenly started fluctuating wildly. Right then, Zhang Ruoxi, who seemed to be peacefully sleeping in the middle of the fog, unconsciously let out a groan. Judging by her voice, she seemed to be enduring incredible pain. At the same time, the yin and yang energies that were constantly flowing and fusing in the mist also became unstable. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling light began to spread outward with the fog egg as the center. A moment later, just like what Yang Kai had seen 3 months ago, the entire chaotic dead territory was filled with the manifestations of yin and yang energy, causing countless small stone race members to flock towards them. After personally witnessing this scene, Yang Kai finally understood the cause behind it. The yin and yang energies had rampaged out of control simply because Zhang Ruoxi was too weak. Of course, her current cultivation in the 8th order could in no way be considered weak in general terms, but compared to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, she was still a slightly bigger ant at best. Even though she possessed the Heaven's Order bloodline, it was still difficult for her to fully control the power of beings that were born at the creation of the universe. So when she tried to harmonize the primordial yin and yang energies, some situations would occur that were difficult to control. Once such a situation occurred, she would lose control of the yin and yang energies, which would then disperse into the surroundings, resulting in the massive increase of the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory. Fortunately, the Heaven's Order bloodline was truly amazing, especially when it came to harmonizing yang and yin. Every time the energies went out of control, they would be stabilized once more in short order. After observing the loss of control of the energies from a close distance, Yang Kai was finally able to determine the exact number of 9th Order small stone race masters. When the energies went out of control, the 9th Order small stone race masters who were hidden in the fog also became visible, at which point Yang Kai counted 8 of them. How many 9th Order masters did the human race have attacking the no-return pass? Including Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao, who had recently broken through in the last 20 years, there were only 10 of them in total, but there were actually 8 9th Order small stone race masters. If Yang Kai could somehow drag these 8 small stone race masters to the battlefield, who knows how many lives they could save? Wiping the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai ruthlessly squashed his greedy thoughts again before turning around and flying towards the depths of the void. He had come here intending to bring Zhang Ruoxi out so that she could play some role on the battlefield, but by the looks of it, this plan would not work. At the very least, it would be impossible for her to emerge until she had successfully harmonized the yang and yin energies. Until then, Yang Kai could not take these 9th Order small stone race masters to the battlefield either. He could only look at them from afar. Since that was the case, Yang Kai decided to take some regular small stone race soldiers, especially the 8th Order ones. This was the main reason he had come here. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye after activating his space principles, Yang Kai arrived at a nearby battlefield. At this moment, as the yin and yang energies had erupted not too long ago, and a group of small stone race soldiers happened to have surrounded a manifestation of yang energy and were constantly devouring it. Yang Kai teleported over, opened his small universe, and activated the great sun and moon marks, shouting, "Stand aside." He didn't care if the small stone race understood or not, he just wanted to vent his frustrations. The great sun and moon marks might have no effect on the 9th Order ones, but it was always successful in commanding these ordinary small stone race soldiers. With a single command, the small stone race members stepped aside, revealing the yang energy manifestation they had surrounded. The manifestation originally bore a resemblance with Big Brother Huang's true form, albeit much smaller in size, but after being eaten by the small stone race members, it now looked like a Phoenix clan member with broken wings. Yang Kai didn't mind and directly took it into his small universe and suppressed it. Immediately after, he rushed to the next location. After so many years of constant war, the human race's demand for yellow and blue crystals had become extremely high. Yang Kai had originally wanted to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more yellow and blue crystals, but now that he couldn't, he could only use this method to collect some. As such, he had to act quickly, otherwise the omnipresent small stone race would soon devour all of the dissipated yin and yang energies. For a time, Yang Kai's figure shuttled back and forth through the void, borrowing the power of the great sun and moon marks to force all of the small stone race to retreat and obediently hand over their food to him. Even if Yongkai was fast though, he had no choice but to stop after an incense stick worth of time, because apart from the yin and yang energies he had taken into his small universe, the rest of the dispersed energies had been devoured clean by the small stone race. Many small stone race members had become stronger, even breaking through their own limits. Standing still, Yongkai examined his harvest. Inside his small universe, the yang and yin energies suppressed by him had already transformed into pieces of yellow and blue crystals. Some were as small as a fist while others were as large as a house. His harvest was not small, but it was definitely not much. The main reason was that Yongkai was a bit slow as he had to carefully observe Zhang Ruoxi's situation first, which gave the small stone race ample time to devour most of the dispersed yin and yang energies. Yongkai naturally would not be satisfied with such a small harvest, so he immediately began traversing through the void. At the same time, he opened a portal to his small universe and kept it open all the while. In any case, Yongkai wasn't worried about his own strength leaking with the World Tree clone protecting his small universe. This would have been quite a risky move for any other open heaven realm master, as every bit of energy leaking out of the portal was a result of arduous and time-consuming cultivation. The loss of every bit of energy would make one a bit weaker. Yongkai also left the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands constantly active. Everywhere he went, he would collect all the suitable small stone race soldiers he could find into his small universe, just like how the autumn wind would sweep away the fallen leaves. The selection criteria was simple. All those comparable to human race third-order open heaven realm masters were taken. All the small stone race members who didn't even have such strength would be useless, even if Yongkai collected them. If he were to let them out on the battlefield, he would just be sending them to their deaths, so he might as well let them continue to grow stronger here instead. Chapter 5887, Popping His Head Out. In just a short month, Yongkai had taken in more than a couple 100 million small stone race soldiers into his small universe. Such a terrifying number put even Yongkai's small universe under a great deal of pressure. Although he could still take in more, after carefully weighing the pros and cons, he decided to temporarily put aside this unrestrained method of collecting small stone race soldiers, and instead focus on taking in the elites. As such, he continued to wander through the chaotic dead territory's various battlefields for the next 2 months, specifically looking for the 8th Order ones. He might not be able to subdue Zhang Ruoxi's 9th Order small stone race masters, but with the help of the great sun and moon marks, it wasn't a problem to subdue some 8th Order ones. Right now, the 8th Order ones in the chaotic dead territory were in quite a large number, and with the constant dispersion of the yang and yin energy, this number would only continue to increase. As such, Yongkai's actions didn't have much of an impact on the population of the small stone race. All he needed to do was grasp the balance between the two sides. While he was subduing a certain number of great sun small stone race, he also needed to subdue an equal number of great moon small stone race members. This way, he wouldn't break the balance in the chaotic dead territory, which would naturally prevent a situation where one side completely suppressed the other, and would eventually wipe it out. 3 months after the last energy burst, a dazzling light once again appeared in Zhang Ruoxi's direction, followed by the dispersal of yin and yang energies in all directions, filling the chaotic dead territory. Yongkai was well prepared this time. He immediately began competing with the small stone race armies for the manifestations of yang and yin energies. As such, his harvest was much greater than last time. When the energy went out of control, he would collect the manifestations, and after the energy stabilized, he would search for the 8th Order small stone race members. Only after more than a year did Yongkai finally leave the chaotic dead territory. The small stone race members he had subdued were enough, and he had also collected a large amount of yellow and blue crystals, enough to sustain the human race for 1,000 years. Although there was still some time left, Yongkai didn't dare to stay any longer. According to his and Mi Jingluan's plan, after the human race's first attack on the no-return pass, they would launch their second attack 2 years later regardless of the previous results. However, sometimes plans couldn't keep up with sudden changes in the status quo and accidents might occur, causing the second battle to be brought forward ahead of schedule. As such, He had to return to the barren territory as soon as possible. The return trip was uneventful, and Yang Kai returned to the barren territory after 3 months. Yang Kai had taken 3 months to reach the chaotic dead territory as well, because he wasn't in a hurry, and he was injured as well. He was using the journey to slowly recover from his wounds, so he hadn't used his full strength. Yang Kai didn't stop for even a moment on his way back, but the reason why he had spent the same amount of time was because his top speed had fallen. He had taken in too many small stone race into his small universe, which made it difficult for him to circulate his strength. To put it simply, the small universe's burden had affected his strength, lowering his speed. The moment Yang Kai returned to the barren territory, he immediately looked in the direction of the territory gate. He could vaguely see the magnificent no-return pass, but there seemed to be no sign of a battle. Yang Kai immediately breathed a sigh of relief after confirming this. However, just to be safe, he still entered the territory gate and poked his head out to take a closer look at the no-return pass. As far as the eye could see, the entire no-return pass was in an extremely tense state, with soldiers flinching up at the slightest sound. The dense black ink strength was like a thick layer of dark clouds that covered the sky. Compared to the last battle, the current no-return pass had obviously undergone some changes in its defensive arrangements. With the help of the damaged Great Passes, the Black Ink clan's perimeter had shrunk, and a large number of artifacts had been placed on these damaged Great Passes. The entire no-return pass was filled with a sense of danger. By the looks of it, the last battle had clearly made the Black Ink clan aware of their own disadvantages. Although occupying the no-return pass gave them the defender's advantage, correspondingly, it made them a fixed target. The human race's strategy of using universe worlds to attack them was a perfect example of how their fixed position could be taken advantage of. As such, even though the Black Ink clan's forces were still strong, they had still shrunk their defensive perimeter, greatly increasing their defensive strength. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the human race to obtain similar results after the Black Ink clan had made such changes. In the last battle, the Black Ink clan was caught off guard when the universe worlds came flying at them. Hundreds of universe worlds had various spirit arrays arranged on them, so the damage from this assault was immense. Once the Black Ink clan's defensive line was broken, the human race army wrought havoc by flooding in through these breaches. With the current deployment of the Black Ink clan, even if the human race used their previous tactics of launching universe worlds, they wouldn't be able to easily breach the defensive line. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. Although he knew that taking back the no-return pass would not be an easy task, he found that it was even more difficult to deal with than he had expected after seeing that the Black Ink clan had gathered all of their forces. Just as he was thinking of continuing to observe, more than a dozen fearsome auras suddenly appeared in his vicinity as numerous secret techniques came flying towards him from all directions. Yang Kai hastily withdrew his head. The commotion here quickly attracted Mo Naye's attention, and he instantly rushed out, arriving near the territory gate. He took a glance around before coldly asking, "What is it?" One of the pseudo-royal lords who was stationed here for a long time replied. Yang Kai's head just popped out. Yang Kai was currently in the barren territory with the 2 giant spirit gods, so how could Mo Naye not be on guard against him? Therefore, he had arranged more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords to monitor the territory gate after the last great battle, in case Yang Kai suddenly attacked. According to his understanding of Yang Kai, he knew that this bastard wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. When Yang Kai had not recently appeared, much to his surprise, Mo Naye guessed that Yang Kai was probably healing himself. His head popped out. Hearing the pseudo-royal lord's explanation, Mo Naye furrowed his brow. "It's like this," the pseudo-royal lord explained as he made a gesture like a turtle stretching its head. Mo Naye's face twitched as he watched the pseudo-royal lord imitate Yang Kai. Well, this could certainly be described as his head popping out. The pseudo-royal lord continued. "I guess he wanted to investigate the situation here, and had no intention of actually coming over." "I also don't think he would dare to." Mo Naye coldly snorted before exhorting. "Be careful if Yang Kai dares to pop out his head again, knock him back." Mo Naye didn't say anything about killing Yang Kai, because that was impossible. Last time, Yang Kai had still managed to escape in that kind of situation. So how could this menace give the Black Ink clan another chance to kill him? Yes. The pseudo-royal lords nodded. Mo Na Yi clenched his fists and lightly coughed before turning around and returning to his Black Ink nest. He had also suffered some minor injuries in the last battle. His wounds weren't serious, at least not to the point where he needed to enter a Black Ink nest to recover, but he knew in his heart that as long as the battle continued, his injuries would continue to accumulate. Sooner or later, they would develop to the point where he needed to enter a deep slumber to heal. And once that happened, the Black Ink clan would not be far from defeat. The fact that the Black Ink clan needed to enter Black Ink nests to recover from serious injuries had always been the greatest flaw of their entire race. The human race, who long ago figured this out, never let such opportunities slip by. After so many years of war, the human race had used this flaw to stir up trouble more than once. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, they had a clear and absolute advantage on the 12 frontline battlefields, but they had never been able to defeat the human race army. The main reason was because the humans fought back doggedly, putting their lives on the line to trade injuries with the enemy, forcing many Black Ink clan masters back to their Black Ink nests to slumber. When the humans were injured, they could quickly recover with the help of secret techniques or pills. But what about the Black Ink clan? Once their injuries accumulated to a certain degree, they would either be killed or forced to return to the no-return pass to recuperate. As such, their advantage in numbers was greatly diminished. Hundreds of years ago, even though the Eighth Order masters knew that they were no match for the pseudo-royal lords, they would still go all out to injure their opponents even at the risk of death. Thanks to the sacrifice of many Eighth Order masters, at least a quarter of all pseudo-royal lords were constantly stuck in the no-return pass recuperating. Inside a certain Black Ink nest, a look of sadness appeared on Mo Na Yi's face. Originally, the Black Ink clan had the upper hand, but now they had fallen to such a state. In the entire Black Ink clan, perhaps no other Black Ink clansman could clearly see the turning point of this battle besides him. Even Mo you might have no idea. In fact, back when the Black Ink clan was forced by Yang Kai to withdraw all their claws and fangs and retreat to the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi had already anticipated this day. Prior to this, the Black Ink clan held the initiative in terms of overall strength, so all of Mo Na Yi's plans and arrangements were extremely reliable. It could be said that as long as there were no unexpected accidents, the Black Ink clan had a 70% chance of winning the war. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, after the appearance of the universe furnace, Yang Kai, who had disappeared for some 600 years, suddenly returned and disrupted everything. Under his domineering intimidation, Mo Na Yi had no choice but to recall all of the pseudo-royal lords and territory lords who had been fighting on the front lines. The abandoned Black Ink clan armies were naturally wiped out by the humans, causing the Black Ink clan to suffer further heavy losses. Even that was still fine though, but the key was that the Black Ink clan had no place to go other than retreating to the no-return pass and guarding it. As such, the human race was able to gather all of its forces and no longer need to split up like before. All they needed to do was focus their attacks on the no-return pass, while not having to worry about any other fronts. The true turning point of the war between the human race and Black Ink clan was when Yang Kai, who had disappeared for hundreds of years, suddenly reappeared. After his appearance, the human race and Black Ink clan's defensive and offensive positions had switched. Without Yang Kai's coercion, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have been reduced to such a miserable situation. If there was no Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan would have dozens more pseudo-royal lords today. If there was no Yang Kai, the innate territory lords who had snuck out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction would have all been able to safely arrive at the no-return pass. At that time, the Black Ink clan's strength would have definitely soared, and the human race would not have been their opponent. Unfortunately, all that was only if Yang Kai didn't exist. Over the years, Yang Kai had slowly shaved pieces of flesh bit by bit from the body of a fat cow that was the Black Ink clan like a skilled butcher. Even now, the Black Ink clan still looked powerful, but in reality, they were not far from their doom. Chapter 5888, New Cultivation Method. As shrewd and intelligent as Mo Na Yi was, how could he not see that it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to win this battle? Sooner or later, the human race would overwhelm the Black Ink clan army and capture the no-return pass. The only fate awaiting the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass was to be completely wiped out. Even if he knew this, though, what was he supposed to do? It was impossible for him to escape. Furthermore, the human race would have to pay a big price to capture the no-return pass. The humans still had a bigger target after taking down the no-return pass. If he could cripple the human race army using the power of the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass, even if the humans won this battle, they would still lose the war. As long as the Black Ink clan could unify all under the heavens and allow Emo to rule supreme, it did not matter if all the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass were sacrificed. The human race had already revealed all of their cards, but the strength the Black Ink clan had shown until now was still just the tip of the iceberg. This war that concerned the survival of the two races would ultimately end in the defeat of the human race. Emo Nayi firmly believed this. At the same time, the space-time river stretched across the void in the barren territory. Wind and clouds were surging on the surface of the river as Dao strengths undulated. Inside the long river, Yang Kai was pushing the time Dao strength to its utmost limit, deriving its endless mysteries. He had borrowed the strength of the star boundary and the myriad monsters world for the last 20 years to cultivate, which allowed his strength to soar, but he still had room for improvement. According to his own classification of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he was currently only in the mid-stage. Now there was no longer a suitable universe world to rely on to cultivate. If he wanted to simply rely on the accumulation of time to increase his strength, even with Yang Kai's cultivation speed and his small universe's innate advantages, 2,000 years would likely be the minimum he needed to reach the peak of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. If he could reach the peak, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone even if he was up against a Black Ink giant spirit god. But under the current circumstances, what he lacked the most was time. According to the Supreme Headquarters plan, they needed to conquer the no-return pass within 20 years before they continued their crusade to the primordial heavens source grand restriction, quelling the Black Ink clan disaster once and for all. With Yang Kai's current foundation, even if he cultivated this entire time, he probably wouldn't make any noticeable progress. Fortunately, time wasn't something immutable, especially in front of someone like Yang Kai who was proficient in the grand chaos of time and space. The time flow of his small universe was 10 times faster than the outside world, so a year in the outside world was 10 years in his small universe. Long ago, Yang Kai chanced upon several temporal rivers inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon which allowed him to cultivate for the equivalent of 4,000 years in just a few hundred years in the outside world, breaking through to the Eighth Order in one fell swoop. His attainments in many of his grand daos had also improved during that time. With all these kinds of personal experiences, it naturally gave birth to some ideas in Yang Kai's head. But of course, just having ideas was useless. He needed to have the ability to turn them into reality to receive any benefits. Fortunately, with Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Time, he was already equipped with this ability. He had once built 3 sealed worlds in High Heaven Palace that were related to the 3 primary grand Daos he cultivated, respectively Space, Time, and Spear Dao sealed worlds. Not to mention, the Space and Spear Dao sealed worlds, the Time Dao sealed world had a similar effect to his small universe. Cultivators who entered it to gain experience would experience a faster flow of time compared to the outside world, but the ratio wasn't as exaggerated. It was only about 1 to 4. Even so, the soldiers still flocked to this place, as only 1 year passed on the outside while one cultivated for 4 years in the Time Dao sealed world. It was equivalent to increasing the efficiency of their cultivation by 4 times. Therefore, among these 3 sealed worlds, the Time Dao sealed world was the most popular because even if one wasn't proficient in the Dao of Time, they could still use this sealed world to cultivate, while a few who were proficient in the Dao of Time could comprehend the mysteries of the Dao of Time and improve the mastery of their own grand Dao. Originally, the 3 sealed worlds Yang Kai had left behind were for the disciples of the Void Dao Temple to cultivate their grand Daos, but there were no restrictions on entry. Once too many soldiers wanted to enter the Time Dao sealed world though, which severely affected the disciples who had truly cultivated the Dao of Time. Some rules were put in place. Head manager Hua had no choice but to report this matter to the Supreme Headquarters, after which, the Supreme Headquarters issued an order that one needed a certain amount of military merits to enter the Time Dao sealed world. Even so, that did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Kai was always on the move, and it was hard to get a hold on him, Mi Jingluan would have asked him to build more Time Dao sealed worlds. It could be said that Yang Kai had been able to create a sealed world inside of which the flow of time different from the outside world a long time ago. And now that he had reached the 9th order, with his mastery over the Tao of time had reached an even higher level, he was naturally more proficient in such matters. In fact, when Yang Kai had escaped from the universe furnace, and was on his way back from the edge of the universe, he had already started working on this. Yang Kai had not just been hurrying along during his 600-year journey, he had also realized that time was not on his side. No matter how quickly his strength increased, it was unable to keep up with the progress of the war. If he wanted to completely solve this problem, he had to find a way to gain more time. After 600 years of painstaking research and many improvements, he had developed a certain method to do exactly that. At this moment, the Tao strengths in the space-time river stretched across the void were astir under Yang Kai's control. Soon, Yang Kai had stripped away thousands of Tao strengths, leaving behind only the last Tao strength of time. This was not difficult for the current Yang Kai, although his mastery of the Tao of time had yet to break through to the highest 9th level. He had reached the very peak of the 8th level. With this, the space-time river transformed into a temporal river. It was exactly the same as the temporal rivers he had seen in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon all those years ago, but its effects were even more amazing. Using his full strength, Yang Kai was able to create a flow of time that was 30 times faster than that of the outside world. In other words, while 1 year passed in the outside world, 30 would go by inside the temporal river. Back when he was cultivating in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai would have to search for new temporal rivers after exhausting the Time Dao essence in his previous temporal river. But now that the temporal river was created using his own Dao strength, it would be much more convenient and faster than before. As long as Yang Kai was willing, he could use this temporal river and enter a state of cultivation at any moment. Of course, cultivating like this and continuously using his Time Dao strength was quite taxing on him, but compared to his gains, this was a minor concern. With the problem of time resolved, Yang Kai now had another problem, which was resources. This kind of cultivation required an enormous amount of resources, and Yang Kai didn't have many on hand. He had plenty of yellow and blue crystals, but he lacked 5 elements materials. As such, compared to his previous worry about the human race declaring war early, Yang Kai was now more than happy to see the human race go to war sooner. While he was cultivating in the temporal river, Ada and Aer were eating a dead universe world. This universe world had been given to them by Yang Kai after he returned from Myriad Monsters territory. Giant spirit gods fell asleep after they were full, so Yang Kai did not dare to feed them too much at once. As such, although Yang Kai still had a lot of world beads on hand, he didn't plan on taking them all out at once. In the long temporal river, a large number of materials were refined by Yang Kai as time passed by, building up the foundation of his small universe, and allowing him to slowly expand his heritage. After an unknown period, Yang Kai suddenly felt a shockwave and immediately ended his cultivation, exiting the temporal river. The shockwave was an agreement between him and the 2 giant spirit gods. He had asked them to inform him right away if something happened at the no-return pass. After all, he was deep in meditative cultivation inside a distorted space-time, so his ability to sense outside movements was quite restricted. At this moment, he jumped out of the river and shot a glance towards the no-return pass. As expected, he noticed that the situation there wasn't quite right. A large number of Black Ink clansmen had been mobilized to form a defensive line, as if they were preparing for a war. The war has finally resumed. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. The supplies he had on hand had almost been exhausted, and if the human race did not start fighting soon, he would ultimately have to end his cultivation anyway. At this moment, seeing the no-return pass Black Ink clan's response, Yang Kai knew that the human race army was on the move. However, because they were separated by a territory gate, he couldn't clearly see the exact situation of the no-return pass, let alone what was happening further away with the human army. However, he was both bold and talented. In a flash, Yang Kai arrived at the territory gate using instantaneous movement, and just like last time, popped his head out and looked into the distance. Although he was knocked back by the pseudo-royal lords who were standing guard nearby the next moment, he was still able to catch a glimpse of the human race army approaching from the distant void. Yang Kai immediately rubbed his palms together. In the battle 2 years ago, the human race had gained the upper hand and killed countless enemies. After 2 years, the human race would be able to obtain a significant advantage in the second attack as well. Of course, the most important thing was that he was no longer the same person he was 2 years ago. He had only cultivated for a short time and his strength had not changed much, but he was no longer fighting alone. He now had many helpers. This battle will definitely shock the Black Ink clan. Contrary to Yang Kai's itch for action, Mo Nayi had an extremely solemn look on his face. The human race army was approaching, and there was also Yang Kai and the 2 giant spirit gods eyeing them from the barren territory. The 2 giant spirit gods could basically be ignored for the moment as neither side would easily deploy their strongest forces before the final confrontation began. Both sides had a tacit understanding about this. However, Yang Kai was different. Mo Nayi was certain that this bastard wouldn't be willing to sit still, and would definitely kill his way out of the barren territory and stir up trouble. How annoying! We need to restrain him. Once this guy steps onto the battlefield, all of the pseudo-royal lords of the Black Ink clan would be in danger. Thinking so, Mo Nayi called out, "Dialuo." Standing beside him, the new royal lord shot a glance at him. What instructions does Sir Mo Nayi have? I need you to block Yang Kai. Don't let him come to the no-return pass. Mo Nayi concisely stated. Dialuo's expression slightly changed as he hesitated. If it was just me, I'm afraid. The pseudo-royal lords guarding the territory gate will cooperate with you. Mo Nayi interrupted. Are you confident? Dialuo was silent for a moment before quickly replying. I will do my best. Chapter 58-89, The Second Battle. From this answer, it was clear that Dialuo didn't have much confidence. Mo Nayi was well aware of this as well. In fact, even Mo Nayi did not have confidence even if he personally took action. Unfortunately, since the situation had come to this, what more could he say? Actually, ever since the Four Gates 8 Palaces' Great Pagoda array had lost its effect on Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan no longer had the ability to deal with him at all. This was also the reason why Mo Nayi knew that the Black Ink clan in the no-return pass would definitely be defeated. A powerful Ninth Order master, who could appear and disappear like a ghost and couldn't be killed or even contained, brought too much pressure to the Black Ink clan. Sighing, he could only say, do your best. Assisted by a dozen pseudo-royal lords, even if Dialuo could not stop Yang Kai from entering the no-return pass, it shouldn't be a problem to keep him busy. As long as they could restrain him somewhat, the other pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield would be able to use their full strength and not have to worry about sneak attacks. This was also an acceptable outcome. After instructing Dialuo, Mo Nayi turned his head towards the depths of the void and coldly snorted. This move again. Similar to what had happened 2 years ago, the human race army was attacking from left and right, while in the center, massive universe worlds could be seen flying over from a distance. The human race's strategy of using universe worlds to attack was too dirty and despicable. But it was an undeniable fact that although this strategy was simple, it was extremely effective. In the last battle, the human race had used this tactic to tear apart the Black Ink clan's defensive perimeter and open multiple gaps in their lines. After tasting the benefits, the human race was obviously going to use the same tactic again. The Black Ink clan had taken precautions this time, however, contracting their defensive line quite a bit compared to last time. As a result, the defensive forces in all directions had become more solid and compact, making it impossible for the humans to easily break through again. The human race obviously understood this point as well. Over the past 2 years, a number of human scouts had been constantly appearing at the periphery of the no-return pass, spying on the no-return pass. As such, the Black Ink clan's deployment and arrangements were no secret to the humans. Since the human race was employing the universe world attack strategy once again, they must have something to rely on. As the first universe world approached, Mo Nayi quickly discovered that something was wrong. This was because he only saw one universe world shooting towards them. It wasn't like last time when many came flying over together, overwhelming the Black Ink clan forces in the area where they would strike. But what could one universe world do? Although seeing a universe world come shooting at them was extremely oppressive, a single pseudo-royal lord could easily destroy it with a single blow. After taking a closer look though, Emonayi suddenly realized that there was indeed more than one universe world. In other words, he could only see one universe world, but there were definitely more universe worlds hidden behind the first one. If all the universe worlds were lined up, shooting towards the no-return pass one after another, it would be possible to create the illusion of there being just one. It's a single-point attack. Emonayi immediately understood the human race's strategy. This time, they were clearly aiming at just one spot in the Black Ink clan's defensive line. The Black Ink clan's defenses were undoubtedly more condensed than last time, but if the humans focused all their attacks in just one place, even the strongest of defensive lines would be broken. Emonayi's heart was gripped with a chill as he secretly cursed the slyness of the human race. He quickly redeployed his troops and powerhouse from both sides of the defensive line to the center, preparing to face the incoming universe worlds. The battle was about to begin. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The flow of time seemed to have significantly slowed down. While countless Black Ink clansmen were waiting anxiously, the universe worlds flying over from the depths of the void finally arrived. Emonayi's arrangements had the desired effect. Thanks to deploying a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan to the location where the universe worlds were going to strike, the first universe world was blown to smithereens before it could even get close. Just as Emonayi had expected, a second universe world was revealed right after the first was destroyed. The second universe world was also destroyed by the endless secret techniques, followed by the third. Then nothing. Emonayi was dumbfounded as he stared at the empty void littered with universe fragments, unable to understand how there were just 3 universe worlds. Why weren't there any more universe worlds shooting over now? The next moment, his expression drastically changed as his black blood turned cold and goosebumps rose all over his body. He suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the human race army on the left, just in time to see it smoothly change its formation as it sailed forward. The vast number of warships parted to the sides, revealing the void behind them which had previously been concealed by the massive fleet. Much to Emonayi's horror, numerous universe worlds were rapidly shooting over from that direction. He could already see at least a dozen of them, but there were obviously more, most of them hidden from his sight. It was hard to tell exactly how many universe worlds there were. Emonayi then turned to look at the human race army on the right, only to see a situation that was identical to the one on the left. He had fallen into a trap. Emonayi instantly understood what had happened. The human race had deliberately arranged a few universe worlds in a straight line to mislead him into deploying more troops to reinforce the center of their defense line. However, once he did this, he would fall into the human race's trap. The 3 universe worlds in the center were just a distraction, while the real killing blow was hidden behind the human race's left and right armies. At this moment, the human race's 2 armies had already closed to firing range of the no-return pass, and the universe world's assault was about to arrive. Even if Emonayi understood the human race's schemes at this moment, there was nothing he could do to stop them. All he could do now was issue orders at the fastest speed possible, and send back the forces he had deployed from the left and right sides. Immediately, numerous powerhouses shuttled back and forth across the no-return pass, seemingly in complete chaos. Of course, the oncoming universe worlds didn't wait for the Black Ink clan to get back into position. Massive shockwaves swept through the left and right side of the no-return pass as the artifacts hummed and countless secret techniques burst out from the no-return pass, blowing many universe worlds to pieces. If the Black Ink clan had the same arrangements as 2 years ago, this kind of attack would have been enough to completely tear apart the defense perimeter on both their flanks. Once that happened, the human race army would have driven straight through the breach and caught them off guard. As long as they could gain an absolute advantage on any of the fronts, the human race would then be able to continuously expand their advantage. The last battle had gone exactly like this. However, the new deployment of the Black Ink clan's defenses had a certain effect. Even though Emonayi had made some mistakes in his initial response this time, at least he had some experience in dealing with the universe world attacks, So by the time all the universe worlds were destroyed, the Black Ink Clan's defensive line was still holding. The Black Ink Clan did not need much time to stabilize their defensive line back again. A cup of tea's worth of time at most. After that, they would still be impregnable. Nonetheless, how could the human race give the Black Ink Clan such an opportunity? Time was a critical factor that affected victory and defeat in war. And clearly, the human race had calculated the timing of their every move from the very start. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the left and right armies to make way for the universe worlds at just the right moment. While the Black Ink Clan was still trying to reorganize their defense line, the human race's left and right armies had already arrived. In a flash, a fierce battle broke out. On the human race side, divisions were used as a unit, gathering large fleets of warships that shuttled through the void as one, bombarding huge swaths of the no-return pass. Lives fading away could be felt from all over the battlefield. The masters of both sides charged across the battlefield, killing each other with fierce determination. Xiang Shan still went looking for Mou to continue their unfinished battle. Ouyang Lai also clamored for Mo Na Yi to come out and die, but he didn't obtain any results. This time, Mo Na Yi didn't participate in the battle at all. Instead, just standing at the center of the no-return pass, observing the entirety of the battlefield. The Black Ink Clan still had a large number of pseudo-royal lords, but in such a grand battlefield, having one more royal lord wouldn't change anything, so it didn't matter if he actively fought or not. By the looks of it, the Black Ink Clan was at a disadvantage because they had suffered more casualties than the human race, but it wasn't a big problem. With the current strength of the Black Ink Clan, they still had the ability to defend themselves. Mo Na Yi also believed that the human race didn't have any intention of taking down the no-return pass in this battle. Their strategic intentions were clear at a glance. They would continue to grind down the Black Ink Clan's forces until they were confident they could wipe them out. However, Mo Na Yi still felt a little uneasy. He knew where this uneasiness came from. Yang Kai. The battle at the no-return pass had already started, so Yang Kai and the Barren Territory would certainly not be willing to be left out. Although Mo Na Yi had arranged for Di Luo and a dozen pseudo-royal lords to restrain Yang Kai, no one could say for sure how effective they would be. Once Di Luo and the others were unable to stop Yang Kai from entering the battlefield, the overall strength of the many pseudo-royal lords would instantly drop by at least 30% because each of them would have to reserve that much strength and focus to guard against Yang Kai's sneak attacks. Under such dire circumstances, that would be a huge blow to the Black Ink Clan. As such, Mo Na Yi was prepared to personally stop Yang Kai, which was one of the reasons why he had not participated in the battle. While the flames of war had enveloped the entire no-return pass, Yang Kai was also palming his fists in the Barren Territory. Through the Barren Territory's territory gate, Yang Kai could vaguely see the various strategies employed by the human race, and knew that this was definitely Mi Jingluan's handiwork. Because even he came to the same conclusion as Mo Na Yi when he saw just a single universe world shooting towards the no-return pass, that it wasn't just a single universe world, but a line of them aiming to break through the Black Ink Clan's defensive line. But who could have ever known that the universe world's surprise attack from the center was just a decoy and the real killing blow was hidden behind the two armies? This method of deception was truly masterful. War, in the eyes of some people, was nothing more than a barbaric slaughter, but in the eyes of others, it was an intricate form of art. Yang Kai sighed with relief in his heart. The human race had Mi Jingluan, allowing them to reduce the number of losses they suffered in many previous battles. Thinking so, Yang Kai stepped towards the territory gate. It was time for him to act. Chapter 5890, Now it's my turn. A dozen pseudo-royal lords with Di Luo in the lead stood near the no-return pass territory gate, leading to the Barren Territory. When they saw Yang Kai's blurry figure through the territory gate, they knew that this guy was not willing to be left out, and was about to come through, looking for trouble. This was already within their expectations. The next moment, all the masters from the Black Ink Clan started gathering their strength, preparing to attack. A ripple appeared in the territory gate as a head suddenly emerged from the opposite side, revealing the face much hated by all the Black Ink clansmen. Attack! Di Luo shouted before taking the lead and launching secret techniques towards the territory gate the next moment. the dozen pseudo-royal lords following suit right after. Young Kai had obviously anticipated this scene, so he simply stretched out his head before immediately withdrawing it. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to do such a thing. An ordinary cultivator, even if they were a Ninth Order master, the moment he or she stepped into a territory gate, would immediately pass through it and arrive on the opposite side. Only those who were proficient in the Tao of space could voluntarily interrupt this process, allowing them to advance or retreat at will. As such, when the group of masters from the Black Ink clan had their attacks reach the territory gate, Young Kai was nowhere to be seen. One after another, the attacks fell into the territory gate and traveled to the barren territory. However, the attacks had become weak after moving through the folded space of the territory gate, and Young Kai was easily able to block them with a wave of his hand. Immediately after, he stuck his head out of the territory gate and smiled at the nearby Di Luo. So fierce. The response he received was the same as before, more merciless attacks. Naturally, Young Kai just quickly withdrew. Hence, such scenes repeated 7 or 8 times in a row in the next 10 breaths, making Di Luo and the others feel both ridiculous and helpless, enraging them. The veins on Di Luo's forehead were about to burst. Although he knew that the chances of failure were high when he accepted the mission to prevent Young Kai from stepping into the no-return pass, as long as Young Kai could withstand one round of attacks, it would not be that hard for him to force his way out of the territory gate with his strength, and the Black Ink clan would not be able to stop him. Worse, Young Kai had the qualifications to do so. He was a divine dragon with thick skin and strong flesh, so an attack that was strong enough to severely injure, or even kill an ordinary Ninth Order master would basically be unable to mortally wound him. At most, he would suffer some minor injuries. As long as Young Kai broke into the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan would not be able to restrain him with their current means and strength. Di Luo had to at least inflict enough injuries on Young Kai before he could break into the no-return pass. If he could do that, he would barely be able to give an explanation to Mo Nai. As the defending party, it should not have been difficult to accomplish this. However, he never imagined that Young Kai could actually come up with such a shameless plan. Every time he revealed his head, the masters from the Black Ink clan would attack him with all their might, because if they didn't do so, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't really leap out of the territory gate. Unfortunately, once they attacked, Young Kai would just retreat to the barren territory and easily neutralize their attacks. Di Luo was disgusted by Young Kai's tactics. The Black Ink clan should have been the ones with the initiative in this kind of confrontation, but after Young Kai started doing this, the Black Ink clan had basically turned into his puppets. If Young Kai wanted them to attack, they would attack. If he wanted them to stop, they would stop. Damn it. Even so, I can't stop him. Di Luo lamented in his heart. Although he and the other pseudo-royal lords could use this method to temporarily block Young Kai, they couldn't use it indefinitely as they were exhausting their energy every time they launched an attack. In fact, they had used up a great deal of their strength in just a few rounds of attacks. Although it was a brief confrontation, it felt as if they had been engaging other human race masters for several days. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. Facing the killing star, Young Kai, if they didn't have enough strength to protect themselves, they might be caught off guard once he saw an opening. With this thought in mind, Di Luo raised his hand slightly and made a gesture, whereupon the dozen or so pseudo-royal lords immediately moved towards him. Soon, Young Kai's head emerged from the territory gate again. There was no attack this time, so he wasn't in a hurry to withdraw and gazed at the nearby Di Luo grinning. Not attacking again? Di Luo remained silent, staring dead straight at Young Kai and secretly circulating his strength. Since you're not planning on attacking, I'm coming, okay? Young Kai said as he took a step out of the territory gate. I'm really coming over. Young Kai stated again with a teasing look on his face, as if he was playing some kind of interesting game. Di Luo still didn't take any action while the pseudo-royal lords too remained silent. Good. Young Kai didn't waste any more time and walked out of the territory gate before taking a long, deep breath. Clearly, he was in the void and there was nothing he could smell, but he still wore an intoxicated look on his face, as if he had arrived at a wonderful place that he could only dream about. Attack! Di Luo really couldn't bear it any longer. Knowing that it was the best chance to strike, He took the lead and charged straight towards Yang Kai with the dozen pseudo-royal lords in tow. The next moment, powerful secret techniques rained down on Yang Kai one after another, instantly engulfing his figure and tearing it to shreds. Be that as it may, no joy could be found on Dialuo's face, because he could tell at a glance that it was just an afterimage. His powerful divine sense swept out like a tide as he kept emitting his aura, locking onto Yang Kai's erratic movements. While at it, he also led the dozen pseudo-royal lords to chase after their target. The pseudo-royal lords' auras had also locked onto Yang Kai's figure, and were constantly shelling the nearby space in order to prevent him from suddenly using his space secret techniques to escape. Everything that was happening here did not escape from Emonaye's eyes, but after observing for a while and confirming that Dialuo had Yang Kai pinned down, he finally relaxed a little. In truth, he had no choice but to let Dialuo be in charge of dealing with Yang Kai. If possible, he would rather personally deal with Yang Kai, but the Black Ink clan army needed someone to coordinate it, so it was really out of his hands. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Emonaye would not make a move, as it would just make him waste his strength. Although he had been a little worried about this matter, by the looks of it, Dialuo was doing a pretty good job. Although there was nothing they could do to stop Yang Kai from stepping into the no-return pass, a momentary hiccup was nothing. As long as they could successfully restrain Yang Kai, tasking Dialuo with this would be meaningful. After the last battle, Emonaye had a rough estimate of Yang Kai's true strength. He knew that a newly promoted royal lord like Dialuo was definitely not his opponent, but with a dozen pseudo-royal lords supporting him, it was impossible for Yang Kai to escape from their blockade. In fact, if Yang Kai wasn't careful enough, he might even get seriously injured. After watching for a while longer, Yang Kai's situation became more and more difficult. He was unable to use his instantaneous movement, and as the no-return pass was Black Ink clan's home ground, he didn't just need to deal with Dialuo and the dozen pseudo-royal lords. There were also many other pseudo-royal lords stationed near the high-rank Black Ink nests, charged with blocking the fallout from the battle to protect the Black Ink nests. Although they wouldn't participate in the pursuit, if Yang Kai passed by them, these pseudo-royal lords wouldn't mind attacking him once or twice. Yang Kai, who was getting attacked from every direction, had no choice but to flee like a rat. He was in such a tight spot that he had already summoned his space-time river, and had it circling around him like a dragon. Many of the attacks landed on the river, causing it to rock and tremble. When this scene entered Dialuo's eyes, he was a little bewildered. Logically speaking, Yang Kai shouldn't be so weak. He was even mentally prepared for a bitter battle. But after Yang Kai was surrounded by so many masters, all Yang Kai could do was take the beating. He rarely had the strength to fight back. Have his injuries not yet healed? Considering the severe wounds Yang Kai had suffered at the last moment in the battle 2 years ago, it was understandable if his injuries hadn't healed. In fact, Yang Kai's poor performance was not because of his injuries. After 2 years of recuperation, whether it was the damage to his physical body or the instability in his Dao strengths, he had already completely recovered. There were multiple reasons why this was happening. First, Yang Kai needed to conceal his true strength. Second, the number of small stone race soldiers he had taken into his small universe in the chaotic dead territory was simply too great, with them numbering more than 100 million. Even with his small universe's foundation, this many small stone race soldiers had become a burden. In other words, he was dealing with all these masters while carrying this burden. This made it hard for him to smoothly circulate his world force, which prevented him from displaying his full strength. Lastly, he was also making some arrangements, diverting some of his attention to deliver a great gift to the Black Ink clan. And at this moment, his preparations were almost complete. The next moment, Dialuo was shocked, because Yang Kai, who had been fleeing all this time, suddenly switched his strategy. The space-time river that had been hovering around him suddenly swept out, and covered a vast area of the void. Everyone within the range of the space-time river, including Yang Kai, Dialuo, and the dozen or so pseudo-royal lords, became isolated. At the same time, Yang Kai changed directions and charged straight towards the Black Ink clan masters. "Be careful!" a pseudo-royal lord shouted. As the distance between them rapidly shortened, Yang Kai stretched out his hands towards the Black Ink clan masters instead of taking out his Azure Dragon Spear. The next moment, the marks on the back of his hands started glowing. Alarm bells immediately started ringing in Diyaluo's heart, faintly feeling that something extremely bad was about to happen. Although he had no idea what to expect, Yang Kai's abnormal actions were definitely part of some sinister plot. Without wasting any more time mulling over it, he simply shouted, "Attack!" He immediately charged at Yang Kai, leading the dozen pseudo-royal lords in a brutal, all-out assault. "You bastards have had your fun attacking me for so long, now it's my turn." Yang Kai roared as suddenly, the space-time river which had enveloped a vast stretch of void suddenly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared in front of all the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass. After the space-time river disappeared, an enormous number of stone man-like creatures appeared where the waters had originally been. Chapter 5891, Light will eventually expel darkness. The small stone race were all born with sharp and distinct edges. They appeared simple and stupid, as if they could not harm even a fly. Nonetheless, the moment they appeared, all the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass who saw this felt their scalps go numb. After fighting the human race for so many years, how could the Black Ink clan not recognize these strange creatures? The human race had used these creatures to fight against the Black Ink clan on many battlefields, and had often achieved good results. When these strange creatures appeared, one of the pseudo-royal lords immediately shouted, "Small stone race." His voice was trembling because he had never seen so many small stone race soldiers in one place. The size of the space-time river was extremely large, and using its cover, Yang Kai had summoned 2 million small stone race soldiers. Although Yang Kai had actually summoned an even larger number of small stone race in the past, the strength of this small stone race group was far beyond any he had ever brought out before. During his journey to the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai had carefully selected each small stone race soldier, with even the weakest of them being equivalent to a third-order master. When 2 million such small stone race soldiers suddenly appeared, the momentum they released was so great that even a royal lord like Diyaluo was horrified. Worse yet, with the 2 glows on the back of Yang Kai's hands, Diyaluo immediately understood what was about to happen. His pupils instantly shrank as he screamed, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to break through the encirclement and flee. However, how could he get away? The 2 million small stone race soldiers were deployed evenly by the space-time river, tightly blockading this part of the void. Furthermore, Yang Kai went a step further and froze the local space using his space principles. In a flash, every Black Ink clan powerhouse felt a great resistance around them, hindering their movements. Of course, this kind of resistance was not enough to immobilize them for long. If they had just 3 breaths of time, they would be able to escape from the small stone race army's encirclement. However, while 3 breaths was normally just a blink of the eye to such masters, in this instance, 3 breaths was an eternity which separated life and death, making it impossible to cross. Light will eventually expel darkness, Yang Kai declared in a low voice, clenching his fists. As he did so, intense yellow and blue glows suddenly emerged from the bodies of the 2 million small stone race soldiers, filling the void in the blink of an eye. The yellow and blue lights converged and fused together, blooming into a dazzling white light. The pure white glow was not eye-catching at first, but in an instant, it started rapidly expanding like a great sun which had exploded. Time seemed to freeze inside the no-return pass, but a moment later, shrill cries broke the despairing silence. Shrouded in the white light, every Black Ink clansman, whether it was Diyaluo, the pseudo-royal lords, or even the lowly Black Ink serfs, were howling in pain. Even the distant Black Ink clansmen who were bathed in this white light were shrieking in horror. Purifying light had always been the greatest nemesis of Black Ink's strength, and the Black Ink clan's power was basically entirely derived from Black Ink strength. When the Black Ink clansmen were exposed to the purifying light, the pain they felt was no different from an ordinary human's thrown into a boiling pot of oil. This kind of torture was simply unbearable. While the pure white light was blooming, Yang Kai didn't remain idle. His figure shuttled through the battlefield like he was walking in his backyard, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, and each time he flickered, a powerful aura would disappear. After 10 breaths, the pure white light finally faded away. At this moment, the originally chaotic battlefield had been cleared away. In the void, Yang Kai stood alone, holding a hideous head in his hand. The cut on the head was uneven. It didn't appear to have been made by a sharp weapon, but rather looked like it had been torn apart with his bare hands. Jet black blood was still gushing out from the neck. More importantly, the head was very much alive. It was grimacing in pain, and a trace of confusion could be seen in its eyes, as if it was still a little dazed about its current state. Regardless, this trace of life was destined to disappear soon. On the battlefield, several other mutilated corpses were lifelessly floating about, all of them belonging to powerful pseudo-royal lords. The surviving pseudo-royal lords looked completely terrified, their eyes filled with horror. The reason they were able to survive was not because they were stronger than their dead comrades, but because they were luckier. Yang Kai simply didn't have time to kill them. Originally, the entire no-return pass was filled with a massive amount of black ink strength, giving the impression as if it was shrouded in one enormous black ink cloud. But at this moment, in this environment in which every nook and corner was filled with black ink strength, there was now a spherical zone where the black ink strength was completely purified. On this battlefield, although Yang Kai was alone, he was like an army of thousands, putting enormous pressure on the entire Black Ink clan. Standing right across him was Di Yaluo, his face filled with fear. Mo Na Yi, who was supposed to be commanding the Black Ink clan army, was also standing beside him, staring at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. "Are you alright?" While Mo Na Yi was asking this, his eyes remained completely fixed on Yang Kai. As soon as Yang Kai activated the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands, Mo Na Yi realized what was about to happen, and immediately rushed over to help. Fortunately, he had reacted fast enough. Otherwise, it would not have ended well for Di Yaluo. After the purifying light burst, Yang Kai casually took the lives of several pseudo-royal lords before directly attacking Di Yaluo. Originally, he had planned to use this opportunity to eliminate a royal lord. Under the cover of the purifying light, Yang Kai was confident that he could accomplish it without anyone's notice. However, Mo Na Yi had come to interfere at the critical moment. This forced Yang Kai to fall back for the time being. It was still understandable to kill Di Yaluo by borrowing the intense purifying light, but if he were to eliminate even Mo Na Yi, who had come to rescue the former, it would surely raise flags, which would cause the Black Ink giant spirit gods to become vigilant. As such, he could only kill 2 more pseudo-royal lords to vent his anger. Nonetheless, the current situation was still acceptable. Di Yaluo had been enveloped by the purifying light, which had affected his strength. Furthermore, he was a newly promoted royal lord, so his foundation was probably unstable now. Unless the Black Ink clan used some kind of sacrificial secret technique to restore his strength, he wouldn't be much more useful than a pseudo-royal lord on the battlefield in the future. Half of the dozen pseudo-royal lords who had besieged Yang Kai had died, while the remaining half had their foundations severely damaged, causing their strength to plummet. Trading 2 million small stone race soldiers for the life of half a dozen pseudo-royal lords was an acceptable price. After staring at Mo Na Yi for a moment, Yang Kai coldly snorted before tossing the severed head away and taking a step forward, heading towards the no-return pass. Yang Kai's speed wasn't fast, but Mo Na Yi didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. He did not even issue an order to stop him. He couldn't determine how many small stone race soldiers Yang Kai had left, and until he did, it would be unwise to continue provoking him. But the main reason was that the Black Ink clan no longer had the ability to restrain Yang Kai. Originally, they could still rely on Di Yaluo, but now that the latter was injured, confronting Yang Kai would be tantamount to suicide. From the start, Mo Na Yi didn't want to have any kind of confrontation with Yang Kai, so since he wanted to leave, all he could do was let him go. Thus, while the 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle, Yang Kai leisurely made his way from the back of the Black Ink clan's defensive line to the battlefield without any hindrance. Immediately after, a scene appeared that sent all the Black Ink clan soldiers into despair. A portal to Yang Kai's small universe suddenly opened up as an endless small stone race army rushed out. This time, Yang Kai didn't use the great sun and moon marks to control their movements at all. Under the stimulation of Black Ink strength, The small stone race soldiers immediately charged towards the Black Ink clan army the moment they came out of Yonkai's small universe, without any fear of death. Attacked by the small stone race army, the Black Ink clan's defense line, which was originally quite sturdy, immediately saw countless casualties. Not long after, Yonkai strolled along the defensive line, which resulted in small stone race armies appearing on every front. They didn't cooperate with the human race, each and every small stone race soldier simply acting like a killing tool without any sentience, attacking anyone or anything with Black Ink strength. Inside the no-return pass, Mo Na-yi watched the entire debacle from a distance, gloom and despair gripping his heart. Under the current circumstances, it was just a matter of time until the human race conquered the no-return pass. Only death and destruction was waiting for the Black Ink clansmen here. Be that as it may, Mo Na-yi had never been one to sit back and just wait for death. Even if he couldn't defend the no-return pass, he had to try his best to weaken the human race army, so that they wouldn't have the strength to continue their crusade to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Mo Na-yi originally had some confidence that he could achieve this goal, but after witnessing such a huge small stone race army appear on the battlefield, this confidence was completely shattered. These small stone race soldiers basically blanketed the entire battlefield, and they could not be stopped. Their population size was several times greater than the humans, so using them as cover, the humans would definitely suffer fewer casualties. Under these circumstances, it would be extremely hard for the Black Ink clan to destroy or even critically damage the human race army. Mo Na-yi couldn't figure out where Yonkai had obtained so many small stone race soldiers. In fact, Mo Na-yi had done some research on these strange beings known as the small stone race, so he knew about their characteristics. The only thing he didn't understand was their origins. From some Black Ink disciples, he came to learn that the small stone race was a special race brought out by Yonkai. But where did Yonkai get them from? Everything in the universe had a source. After suffering countless casualties over the thousands of years of war, the small stone race had gradually faded from the Black Ink clan's sight. So Mo Na-yi had never expected Yonkai to bring so many small stone race soldiers to the battlefield before today, catching them off guard. It's Yonkai again. Every single turning point in the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan is connected to him. Mo Na-yi couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Had he known that Yonkai had such a card up his sleeve, he would have insisted on keeping him here even if he had to sacrifice more pseudo-royal lords. But when he gave it another thought, Mo Na-yi realized that nothing was going to change even if he somehow pinned Yonkai down here. Sacrificing 2 million small stone race soldiers, Yonkai had managed to kill a few pseudo-royal lords and injure Diyaluo. Even if they managed to pin him down, the Black Ink clan would have to mentally prepare themselves for even heavier losses. Chapter 5892 Handover. What Mo Na-yi couldn't figure out was why Yonkai didn't use this method in the battle 2 years ago, and instead chose to use it today. It was simply unreasonable. It would be even more unreasonable to say that Yonkai had used some kind of method unknown to the Black Ink clan in the past 2 years to produce so many small stone race members. Although he really wanted to find out the reason, Mo Na-yi didn't have the time to do so. As over 100 million small stone race soldiers joined the battlefield, the Black Ink clan's originally stable line of defense began to collapse. A large number of the Black Ink clan soldiers fighting at the forefront fell, affecting the lives of even the masters behind them. Mo Na-yi could only focus on the battle in front of him, issuing a stream of orders one after another, trying to kill as many enemies as possible while resisting the attacks of the human race and small stone race. At the same time, he also didn't forget to pay attention to Yonkai's movements. After Yonkai had made his way to the battlefield, his presence had restrained all the pseudo-royal lords who had been fighting outside. The human race's tactic to deal with these pseudo-royal lords was basically to confront them using battle formations formed by 8th Order Masters. Although the human race had many 8th Order Masters, the Black Ink clan had many pseudo-royal lords. Moreover, when 3 pseudo-royal lords assumed a simple 3 fortunes formation, they were easily able to restrain the several battle formations formed by 5 8th Order Masters. Although the human race could still use more 8th Order Masters, using any more of them would just make it even harder for them to effectively coordinate with each other. It would defeat the purpose and put them in jeopardy. As such, most of the battles between the top combatants of the two races were evenly matched. Only a small number of pseudo-royal lords could disrupt the balance, while it took far more Eighth-Order masters to compensate. However, when Yang Kai disappeared after rushing out of the no-return pass and releasing a massive number of small stone race soldiers, the situation abruptly changed. All the pseudo-royal lords who had stepped on the battlefield immediately fell into a disadvantageous position as they were now highly distracted, stretching their divine senses to the limit to monitor their surroundings, guarding against any sneak attacks. It wasn't until a pseudo-royal lord saw Yang Kai's figure appear at Pyongyang Pass that they all collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai hadn't launched a sneak attack, and had instead gone to Pyongyang Pass, which was undoubtedly good news for the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. Be that as it may, they couldn't figure out why Yang Kai had gone to Pyongyang Pass at this time. Just like the last battle, Pyongyang Pass, the only great pass occupied by the human race, was located away from the battlefield, acting as a coordination center to control the overall situation. Mi Jingluan was standing on the city wall with a feather fan in his hand, like a weak scholar, quietly observing the battlefield and issuing precise orders. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared beside him. Mi Jingluan shot a glance at him and asked, "Did you go to the chaotic dead territory?" The small stone race in the hands of the humans had almost been completely exhausted after all these years of war. Since Yang Kai could suddenly summon an army of 100 million small stone race soldiers to participate in the siege of the no-return pass, it was obvious that he had been to chaotic dead territory. And Yang Kai nodded. "Isn't this too wasteful?" Mi Jingluan asked, feeling a bit distressed. Since Yang Kai bestowed a large number of small stone race members to the various armies of the human race, these strange creatures had made great contributions in many battles. In many small-scale battles, the human race had been able to win with their smaller numbers because of the small stone race's fearlessness. Years of war had depleted the small stone race, and deprived the human race of this huge support. Mi Jingluan's heart ached when he witnessed Yang Kai throw so many of the small stone race members into the battlefield in one go. It had to be known that all these small stone race soldiers that were deployed on the battlefield could never be recovered, because they would fight until their bodies were crushed to pieces. Only when a humans used a beast-taming technique or an artifact refining technique to refine them would they be able to command these creatures with low intelligence. If the human race was like a huge family, then Yang Kai would definitely be the prodigal black sheep. His extravagance made Mi Jingluan, who was in charge of the daily budget, feel a great deal of pain. Yang Kai grinned at him. "Don't worry, I've collected a lot this time." "A lot?" Mi Jingluan raised his brow. "A lot?" Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. Even if he had released 100 million small stone race soldiers, he still had about 3 times as many left in his small universe. Mi Jingluan was relieved after hearing this. "Senior brother, please open a portal to your small universe," Yang Kai requested. Mi Jingluan naturally knew what he wanted to do and immediately opened the portal. The next moment, Yang Kai also opened a portal to his small universe. The two portals quickly overlapped, as if they were about to merge into one. Soon after, an enormous number of small stone race soldiers were transferred into Mi Jingluan's small universe. Slowly, Mi Jingluan's expression changed. Although he had some inkling from Yang Kai's answer that he had indeed brought back a lot of small stone race members, he had never expected this number to be so exaggerated. A moment later, Mi Jingluan raised his hand and stated, "Enough. I can't take it anymore." After all, his small universe's foundation was not as strong as Yang Kai's. He had almost reached its limit after accepting 100 million or so small stone race soldiers. At this moment, the circulation of his world force was strained so much that if he were to fight the Black Ink clan in this state, even a territory lord could take his life. "How many more?" Mi Jingluan asked. "About twice as many as I gave you." Mi Jingluan was rendered speechless, wondering if Yang Kai had completely raided the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer's treasury this time. Otherwise, how could he have obtained so many small stone race members? Helpless, he could only send out a command. "Call Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang back." A messenger immediately sent out the message. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang Lai happened to be facing 3 pseudo-royal lords in a 3 fortunes formation. He was fighting to his heart's content, but after receiving the message, he was shocked and quickly withdrew from the battle, rushing towards Pyongyang Pass. Although the pseudo-royal lords wanted to stop him, how could they? They might gain an upper hand while fighting Yonglai together, but if the latter wanted to escape, they were completely powerless to stop him. Somewhere else on the battlefield, Wei Junyang did the same. The two had no idea what had happened, but since Mi Jingluan had called them back during such a battle, it was obviously no small matter. The two arrived at Pyongyang Pass one after the other. When Mi Jingluan briefly explained everything, they finally understood why they were recalled. The small stone race soldiers couldn't just be let out in the open. The only option they had was to temporarily suppress them inside a Ninth Order Master's small universe. After this battle was over, they would then be refined and used by the human race's soldiers. Yonglai and Wei Junyang didn't delay things any further. Just like Mi Jingluan, each opened a portal to their small universes before Yongkai transferred the small stone race to them. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yongkai finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking refreshed. His small universe had been under pressure ever since he left the chaotic dead territory, which finally disappeared until now. Of course, he had also kept a few small stone race masters for his own use, but he could easily afford to keep them without affecting himself. On the other hand, Mi Jingluan and the other two looked strained, as if they had eaten too much. Even their auras were unstably fluctuating. Yonglai couldn't help but complain. Please inform me in advance next time something like this happens. He was halfway through his fight with the pseudo-royal lords, and was unhappy to be recalled just for something like this. Worse, after this, he could not participate in the following battle. Yongkai grinned. Just bear with it. While they were speaking, a figure flew out from the depths of Pyongyang Pass and landed in front of everyone, handing a large number of space rings to Mi Jingluan. Supreme Commander Mi, all the supplies are in here. Mi Jingluan gestured casually to Yongkai. Give them to him. The man then handed the space rings to Yongkai, who took them and swept them with his divine sense before nodding his acknowledgement. Quite efficient. The human race's supplies had almost been depleted after the last battle, so obviously, these resources had been mined over the past 2 years. The humans had scattered nearly 3 million soldiers throughout the Black Ink battlefield to mine resources, and with the universe temples as transfer points, their efficiency was naturally quite high. Of course, using the universe world assault tactic in this battle had also consumed a lot of resources. Otherwise, there would have been more. There were 2 reasons Yongkai came to Mi Jingluan from the no-return pass. Firstly, he wanted to hand over the small stone race army, and secondly, he wanted to ask Mi Jingluan for some supplies, as well as hand over the yellow and blue crystals he had looted from the chaotic dead territory. After silently calculating for a moment, Yongkai stated, "The next battle should still be fought after 2 years, yes?" The supplies in his hands were enough for him to last 2 years. If the human race launched a war after his supplies had depleted, he would be able to ask for them once again. This way, his cultivation would not be delayed and he could quickly reach the peak of the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. In the next war, the human race would have the assistance of a large number of small stone race soldiers, so the situation would definitely be different. Indeed. Mi Jingluan nodded his agreement. The human race would also need some time to recuperate after such a large battle. On top of that, mining supplies would also require time. An interval of 2 years was the absolute minimum. How are the Void Guard doing? Yongkai asked again. According to the previous arrangements, the Void Guard led by Li Wuyi would be setting up space arrays leading to the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction in advance in preparation for the future crusade. They were ordered to send a report every time they set up a new space array, so that the Supreme Headquarters had a good grasp of their situation. The Void was a dangerous place, especially the vast late ancient era battlefield, which was fraught with many unknown dangers. So, it was necessary to send reports back in a timely manner. Everything is going smoothly, Mi Jingluan replied. They have already laid out 8 space arrays. Yongkai nodded his acknowledgement. It had only been 2 years since Li Wuyi and the others had set out while the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction was extremely far from here. Even if they went all out, It would take Li Wu-Yi and the others several years to reach the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. On top of that, they also had to stop and arrange space arrays while circumventing unknown dangers along the way. It would take them a while to complete this task. Yang Kai reckoned that they had only covered about 30% of the total distance at most. "I'll go and fight, everyone take care." Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He simply cupped his fists towards Mi Jingluan and the others before taking a step forward and disappearing from their sight. Chapter 5893, The Small Stone Race's Charge. On the battlefield, the Black Ink clan's situation became even more dire as the Small Stone Race army continued their assault, tearing apart many of their defensive lines. Meanwhile, the Human Race army took advantage of this opportunity to hit the Black Ink clan, forcing them to retreat. On the top combatants' battlefield, the pseudo-royal lords were still holding their ground. However, when Yang Kai used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to suddenly appear behind one of the pseudo-royal lords, and pulled him and two other pseudo-royal lords who were in battle formation with him into the space-time river, the rest of the pseudo-royal lords lost their will to fight. Mo Na Yi timely adjusted his strategy, issuing one order after another. The pseudo-royal lords and the Black Ink clan army began to shrink their lines once again, concentrating their forces to resist the combined assault of the Small Stone Race and the Human Race armies. Putting aside how effective this strategy was, at the very least it shrank the battlefield, which would definitely restrict the movements of the Human Race army further. Fortunately, the Human Race had no way of effectively coordinating with the Small Stone Race army. Before this, the Human Race just had to follow behind, filling the gaps that were created. However, once the Black Ink clan's perimeter shrank, if the Human Race army were to advance recklessly, it was highly likely they would be disrupted by the Small Stone Race army. This instantly exposed the disadvantages of the Small Stone Race who acted completely on instinct, but this was within the Human Race's calculations. Compared to the benefits brought by the Small Stone Race army, the disadvantages could be endured. While the Small Stone Race army had achieved brilliant results, their casualties were also quite horrifying. They had no intelligence and acted purely on instinct. Furthermore, as they were born by absorbing yin and yang energies, they had a very keen perception of the Black Ink strength. Yang Kai had already discovered this characteristic when he acquired the first batch of the Small Stone Race soldiers from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. On the battlefield, as long as the Small Stone Race sensed the existence of Black Ink's strength, they would immediately swarm towards it like cats smelling the scent of a fish and fight to death. Advancing like this would inevitably result in a large number of casualties among the Small Stone Race. By the time Yang Kai made his way to Pure Yang Pass from the No Return Pass, the Small Stone Race army had lost about 10% of their forces. By the time Yang Kai returned to the battlefield, that number had grown to 30%. If this continued, the 100 million Small Stone Race soldiers wouldn't last for more than half a day. Had these Small Stone Race members been refined and controlled by the humans, this kind of situation would have never occurred. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had brought too many of them from the chaotic dead territory this time, so many that even if each person was given 10, they wouldn't be able to use all of them up. Rather than leaving many Small Stone Race soldiers idle, it was better to deploy a massive batch to the battlefield to catch the Black Ink clan off guard. Although the Small Stone Race army suffered heavy casualties, the results they produced were excellent. The Black Ink clan would have never imagined that such a variable would appear in the second attack of the Human Race on the No Return Pass. Caught unprepared, all of their previous arrangements and contingencies had failed to achieve the desired effect. Without any strategy, the Small Stone Race army that only knew how to charge forward and kill the enemy couldn't last long. Mi Jingluan had naturally noticed this long ago. So when he felt that the time was right, he ordered his troops to retreat. The Human Race army withdrew in an orderly manner, and during this entire process, the Black Ink clan could only helplessly watch. They were unable to give chase like last time because there were still many Small Stone Race soldiers that had yet to be killed. If they didn't kill all of them, there was no way they could leave the No Return Pass. As such, when the Human Race army withdrew this time, they didn't even need to cover their retreat. While the Human Race army was retreating from the battlefield, Yang Kai headed into the No Return Pass. Under the watchful eyes of a group of pseudo-royal lords, he casually strode into the territory gate, and returned to the barren territory. When Mo Nayi witnessed this, his already unpleasant mood became much worse. Previously, Yang Kai had summoned 2 million small stone race soldiers and used them to condense a massive burst of purifying light, allowing him to kill several pseudo-royal lords and even injure Di Luo. Immediately after, Yang Kai released 100 million small stone race soldiers directly onto the battlefield. Now no one could guarantee that he did not have more small stone race soldiers on him, or rather, he definitely had many more. Combined with his fearsome personal strength, who would dare stand in his way? Even Mo Nayi didn't dare to face him head-on anymore. The fact that Yang Kai did not do much on his way back to the barren territory already made Mo Nayi give thanks to the Supreme One. It wasn't until the human race army had disappeared from their sight and Yang Kai had returned to the barren territory that the Black Ink clan's forces finally retaliated in anger, completely surrounding the small stone race army that only knew how to charge forward, then wiping them out. Of course, they still paid a price in order to achieve this. At this point, the human race's second attack on the no-return pass had come to an end. For the Black Ink clan, the result of this battle was even worse than the previous one. Last time, the human race had used the universe world bombardment tactic to catch the Black Ink clan off guard, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Although the effects of the universe world bombardment had been reduced during this second attack, the small stone race army brought by Yang Kai had become the hidden dagger that caused the Black Ink clan to suffer even greater losses than before. At the end of the last battle, the Black Ink clan still managed to chase after the retreating human race army, barely managing to save some face, but this time they were not even able to do that. Shrouded in a rich Black Ink strength, the no-return pass was filled with gloom as fear and despair ran rampant. What made the Black Ink clan feel even more desperate and worried was that the human race would surely commence a third and fourth attack soon. Judging by the results of the last two wars, sooner or later, the Black Ink clan would definitely lose the no-return pass. At that time, the fate of the entire Black Ink clan and the no-return pass would be doubtful. Thousands of years ago, when the Black Ink clan army broke out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, conquered the no-return pass, assaulted the barren territory, and invaded the 3,000 worlds with an unstoppable momentum. Every Black Ink clansman was in high spirits back then. All of them felt that the 3,000 worlds was as good as defeated, and they were not far away from achieving the grand plan of unifying all beneath the heavens. Unfortunately, thousands of years later, the Black Ink clan was now trapped in the no-return pass while all momentum was not on the human race's side. After the battle, many pseudo-royal lords sought out Mo Nayi, asking him what they should do in the future. Some of the pseudo-royal lords also tried to persuade Mo Nayi and Mou to lead the surviving Black Ink clansmen into the depths of the void. After all, it was not a good idea to just passively take a beating. If they were to retreat from the no-return pass and escape into the void, they might have a chance to survive. Without exception, all the pseudo-royal lords who had proposed this idea were harshly reprimanded by Mo Nayi. After several examples were made, the pseudo-royal lords who had doubts didn't dare raise any objections. In truth, they also knew that if they left the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan would be in an even worse situation. They were just desperate to do something, anything to survive. In the barren territory, the space-time river had evolved into a pure temporal river with a 30-fold difference in the flow rate. Inside the river, Yang Kai was refining the various materials he had obtained from Mi Jingluan at a terrifying speed, steadily strengthening his small universe's foundation. The final battle was approaching, so he didn't have much time to cultivate. Naturally, he was eager to improve his strength. On the other side, after the battle, the human soldiers were all recuperating and refining the small stone race soldiers that had been distributed to them at the temporary camp of the human race. The few divine spirits who controlled the great sun and moon marks had also been given tens of thousands of small stone race soldiers each because they were able to control them to a certain extent using the great sun and moon marks and didn't need to spend any time or effort on refining them in advance. It could even be said that each of these divine spirits would be able to form an army on their own with these small stone race soldiers. In the next battle, they would definitely play an extraordinary role on the battlefield. At the same time, outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the huge suppressing Black Ink fortress sat in the void, facing the opening in the Grand Restriction. During the human race's first crusade, this opening had been made by Tsang, who had been guarding this place for millions of years. He had opened this gap mainly to alleviate the increasing pressure inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. However, Mo was also waiting for this opportunity to escape, and its subsequent plans caused the entire situation to nearly spiral out of control. In the end, Song was forced to rely on the hidden card left behind by Mu, which put Mo into a deep sleep, finally sealing the gap in the Grand Restriction with his remaining strength. However, in that battle, the human race suffered a great loss due to their lack of intelligence on the inside of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. The human race were dealt heavy casualties under the pincer attack of 2 black ink giant spirit gods, and had no choice but to retreat. It was also after that battle that Song, who had been guarding the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction all alone for hundreds of thousands of years, had fallen. It was difficult to imagine how this martial ancestor had spent hundreds of thousands of years in solitude. Perhaps, to him, death was a form of release. But as a result, the descendants had to take on the burdens and expectations of their ancestors. Later, Yang Kai brought Wu Kuang to this place, and had him assume control of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai then arranged for the Suppressing Black Ink Army and Suppressing Black Ink Fortress to be stationed here. After making all the necessary preparations, Wu Kuang once again opened a gap in the Grand Restriction. As before, this was to relieve the pressure inside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, because the Black Ink clan and Black Ink strength was constantly increasing. Wu Kuang was ultimately weaker than Song, so he was unable to forcefully suppress it, and could only use this method to relieve some of the burden. Unfortunately, there was no way to completely close the opening this time. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was set up in an era long ago, and had been opened a few times now, which had ultimately caused some irreparable damage to it. It was further worsened by Wu Kuang's lack of ability to control it. Fortunately, the Suppressing Black Ink Army was stationed outside the opening. Ever since the Suppressing Black Ink Army arrived here, they had fought countless battles against the Black Ink clansmen that rushed out of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Although the situation had nearly spiraled out of control several times, Wu Kuang and the Suppressing Black Ink Army had worked together to resolve these crises. As Wu Kuang's cultivation increased day by day, so did his control over the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. In terms of cultivation speed, perhaps no one in this world could compare to Wu Kuang. When Yang Kai sent him to this place, he had only been a 7th Order master, but now his cultivation may be higher than Yang Kai's. Thanks to the heaven-devouring battle law complemented by the flawless purifying golden lotus, and the inexhaustible black ink strength, Wu Kuang's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds ever since he had arrived here. His cultivation had quickly risen from the 7th Order to the 9th Order, and was still continuously rising. Of course, the biggest benefit of the increase of his control over the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was that the Suppressing Black Ink Army had to face fewer battles. Chapter 5894. That day has arrived. The opening in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction could no longer be closed, but Wu Kuang was still able to shrink it somewhat. This way, the Black Ink clan would face even greater restrictions if they tried to rush through the opening. Previously, there might have been some royal lords who could force their way out, but now that Wu Kuang's strength had increased, and his control over the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had also become better, the royal lords could not force their way through anymore. Without the support of royal lords, the rest of the Black Ink clansmen rushing out of the opening were just easy targets before the mighty Suppressing Black Ink Army, no matter how many there were. The Suppressing Black Ink Army did not have that many soldiers, only a few thousand, but their overall strength was pretty amazing. It could be said that they were the elite of the elites of the human race. Back when Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan had chosen the soldiers for the Suppressing Black Ink Army, the minimum requirement was the 6th Order. In other words, if one had not reached the 6th Order, they would be unqualified to join the Suppressing Black Ink Army. Furthermore, the 6th Order wasn't the limit of the Suppressing Black Ink Army soldiers. They still had room to grow. After so many years, most of the original 6th Order masters of the Suppressing Black Ink Army had advanced to the 7th Order. In the entire Suppressing Black Ink Army, There were only a few whose cultivation remained at the 6th order. Besides, some of these 6th order soldiers had reached the peak of the 6th order and could break through at any moment. In other words, the current suppressing Black Ink army, with the exception of a few 6th order masters, were basically all high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. When the suppressing Black Ink army was first founded, there were only 400 8th order masters, but now, there were nearly 1,000 of them. The extra ones were all those who had broken through their limits over the years. The suppressing Black Ink army had no shortage of battles, so it was not that difficult for these proud sons and daughters of heaven to break through their shackles and advance to the next order amidst the bloody battles. In addition, the suppressing Black Ink army also had over 100 powerful divine spirits. To top it all off, Divine Dragon Fu Guang and Yang Shui, who had also broken through to the 9th order Open Heaven realm in the Universe Furnace world, were assuming command. Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi were also expected to break through their limits and advance to the 9th order soon. The three of them were Yang Kai's legacy disciples. Each of them had respectively inherited one of Yang Kai's primary grand daras, so everyone had high hopes for them. In terms of age and seniority, they weren't much different from Shi Dezhuang, who had already broken through to the 9th order. Perhaps the third disciple, Su Yi's period of cultivation was shorter as he had started cultivating a little late. Be that as it may, a little bit of delay in the long years of cultivation was not a big deal. Shi Dezhuang had already advanced to the 9th order, and Tang Tao amongst the rising stars had also achieved the same. So naturally, Zhao Yibai and the two others would soon be reaching the 9th order as well. After thousands of years of accumulation, the human race would definitely be able to give birth to more 9th order masters in the near future. With such a lineup, the suppressing Black Ink army could be said to be the most elite group among the human race's forces. They might not have that many members, but they had ample capital to guard the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. However, since the battle 700 years ago, when the universe furnace appeared, there had been no movements from the other side of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. For the past 700 years, the suppressing Black Ink army soldiers had been doing nothing but cultivating in turns. Fortunately, when the suppressing Black Ink army first arrived here, they had brought a lot of supplies with them. Although most of their supplies had depleted over the years, they still had a bit left to use. On the suppressing Black Ink fortress, the silver-haired Fu Guang looked towards the opening in the darkness and sent a message via his divine sense. Wu Kuang, how is the situation? It wasn't that he had discovered anything unusual, it was just a routine inquiry done once a month. Judging by this, it was obvious that Fu Guang was an extremely cautious person. As usual, Wu Kuang's lazy voice echoed in Fu Guang's mind. Some small fish are spying on the opening, but they probably don't dare to rush out. He had already closed the opening to its utmost limit, so if a royal lord tried to force his way through, there was a high chance he would die along the way. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. In light of this, no royal lord was stupid enough to attempt to force their way out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. And without a royal lord to keep Fu Guang in check, how could the Black Ink clansmen inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction dare to challenge the suppressing Black Ink army? Although they had been sealed inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, they were not completely ignorant of the outside world. After having fought with the suppressing Black Ink army for so many years, they were well aware of their enemy's strength. Stay alert. Fu Guang exhorted as usual. Wu Kuang replied, I know you all just, huh. Halfway through his words, he suddenly let out a startled cry. Fu Guang's expression became serious as he shouted, What's wrong? However, he didn't receive any response from Wu Kuang even after waiting for a while. This had never happened before. Fu Guang's heart immediately jumped to his throat as a great sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him, prompting him to quickly check upon the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The entire primordial heaven's source grand restriction was like an enormous beast lying in the void, covering a truly vast area. It was basically impossible to see its end at one glance. This dark area was completely imbued with Black Ink strength. If it wasn't for the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, it was very difficult to imagine just how far this endless darkness would have spread. Fu Guang could not see any change to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, But his sense of unease grew stronger and stronger. He knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, it was impossible for Wu Kuang to not give any response. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Prepare for battle." The next moment, the entire suppressing Black Ink army, whether they were cultivating or on guard duty, began to move. Spirit arrays lit up one after another, and the soldiers took position before the artifacts. In just 10 breaths, the thousands of suppressing Black Ink army soldiers were ready for battle. A storm was brewing. Yang Shui flashed over to Fu Guang's side and asked with a solemn look on her face, "Senior, what happened?" Fu Guang slowly shook his head in response. "I don't know." Yang Shui's expression only became even more solemn upon hearing that. Since even Fu Guang had no idea what was going on, it was clear that the situation was already beyond their control. "Where is Senior Wu Kuang?" she asked again. "He is not responding." Yang Shui knew that things weren't looking good. Wu Kuang was in charge of overseeing the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but he was not responding. Could it be that the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had stopped functioning? If so, it would be a disaster for the human race. Just as she was thinking of heading to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to investigate, Wu Kuang's voice came from the other side, sounding anxious and horrified. "It's awake. Be careful." These sentences instantly made Fu Guang and Yang Shui's scalps go numb. They both knew what Wu Kuang was referring to. Mo, a supreme master from the primordial era, was the source of the Black Ink clan. It was the darkness born alongside the primordial light. It was basically immortal and indestructible. The suppressing Black Ink army had always been on guard against it. In the past, Song had forced Mo into a deep slumber at the last moment using the trump card left behind by Mu. But no one knew how long this method would last. The only thing they could foresee was that this method would become ineffective sooner or later. Once that day came, Mo would completely awaken. A supreme master of the primordial era like Mo, who was likely to be in the creation realm, was not someone the mere suppressing Black Ink army could stop. Even if the human race gathered all its strength, they might not be able to stop it. Once Mo woke up, no one could guarantee that the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would continue to suppress it. By the looks of it, Mo's awakening had a great impact on the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Otherwise, they would not have lost contact with Wu Kuang for a short time. He must have been struggling with Mo for control of the grand restriction. In addition, the moment Wu Kuang issued the warning, the boundless darkness that had remained dormant in the void for 700 years suddenly started expanding, as if it had a life of its own. It looked as if a black balloon was being fiercely inflated. "Retreat!" Fu Guang shouted as horror filled his eyes. At the same time, he and Yang Shui joined forces to power the core of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, intending to drive this enormous artifact backwards. Unfortunately, the darkness was expanding at a horrible rate, and was already at the border of the suppressing Black Ink fortress before it could even start moving. A mighty dragon pressure broke out from Fu Guang, as he promptly activated a dragon clan innate divine ability. Time principles started wildly surging around him, turning into dragon patterns that swam through the void as if they wanted to freeze time. Yang Shui took action at the same time. She too cultivated the Tao of Time, so when she cooperated with Fu Guang, they complemented each other perfectly. Be that as it may, it was to no avail. They could only manage to block the darkness from advancing for a moment, before the entire suppressing Black Ink fortress was swallowed by it. Everyone in the suppressing Black Ink fortress, including Fu Guang and Yang Shui, felt their vision go dark, and soon after lost their sense of direction. Looking from a distance, the darkness was still expanding, very fast, but then complex patterns appeared on the edges of the darkness, glimmering and expanding before quickly forming a seal. Naturally, this was the power of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, a mechanism jointly set up by 10 martial ancestors of the early ancient era. It was through this mechanism that they had been able to suppress Mo for countless years. The pattern started to shrink back, but it was unable to completely suppress the surging darkness. Gradually, a stalemate was formed between them. After an unknown period, the stalemate gradually stabilized, and so did the darkness that was seething like the ocean after a tsunami. It became completely calm. In comparison, The area enveloped in the boundless darkness was undoubtedly bigger than before, but under the seal of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the boundless darkness was unable to expand further. When everything was settled, Wu Kuang's angry and distraught voice suddenly reverberated across the void. "You dare try to trick me? I'll kill you sooner or later." From Wu Kuang's perspective, he had indeed been tricked. He had been controlling the primordial heaven's source grand restriction for so many years that, with his rise in cultivation, his control of the grand restriction also increased. Although he still wasn't as strong as Tsong's, it was already pretty good. He was also constantly monitoring Mo's condition. Up until today, he was certain that Mo was still asleep. By the looks of it though, he had been tricked by Mo. Apparently, Mo's condition had changed at some point, but it had been accumulating its strength. Today it suddenly attacked, catching Wu Kuang off guard. And at that point, he discovered Mo's condition. When he realized that he had been tricked, he thought that Mo had woken up, so he warned Fu Guang. But all the current signs clearly indicated that Mo had not woken up, at least not completely. If Mo was in a deep slumber in the past, then at this moment, it was in a half-awake state. Just now when it tried to seize control of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction from Wu Kuang, it was only an instinctive reaction. Chapter 5895, The Change in the Grand Restriction. It was only an instinctive reaction while it was just half awake, but it had nearly caused Wu Kuang to lose control of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. From this, it could be seen that if Mo really woke up, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would no longer be able to contain it. Once the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was broken, the boundless darkness would start spreading without restraint. At that time, the vast black ink battlefield would be flooded by the boundless darkness. Perhaps even the 3,000 worlds would be engulfed as well. Although the boundless darkness was no longer showing any signs of abnormality after being sealed by the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After today's incident, no one knew when something similar would happen again. This incident undoubtedly indicated that Mo was not far from completely awakening. Inside the grand restriction, Wu Kuang's heart was gripped with fear and worry. He had to inform Yang Kai as soon as possible about this so that the human race could take precautions. Otherwise, it would be too late by the time Mo was awake. However, he was powerless to do so. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was extremely far away from the 3,000 worlds, so there were no effective means to communicate with each other. In the past, Yang Kai used to come here using some kind of mysterious method, but after the previous incident where a flaw had appeared in the grand restriction, there had been no news from him. It had already been nearly 1,000 years since then. From what Yang Shui had told him, Wu Kuang knew that Yang Kai had broken through his shackles in the universe furnace and successfully reached the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Be that as it may, that was of no help to the current situation. Before Wu Kuang could come up with a solution, figures were already charging out the opening in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The auras radiating from these figures were extremely powerful. Surprisingly, all of them were innate territory lords. Seeing this, Wu Kuang's heart sank. In the past, Wu Kuang had worked in concert with the suppressing Black Ink army to block the Black Ink clan from escaping the grand restriction. Even royal lords found it hard to force their way out of the opening. For the past 700 years, the Black Ink clan had not dared to not make any rash movements with only a few small fries constantly monitoring the opening. But now that the suppressing Black Ink army had been swallowed by the boundless darkness, the threat on the outside of the opening had disappeared. Even if Wu Kuang could still maintain his control over the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, he couldn't stop the Black Ink clan from rushing out. Not to mention, because of the suppressing Black Ink army, he was unable to put his entire focus on controlling the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. He had to divert some of his attention to look after the suppressing Black Ink army. Having been swallowed into the primordial heaven's source grand restriction by the darkness, it was tantamount to falling into the Black Ink clan's lair. Even if the suppressing Black Ink army had countless elites, without Wu Kuang's protection, only death was waiting for them. With his protection, they could at least survive for a little while. The only silver lining was that Wu Kuang's strength had greatly increased over the past few millennia, and he was close to the peak of the Ninth Order open heaven realm. Thanks to this, his control over the opening was stronger than ever. He was still able to prevent royal lords from making it through the opening, so the strongest Black Ink clansmen who could make it out were just the innate territory lords. As time passed, more and more Black Ink clansmen of varying strength rushed out of the opening, their faces filled with excitement and joy, like they were prisoners who had finally gained freedom after countless years of imprisonment. A portion of the Black Ink clansmen remained near the opening, while the rest quickly flew deeper into the void under the leadership of the innate territory lords. When Wuquang witnessed this, his gloomy mood suddenly lifted. He had been having a headache over how to send a warning to the human race, but he had been unable to come up with a viable plan. But apparently, he didn't need to deliver any news. The Black Ink clansmen who had left this place must have gone to support their allies who were fighting the humans. Such a huge amount of reinforcements joining the battlefield would definitely draw the human race's attention, especially the appearance of so many innate territory lords. And as long as the human race's reaction wasn't too slow, they should be able to quickly identify the root of the problem. At that time, the human race would definitely know that something had happened to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. This was the case when the innate territory lords snuck out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction last time. At that time, Wuquang's control over the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was not nearly as firm, and he did not even have an inkling about it before Yang Kai came to inform him about it. Thus, when he saw a group of Black Ink clansmen heading deeper into the void, Wuquang knew that in at most 20 or 30 years, the human race would know that something had happened to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. At that time, not to mention others, Yang Kai would definitely come here to investigate. Nonetheless, Wuquang couldn't help but feel worried. Whether the human race came to know about the mishappening of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction sooner or later, it was not going to help him in his current situation in the slightest. Right now, there were two important tasks ahead of him. Firstly, he had to do his best to ensure the safety of the suppressing Black Ink army, allowing them to hold on for as long as possible. Secondly, protecting himself. The Black Ink clansmen who stayed behind did not remain idle. These Black Ink clansmen took out unhatched Black Ink nests one after another, before innate territory lord took position in front of every Black Ink nest. Afterwards, these innate territory lords put their hands over the unhatched Black Ink nests and started infusing their strength into them, allowing them to rapidly grow bigger. Not counting the years he had spent guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Wuquang hadn't had many dealings with the Black Ink clan. The first time he had fought with the Black Ink clan was after the human race retreated to the barren territory. As a human, he had participated in the war against the Black Ink clan. It was during that battle that he had made a name for himself, relying on the treacherous and powerful heaven-devouring battle law, drawing the attention of many Ninth Order old ancestors. Later, when the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, the human race had completely shrunk their defensive line, defending just a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Wuquang for the most part had acted alone as a hunter, roaming the 3,000 worlds to kill Black Ink clansmen, getting into numerous fierce battles along the way. He might not have much contact with situations like the one before him, but he knew that if the Black Ink clan wanted to hatch Black Ink nests this way, they would need to consume a lot of resources. Except, what resources could the Black Ink clan find outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? This vast void didn't even have ambient starlight energy. It was truly a spiritless land. If the Black Ink clan wanted to extract resources, they would have to venture in the direction of the Black Ink battlefield, which would take a year or two at best. But apparently, the Black Ink clan's incubation of Black Ink nests did not require them to consume resources at all. It could also be done using the energy of the innate territory lords themselves. Innate territory lords were directly born from Mo, and contained a trace of Mo's source strength. On the other hand, the Black Ink nests similarly manifested from Mo's source strength. It could even be said that both innate territory lords and Black Ink nests shared the same source. So, devouring the innate territory lord's energy could also hatch the Black Ink nests. After a short time, the aura of every innate territory lord standing in front of the Black Ink nests became weak to the point that they were trembling. All of their energy had been absorbed by the Black Ink nests. Every single one of these powerful innate territory lords died on the spot after all of their energy had been absorbed. Immediately after, a second round of innate territory lords stepped in. This is not good, Wu Kuang thought to himself. How could he not understand the intentions of these Black Ink clansmen who had remained behind? Over the years, he had learned a lot about the Black Ink clan from the soldiers of the suppressing Black Ink army, including how the Black Ink clan created pseudo-royal lords. Wu Kuang wasn't afraid of mere innate territory lords, regardless of how many of them there were. Although the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction was a sealing array, it also had some defensive and counter-attacking capabilities. If not, when Song was stationed here all those years ago, the Black Ink clan from the Black Ink battlefield would have already retreated to attack the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction first. In that era, the human race and Black Ink clan were fighting each other in over 100 theaters. Each side had over 100 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords respectively. The Black Ink clan's overall strength during that time was extremely fearsome, but the reason they chose to fight with the human race, instead of withdrawing and attacking the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, was because doing so was futile. They would only be wasting their time and energy if they tried. During the era when Song was overseeing the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, the Black Ink clan would have had to gather several hundred royal lords if they wanted to breach the grand restriction from the outside. During that time, the Black Ink clan clearly didn't have such capital as they were always entangled with the human race. The two races had been irreconcilable enemies since ancient times and could not coexist. But it was not just about mutual blood hatred. Each race was a deadly threat to the other. Only by completely destroying the human race would the Black Ink clan have a stable space to develop and produce more royal lords, which in turn would provide them the capital to threaten the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. As for the humans, the Black Ink clan literally fed upon them, and the worlds they were born from, so there could be no compromise. When Wu Kuang took over the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction after Tsong's demise, the overall strength of the Black Ink clan had drastically fallen. They simply did not have any capital to attack the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. Until now, no matter how many innate territory lords attacked the grand restrictions, Wu Kuang would not care. Although the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction had been in disrepair for many years, this was the essence of the 10 martial ancestors' wisdom and strength. It was not so easy to breach. But if these innate territory lords became pseudo-royal lords, that would be another matter. The Black Ink clan did not need too many pseudo-royal lords either. Just 500 pseudo-royal lords working together would be able to pose a threat to the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. Once the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction was breached from the outside, the situation would become extremely dire. So when he witnessed the actions of these Black Ink clansmen, Wu Kuang knew that things had taken a turn for the worst. Nonetheless, he was in an absolutely passive position at the moment. Even if he could see through the intentions of the Black Ink clan, it was difficult for him to do anything about it. All he could do was wait and watch. As time passed, and one innate territory lord after another sacrificed themselves, the Black Ink nests grew bigger and bigger at an astonishing speed. Just as Wu Kuang had expected, these Black Ink nests were all high-ranked Black Ink nests. In just a few days, almost 300 fully matured high-ranked Black Ink nests stood tall outside of the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. During this time, Black Ink clansmen kept pouring out from the opening in the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction in a steady stream. Although the number of Black Ink clansmen coming out each time wasn't great, adding them all up made for a terrifying number. These newly emerged Black Ink clansmen also split into groups like before. Most of them flew towards the depths of the void, heading towards the 3,000 worlds, while the rest stayed behind to prepare to attack the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. Inside the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, Wu Kuang let out a sigh of relief after confirming the number of high-ranked Black Ink nests. This number was still within the limits of what he could bear, but he did not underestimate the situation. After all, he still had to divert a portion of his attention to watch over the suppressing Black Ink army, which would make it difficult for him to respond to the attacks from outside of the grand restriction. In the face of adversity, having good news like this was not too bad. As a large number of Black Ink clansmen had rushed out from the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, things had become less dangerous for the suppressing Black Ink army. Now, as long as he was paying close attention to the movements of the royal lords, Wu Kuang could basically ensure the safety of the suppressing Black Ink army. Meanwhile, outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction, after the high-rank Black Ink nests had been erected, the innate territory lords who had rushed out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction began entering them one after another, willingly walking to their deaths with a smile. Chapter 5896. Auspicious days are coming to an end. After having been fighting with each other for so many years, both the human race and Black Ink clan knew very well about each other. Apart from a few confidential pieces of information that only a few authoritative figures knew about. For instance, the Black Ink clan was able to create a pseudo-royal lord borrowing the strength of innate territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. This was no secret to the human race, and Yang Kai had even personally investigated this matter. Be that as it may, even Yang Kai was unable to figure out how the Black Ink clan used innate territory lords and high-rank Black Ink nests to create pseudo-royal lords specifically. All he knew was that the birth of a pseudo-royal lord was accompanied by the demise of many innate territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. It was only today that this secret was being played out right under Wu Kuang's nose. While he was watching on, the innate territory lords entered the high-rank Black Ink nests one after another, their auras continuously undulating before disappearing. The high-rank Black Ink nests standing tall in the void were like starving beasts that kept devouring all the innate territory lords who walked inside. As innate territory lords kept pouring in, a tremendous amount of energy accumulated inside each high-rank Black Ink nest. At some point, when a certain number of innate territory lords had walked into one of the Black Ink nests, the aura of the last innate territory lord suddenly soared, while the accumulated power in the Black Ink nest rapidly disappeared. After a while, the Black Ink nest collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Whereas the final innate territory lord had now become a pseudo-royal lord, their aura soaring to a whole new level. One pseudo-royal lord after another was born. Wu Kuang silently calculated for a moment. In order to create a pseudo-royal lord, at least 12 innate territory lords had to be sacrificed, with at most 16 being required. This number wasn't fixed, but it was always within this range. Furthermore, every time a pseudo-royal lord was born, a high-rank Black Ink nest would be consumed. Within days, almost 300 pseudo-royal lords had been created. These pseudo-royal lords didn't stop for a moment, and immediately flew straight towards the primordial heavens source grand restriction, as if they had made a prior agreement. Wu Kuang sighed in his heart. He knew that his good days had come to an end. A few days ago, after the human race's second attack on the No-Return Pass, the upper echelons of the Black Ink clan were gathered in the main conference hall of the No-Return Pass. The three royal lords were standing in the forefront, while the pseudo-royal lords were lined up below. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and gloomy. Over the past few years, the human race had attacked the Black Ink clan twice, and each time, the Black Ink clan had suffered great losses. The first time was one thing, as the human race had caught the Black Ink clan off guard by attacking with universe worlds. It was a completely new tactic the Black Ink clan had never seen before, so they could not respond immediately to it. However, the Black Ink clan had already made preparations to deal with this universe world attack before the second battle. They had even shrunk their defensive line, yet they were still unable to reverse the situation. A small stone race army of over 100 million had brought great benefits to the human race, becoming one of the keystones for their victory. Since Yang Kai was able to release over 100 million small stone race soldiers at once, it was evident that he still had more with him. From the start, the human race army was aggressively attacking, determined to retake the No-Return Pass. Now, with the help of the small stone race, they were like tigers with wings. After the last battle, even the stupidest Black Ink clansmen knew that the war was already lost. The No-Return Pass would eventually fall, and the Black Ink clan here was doomed to extermination. Over the past few thousand years, the Black Ink clan had held the initiative and absolute advantage in the war against the human race. However, things had taken a sharp turn in the last few decades. The Black Ink clan found it really hard to accept this change in the status quo. Among the three royal lords, only Mo Nayi appeared to be in a decent condition. While Mo Yu and Dia Luo's auras were slightly unstable, occasionally coughing to show their injuries. In these two battles, Mou and Xiangshan had fought with each other one-on-one twice. The latter was a newly promoted 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his strength and foundation might be worse than a veteran royal lord like the former, but he fought with his life on the line every time. Even if Mou was slightly stronger, he still took serious damage from the near-suicidal human master. The human race understood that the Black Ink clan's biggest weakness was healing. So when human race masters fought against those masters from the Black Ink clan, they frequently did so by trading injuries. The goal of this strategy was completely cut and dry. If a human was injured, they could use pills or secret techniques to recover. But if a Black Ink clansman was injured, they had to slumber inside a Black Ink nest to properly heal. However, in the face of such a shameless strategy, there was nothing the Black Ink clan could do. They could only try to be more cautious in battle and not allow the human race to succeed. As the popular adage goes, one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. In a battle, there would always come a moment in a battle when one had no choice but to take risks, no matter how careful they were. This was pretty much the case with Xiangshan in the last two battles, which had inflicted serious injuries on Mou. Of course, Xiangshan did not have it easy either. Had he not run quickly enough at the last moment, Mou had the confidence that he could kill him on the spot. The veteran royal lord Mou could barely be considered to have beaten the newly promoted 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his injuries were worth the price. In contrast, Dialua was rather miserable. His injuries were caused by the burst of intense purifying light Yongkai had created when he summoned 2 million small stone race soldiers under the cover of his spacetime river. At the time, 6 pseudo-royal lords perished, and if not for Mou-Naye's timely rescue, the total number of royal lords would now be 2. 2 of the 3 royal lords were seriously injured. Their condition could be described in just one word: miserable. The pseudo-royal lords were in an even more miserable state. At a glance, Mou-Naye found many familiar faces missing. Compared to the Grand Assembly over 20 years ago, there were 50 fewer pseudo-royal lords. In just 2 battles, 50 pseudo-royal lords had perished. This was an unprecedented loss. No matter how many pseudo-royal lords the Black Ink clan had, they would not be able to withstand such a rate of attrition. The human race did not need to engage the Black Ink clan many more times in such high-intensity battles. Perhaps the Black Ink clan would no longer be able to hold on after 3 more such fights. When the disparity in top masters reached a certain extent, it would be impossible for the Black Ink clan to hold their ground on the battlefield. The air inside the hall was extremely heavy. The shame and pressure of the battle was weighing down on all the Black Ink clansmen like a mountain. "Sir." Mou-Naye turned to Mou and asked for his permission to speak. Mou was sitting upright on his thrones of bones, his face a little pale. Hearing Mou-Naye's request, he simply raised his hand a little and weakly gave his permission. "Go on." "Yes." Mou-Naye respectfully accepted. Although he was already a royal lord and had the qualifications to sit on the same level as Mou, he had always maintained a certain degree of deference and respect towards Mou. And why not? After all, Mou had given him enough trust for so many years. When Mou-Naye was still just a pseudo-royal lord, Mou had allowed him to take complete charge of the Black Ink clan's affairs. Although this was partly because Mou was not good at managing things, Mou-Naye was still quite grateful. A true king didn't need to do things personally, but rather knew how to use others to accomplish his goals. After responding to Mou, Mou-Naye stood up and swept his gaze over the many pseudo-royal lords. The faces of the pseudo-royal lords instantly went cold as they realized that Mou-Naye had made an important decision and was about to announce it. The royal lords had probably reached a consensus on this decision, and all they needed to do was obey. As expected, Mou-Naye calmly and softly relayed his decision a moment later. That sent all the pseudo-royal lords flying into an uproar. The next battle will be the decisive one. Having relayed this, Mou-Naye just shut up and let the pseudo-royal lords argue, his heart filled with grief. He had not expected the situation to develop to this point. Originally, he had planned that even if the current Black Ink clan was not an opponent of the human race, they would still try their best to damage the enemy as much as possible. So long as they could achieve this, Even if the human race managed to take back the no-return pass, they wouldn't be able to threaten the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even if the entire Black Ink clan army at the no-return pass was sacrificed, if that guaranteed the Supreme One's dominion, so what? Gathering all of their forces and defending the no-return pass was the best way to deal with the current situation. In addition, the Black Ink clan had a certain geographical advantage at the no-return pass. As long as they acted appropriately, it shouldn't have been difficult to accomplish this. Unfortunately, the intensity and development of the battle had gone beyond imagination. First, there was the human race's strategy to bombard them using universe worlds, which turned the Black Ink clan army guarding the pass into a punching bag. And then, there was Yongkai using the massive small stone race army to offset the disadvantage of the human race's forces being far outnumbered by the Black Ink clans. With all these unexpected external factors affecting the battle, the only result awaiting the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass was continuously being worn down by the humans while the humans wouldn't suffer much loss. After at least 3 and at most 5 more battles like the one before, it would be impossible for the Black Ink clan to defend the no-return pass. Rather than being slowly bled to death by the human race like this, it would be better to go all out and perhaps even have a chance to severely damage the human race army. Mo Na-yi was not hoping for too much, but as long as they could increase the number of human casualties by 50% compared to their previous fights, then the price paid by the Black Ink clan would be worth it. Are you done arguing? After a long silence, Mo Na-yi suddenly shouted, glaring at the pseudo-royal lords. If you have any doubts, just ask. What are you all arguing about? The noisy hall immediately fell silent. After a long time, one of the pseudo-royal lords asked, Sir, may I ask if the Supreme One Soul clones will participate in the next battle? Mo Na-yi glanced at the pseudo-royal lord and indifferently replied, Of course they will. The pseudo-royal lord's expression became serious as he saw the determination of the higher-ups. In both battles, the Supreme One Soul clones had been guarding the no-return pass. Although they did provide long-range support, they never left their positions because they had to deter the 2 giant spirit gods in the barren territory. So their support was extremely limited. But if these 2 were to participate in this fight, it would become a true decisive battle. It was foreseeable that when the 2 giant spirit gods in the barren territory saw the Supreme One Soul clones' movements, they would respond in kind. Once they rushed over from the barren territory, the entire no-return pass would become a battlefield. At that time, the high-rank Black Ink nests placed here would be completely destroyed. Without the high-rank Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan would be like a river without a source, a tree without roots. This was what it meant to go all out. It was the final battle. Chapter 5897, Complete Defensive Posture. This battle was both a crisis and an opportunity to the Black Ink clan. No matter the outcome, there was only one ultimate fate waiting for the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass. And that was to be exterminated by the human race. There was only one thing they could aim for: to weaken the humans as much as possible. If they succeeded, the human race would lose the ability to launch a crusade to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Even if they failed, they would still weaken the human race, so whether they wanted to or not, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to go all out. In light of the current situation, the Black Ink clan still had a good chance of severely wounding the human race army. In the last 2 battles, the Supreme One's 2 soul clones had remained motionless. If the human race launched another attack, they might not have considered the possibility of these 2 also participating in the battle. At that time, as long as the 2 soul clones made a move at the right time, the human race army would suffer a huge blow. Of course, the 2 giant spirit gods in the barren territory would arrive shortly after, but that was now an inevitability, so it did not matter. Furthermore, it wasn't that Mo Na-yi had no plans to deal with these 2 giant spirit gods. He was confident that with enough pseudo-royal lords, they could hold off those 2 giant spirit gods for a brief moment, which would give Supreme One Soul clones enough time to bring unimaginable losses to the human race army. In the main hall, only one pseudo-royal lord asked a question, and after obtaining the answer, the pseudo-royal lords no longer spoke. Since the Supreme One Soul clones were preparing for war, the next battle would definitely be the last for the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass. Mo Na-yi continued, Judging by the timetable of the last 2 battles initiated by the human race, the next one will probably happen 2 years from now. The decisive battle is imminent, but both Sir Mou and Diyaluo are injured, putting them at a disadvantage. In order to ensure that the final battle will proceed smoothly, the 2 of them must quickly recover. Saying so, he swept his eyes over the pseudo-royal lords below. So, I need your help. Who is willing to sacrifice everything for the Supreme One? Whether it was Mou or Diyaluo, both had suffered heavy injuries. If they wanted to fully recover, they would have to slumber inside black ink nests for several decades to a century. Of course, the human race would not give them so much time, so they had to resort to other methods to quickly restore these 2 royal lords. Back in the universe furnace, when Mou fought with Yang Kai, he was cornered in a hopeless situation. But just as Yang Kai was about to kill him, Meng Ke sacrificed himself using the source fusion technique, integrating his strength into Mou, which ultimately helped the latter recover and escape. This was a secret technique that only the pseudo-royal lords and innate territory lords could use. As pseudo-royal lords were born with the help of the source fusion technique, they could use the source fusion technique to infuse their strength into other Black Ink clansmen to help them recover. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clan would never choose to sacrifice pseudo-royal lords, but desperate times called for desperate measures. They had no choice but to do so. A royal lord in perfect condition would naturally be able to play a greater role in the upcoming battle than a pseudo-royal lord. After Mou presented this question, all the pseudo-royal lords remained muted. This was also within his expectations. After all, not every pseudo-royal lord had the same courage and resolve as Meng Quebec. Furthermore, the reason Meng Ke helped Mou at that time was because he knew he was already doomed to die, so he wanted to make his death meaningful. This time, when Mou asked if they were willing to die for the 2 royal lords, even the Black Ink clansmen, who were known for their extreme loyalty to the Supreme One, had to think twice about it. Although he had already expected this, Mou was still displeased when it actually transpired before him. Thus, he coldly snorted before rebuking. It seems that you still have to weigh things in your loyalty to the Supreme One. Since that's the case, I will be the one to decide. Apparently, he was prepared for this and casually picked out 2 severely wounded pseudo-royal lords. The 2 pseudo-royal lords who had been pointed out were naturally depressed. Nonetheless, they didn't offer any resistance and immediately accepted their orders. They knew that they were picked because even if they participated in the next battle, they wouldn't be able to play much of a role due to their severe injuries. After picking 2 pseudo-royal lords, Mou seemed to be a little dispirited as he stated, waving everyone away. Go and prepare yourselves. Everything will be decided in the next battle. All the pseudo-royal lords bowed and were about to withdraw when suddenly, a profound wave of energy suddenly spread from somewhere in the no-return pass, quickly enveloping the entire hall. The next moment, a scene involuntarily emerged in the royal lords, and even the pseudo-royal lords' minds. They saw a massive shadow slumbering in the void, along with a massive number of Black Ink clansmen swarming out of the gap in the giant shadow. The Black Ink clansmen who had rushed out of the gap split into 2 teams. One team flew off into the depths of the void while the other stayed behind to hatch high-ranked Black Ink nests. Furthermore, the majority of the figures shuttling back and forth were innate territory lords. The pseudo-royal lords who were about to withdraw were all dumbfounded. And the same went for the 3 royal lords. The expressions of each of the Black Ink clansmen began to fluctuate. Soon they realized what they were seeing. This was the scene of the situation outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The huge shadow lying in the void was sealed by the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. And that gap was the breach in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The reason they were able to see this scene in their minds was all because of the Black Ink giant spirit gods. The Black Ink giant spirit gods were the Supreme One's soul clones, so even though they were far away from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, it was impossible to sever the connection between them and their true body. As such, whatever transpired at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the Supreme One's soul clones were able to quickly sense it, and then relay the scene to the minds of all the Black Ink clansmen. Witnessing their fellow clansmen bustling about outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, The faces of the 3 royal lords and all the pseudo-royal lords in the main hall gradually looked excited and joyful. A moment later, the Supreme One's soul clone's voice rang in their ears. Our true body is about to awaken. As this voice rang out, the image in their minds gradually faded away and disappeared. Inside the main hall, the pseudo-royal lords were still in bowing position. Mou, who was originally sitting on the bone throne with a dispirited look on his face, sat up straight. Diyaluo, on the other hand, was filled with unrestrained joy. Emonayi remained in a daze for a long time before bursting into laughter. His laughter was filled with joy at being able to escape from a hopeless situation. Originally, he had planned to launch a decisive battle against the human race the next time they attacked. He had planned to sacrifice everyone and everything at the no-return pass to cripple the human race army. But now it seemed that there was no need to be so anxious. Moreover, judging by the current situation, the Black Ink clansmen at the no-return pass still had a slim chance of survival in the face of the human race's aggression. So long as the no-return pass could hold out for a decade or two, their allies from the primordial heavens source grand restriction would arrive to support them. When that time came, they might be able to pincer the human race army and turn the tide, ultimately emerging as the winners of the battle. Of course, even if they were defeated, it didn't matter. The Supreme One's soul clones had already said that the main body was about to awaken. Once the Supreme One was truly awake, no matter how strong and well-equipped the human race army was, it would be useless. This universe would eventually be ruled by the Black Ink clan, and Black Ink would rule eternal. Sir. Emonayi turned around and looked towards Mou. Mou's face lit up as he nodded lightly. I guess we need to change our strategy. After obtaining the news from the Supreme One's soul clones, the original plan had to be altered drastically. It could be said that it was the best news they had heard in many years since the Black Ink clan had withdrawn their forces from the 3,000 worlds. Among all the Black Ink clansmen present, only the 2 pseudo-royal lords who had been picked out by Emonayi did not show any joy, because no matter how the situation had changed, it did not alter anything for them. Since they had been selected, they had to sacrifice themselves to heal the 2 royal lords so that they could still fight in the next battle. It had to be said that this was truly a tragedy for them. Time ticked away, and soon 2 years had elapsed. As expected, the human race army launched their third attack. Similar to the last 2 attacks, they started the battle with a bombardment of universe worlds which cleared the way and asserted pressure on the Black Ink clan's defensive line. The humans then used this opportunity to press forward. However, compared to the last 2 times, the effect of the universe world's bombardment was negligible this time. The first time, they had caught the Black Ink clan off guard, and the second time, Mi Jingluan's tactics had proven superior. But how could the Black Ink clan not be prepared against this strategy after having suffered 2 serious losses? As such, no matter what kind of tricks the human race used this time, the Black Ink clan had an appropriate response to counter it. As the universe world bombardment tactic was not very effective this time, it all came down to a battle between the 2 armies to decide the situation. Fortunately, every human race soldier had refined some small stone race soldiers over the past 2 years. Some had refined only 2 or 3, while some had refined as many as several dozen. As for the divine spirits with the great sun and moon marks, each had several tens of thousands of small stone race soldiers under their command. Under these circumstances, not only would the Black Ink clan have to face the human race army, but also the small stone race army, which was several times bigger than the human race army. The current small stone race soldiers also did not haplessly charge straight towards the enemy's ranks like they did last time. All of them had been refined by the human race soldiers and controlled properly like artifacts that the humans could move like their own limbs. As such, the pressure on the Black Ink clan army was enormous. Yang Kai was also awakened by air from his cultivation, and rushed into the territory gate to participate in the battle. This time, the Black Ink clan didn't deliberately try to stop him. Only Diyaluo was stationed at the vicinity of the territory gate with a group of pseudo-royal lords. They were responsible for restraining his movements and preventing him from destroying the nearby high-rank Black Ink nests. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that the Black Ink clan's defensive line had shrunk further. Compared to the first battle, the current defensive line of the Black Ink clan could be said to have contracted by 50%. Since the defensive line had shrunk so much, the sturdiness of each position had greatly increased. Although the human race was assisted by the small stone race army, it was not going to be that easy to reproduce the same glorious results as the last two battles. On the battlefield of the Top Masters, Mou's opponent had changed to Wei Junyang. The injuries Xiang Shan had suffered in the last two battles weren't light either, so he was unable to completely recover after just 2 years and had no choice but to let Wei Junyang take his place. What surprised Yang Kai was that Mou had almost recovered completely. It was quite strange as Mou was grievously injured last time, and it was impossible for him to heal so quickly with Black Ink Clan's recovery speed. Dia Luo's situation was the same. Yang Kai couldn't help but recall his battle with Mo Na Yi in the Universe Furnace, and form some speculations in his mind. Chapter 5898 Guess? Throughout the entire battlefield, the Black Ink Clan had assumed a full defensive stance. Regardless of how aggressive the humans were, they just focused on defending themselves, unlike the previous 2 times where they would attack whenever they found an opportunity. Yang Kai found it a little strange. It was true that the Black Ink Clan was able to reduce their own losses by completely abandoning offense and focusing on defense, but the Black Ink Clan wasn't stupid. This would only prolong their death throes, and would also greatly reduce the risk the human race army had to bear. In a huge battle like this, being completely on the defensive would definitely significantly reduce Black Ink Clan's losses, but the human race would suffer even fewer casualties as a result. This strategy was far worse than the last 2 battles, where they would still counterattack while defending, which would force the humans to be cautious in their actions. After all, the human race didn't want to suffer too much damage, which would be detrimental to their future crusade plans. How could someone as astute as Mo Na Yi use such a stupid tactic? Yang Kai was puzzled. Be that as it may, he did not have time to mull too much over it, as Dia Luo was already charging towards him leading a dozen pseudo-royal lords. Even though Yang Kai had made the Black Ink clansmen besieging him suffer great loss by sacrificing 2 million small stone race soldiers in the last battle, and had killed several pseudo-royal lords on the spot, it was not a tactic that could not be defended against. The Black Ink clan was just caught unprepared last time, as none of them had expected Yang Kai to summon so many small stone race members at once. After having been caught off guard last time, they naturally wouldn't let Yang Kai succeed once again that easily. Yang Kai was entangled with these Black Ink clansmen for a while, only displaying his strength as an ordinary Ninth Order master. Nonetheless, he still failed to find a good opportunity to break through. Helpless, he could only kill his way to the no-return pass, and then rush towards Pure Yang Pass. Just like before, the Black Ink clan had received some prior instructions, which was why when Yang Kai attempted to kill his way to the no-return pass, it was smooth and easy. He basically did not face any obstruction from the Black Ink clan. In fact, when he approached, they even took the initiative to open up a path so as to avoid provoking him into attacking. This left Yang Kai completely speechless. When he successfully arrived at Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jingluan, who was waiting for him, handed Yang Kai the space ring he had prepared in advance and couldn't help but ask, "Did you really finish all the supplies you took last time? That was quite a lot." Although the amount he had given to Yang Kai last time wasn't excessive, it wasn't small either. After all, it should have been enough for even a Ninth Order master to refine for 100 years. That amount of resources was enough for a human division to fight a local battle. My consumption is relatively fast compared to the norm, Yang Kai casually replied. As he checked the contents of the space ring, he found the amount of resources was twice what he received last time. Feeling satisfied, he carefully put it away. Mi Jingluan was also baffled by his reply. It was enough for an ordinary Ninth Order master to cultivate for 100 years. Yet Yang Kai had used them all up in 2 years. Under the current circumstances, it was naturally impossible for Yang Kai to waste even a little. In other words, there was a high chance that Yang Kai had really refined everything he was given. Mi Jinglong was very curious about how Yang Kai cultivated, but he still didn't ask. After all, matters about cultivation were always considered private. Yang Kai's crazy consumption of resources was also not a bad thing for the human race, as it meant he was rapidly increasing his strength. The Black Ink clan seems to have changed their strategy. Mi Jingluan changed the subject. What do you think? Maybe they are just struggling to survive? Yang Kai casually replied. Mi Jingluan shook his head, disagreeing. With as smart as Mo Na Yi is, he can't miss that doing so will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. The Black Ink clan's current response will only increase the time it takes for the human race to capture the no-return pass. Originally, we could have seized it within 5 battles, but now, it may take 10 or more. However, in the end, the price we will have to pay will be much smaller. In a battle where the human race wanted to capture the no-return pass, the amount of time and price to be paid was inversely related. The longer the time the human race took, the smaller the price they would have to pay. This was especially true now that the Black Ink clan had chosen to focus on defense, greatly reducing the threat they posed to the human soldiers. If the Black Ink clan focused on the bigger picture, they absolutely shouldn't have used such a strategy. Instead, they should have attacked the human race with everything they had. That way, the war here might have come to a conclusion in possibly 2 to 3 battles. Of course, even if they didn't use such a decisive strategy, it would have been wise to respond defensively and aggressively as before. Since Yang Kai could see this, Mi Jingluan naturally could as well. Then, there's only one possibility, Yang Kai firmly stated. What possibility? Mi Jingluan asked. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior brother, since you already have a guess, why are you asking me? Mi Jingluan waved him off. Just tell me. I want to know if we're thinking the same thing. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement and replied. They're buying time. Mi Jingluan's expression became solemn as he nodded. It seems we're indeed thinking the same thing. He also felt that the Black Ink clan was simply stalling for time. If they were simply trying to prolong their last hour, it would be rather meaningless. However, if the Black Ink clan had other plans, it would be quite alarming. How's the progress of the Void Guard? Yang Kai asked in a solemn voice. They are about halfway there, with nothing unexpected. Ask them to remain vigilant. Mi Jingluan's expression slightly changed. Junior brother, you mean that the primordial heavens source grand restriction? Yang Kai added. I hope not, but the Black Ink clan's current strategy is quite worrying. He turned his head towards the depths of the void as a hint of concern flickered across his face. Just as he had said, the Black Ink clan's change in strategy made everyone think that something else was going on. If the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass was simply stalling out of fear of death, it would be meaningless, but the situation would be different if they had reinforcements coming. Where could such reinforcements come from though? The Black Ink clan currently had only one source of reinforcements. The primordial heavens source grand restriction. But if that was the case, something must have happened to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. What about the suppressing Black Ink army then? Su Yan and his other wives, his little sister Yang Shui, and his 3 legacy disciples were all in the suppressing Black Ink army. Even though Yang Kai knew it would be a dangerous mission when he arranged for them to travel there, he still couldn't help but worry now. Had Old Tree not fallen into a coma, Yang Kai could have traveled through the grand ancient ruins boundary to arrive at the universe world he had placed outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction with his help. Unfortunately, Old Tree had consumed too much energy assisting Yang Kai previously, and he could no longer borrow the former's strength. In addition, Yang Kai still needed to remain in the barren territory, so that he could cooperate with Ada and Aer at the critical juncture to take down the no-return pass. He could not leave the no-return pass until the battle here had ended. Now all they could do was wait for news from the Void Guard. Since they were already halfway to the grand restriction, if something had gone wrong up ahead, they would presumably find traces of it soon. After bidding Mi Jingluan farewell, Yang Kai returned to the battlefield. Seeing Yang Kai coming back, Dialuo promptly led the dozen pseudo-royal lords out of the no-return pass to meet him. The Black Ink clan's stance against Yang Kai was pretty clear. You can come and go anywhere you want as we can't stop you, but if you want to intervene in this battle, Dialuo will lead our masters and respond accordingly. Yang Kai found it very annoying. If he really went all out, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take care of Dialuo and these pseudo-royal lords with his current strength, but if he did so, it would definitely draw the Black Ink giant spirit god's vigilance. The losses outweighed the gains. Helpless, Yang Kai had no choice but to give up on getting entangled with Dialuo. Fortunately, he still had Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability. Before Diyaluo could arrive leading the pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be seen. Right that instant, all the pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield felt insecure. Diyaluo's divine sense surged as he searched for Yang Kai's whereabouts, but to no avail. A moment later, a violent battle suddenly erupted in a certain corner of the no-return pass, followed by the aura of a pseudo-royal lord vanishing. Diyaluo suddenly looked in that direction, and happened to see Yang Kai's figure flashing past. What he saw next instantly made his eyes pop out. No one had any idea when Yang Kai had snuck back into the no-return pass, but when all the pseudo-royal lords were fighting, distracted by the opponents around them, he suddenly attacked and killed one who was stationed at the no-return pass, guarding the high-rank black ink nests while also destroying the surrounding nests in the process. In an instant, 4 high-rank black ink nests were reduced to dust, and the mid-rank black ink nests and low-rank black ink nests that originated from them soon began to wither. Diyaluo cursed in his heart. He had already led his team over to intercept Yang Kai, so it was too late for him to return to provide aid. While it would only take a few breaths to return, Yang Kai could do unimaginable damage to the no-return pass in such a span of time. However, a tide of black ink strength surged towards Yang Kai's location at that moment, whereupon Yang Kai's disappearing figure strangely reappeared. Immediately after, a powerful aura locked onto him before reaching him and engaging him in battle. Emonai. Diyaluo and his team were specifically keeping a close watch on Yang Kai's movements. Mou and Wei Junyang were locked in a fierce battle, while Emonai had been overseeing the no-return pass, giving the latter a clear picture of the overall situation. When Yang Kai flew over from Pure Yang Pass and disappeared, Emonai went on high alert. Although he couldn't stop Yang Kai's initial attack, he had managed to interrupt his instantaneous movement technique at the right time moment and drag him out of the void. Annoyed and frustrated, Yang Kai could not help but click his tongue as he watched Diyaluo and the dozen pseudo-royal lords rush back towards him. He had no choice but to fight while retreating towards the territory gate. Emonai also withdrew his hand at the appropriate moment, facing off against Yang Kai from a distance. Soon Diyaluo arrived and stood next to Emonai, his face filled with anger. Yang Kai had so easily cheated him, causing the no-return pass to lose a pseudo-royal lord and several high-rank black ink nests. This made him look incompetent. 2 royal lords and a dozen pseudo-royal lords. Such a magnificent lineup was there just to keep an eye on one person. In the entire human race, only Yang Kai could receive such an honor. Chapter 5899, Something Went Wrong. From the moment the human race army first launched an attack on the no-return pass, they basically had maintained the frequency of battles at every 2 years. In the first 2 battles, the human race managed to score huge wins and kill a large number of Black Ink clansmen thanks to the Universe World Bombardment strategy and the Small Stone Race army. In each battle, they had managed to kill between 20 to 30 pseudo-royal lords. Although the human race had also lost many 8th Order masters in the process, it was well worth it. If the human race could replicate this kind of situation, they were confident in taking down the no-return pass within a decade. However, how could everything go smoothly in such a large-scale war which involves millions of lives? In the third battle, the Black Ink clan completely changed their strategy, shrinking their defense line to its utmost limit and assuming a completely defensive posture. They were like a tortoise with its head and limbs tucked into its shell. In this kind of situation, it was difficult for the human race to achieve anything even with a wide range of tactics. The situation remained the same for the 4th and 5th battles in the ensuing years. The human race army even deliberately showed openings at certain places on the battlefield, trying to lure the Black Ink clan army into attacking. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan remained as steady as a rock in the face of such temptation, completely unmoved by this seemingly easy victory. Although the human race could forcefully storm the defense line, that would undoubtedly result in massive casualties. The human race was left with no other choice. Since the Black Ink clan had opted for a defensive strategy, they could only slowly wear down the enemy forces. The only silver lining in this was that the human race had complete control of the situation in this kind of battle, allowing them to reduce their losses to an extremely low level. Of course, aside from the faint uneasiness in his heart, Yang Kai was more than happy to see this kind of situation. He would have more time to cultivate and grow stronger the longer the battle dragged on. He had his own temporal river inside which the flow of time was 30 times faster than the outside world. He would cultivate inside the temporal river after every battle, giving him a full 60 years to cultivate after each fight, allowing him to refine massive amounts of resources which helped constantly grow his strength. In the 10th year of the human race army's campaign against the No-Return Pass, after the 6th battle ended, Yang Kai was refining and cultivating in his temporal river which stretched across the void just like before. But suddenly, a tremor came from outside, waking Yang Kai up. This was the signal he had agreed upon with giant spirit god Aer. As he was completely absorbed in cultivation inside the temporal river, Yang Kai knew nothing about the outside world, and had to be informed by Aer. Every time the human race launched an attack on the No-Return Pass, Aer had used this method to awaken him. Feeling this familiar signal, Yang Kai quickly ended his cultivation and rushed out from the river. Seeing him emerge, the nearby Aer pointed towards the territory gate. As Yang Kai turned his head and gazed through the territory gate, he noticed faint traces of a battle on the other side. He had seen this scene many times already. Every time the human race launched an attack, he would enter the No-Return Pass from the barren territory and single-handedly restrain many masters from the Black Ink clan. Except, a frown had appeared on his brow this time, because it was not yet time to attack. Although he was absorbed in cultivation inside the temporal river, he could still feel the passage of time. In the past, he had been able to cultivate for roughly 60 years before the human race launched another assault. However, only 10 years had passed inside the river of time this time. In other words, it had only been 4 months since the last battle. This had never happened before. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become grave as he realized that something unforeseen had occurred. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't have rashly changed their strategy. In a flash, he rushed towards the territory gate, but he didn't forget to turn around and warn Aer before disappearing. Keep an eye on those two. If they dare to leave, you must promptly come over. Aer repeatedly nodded, agreeing in a resonant voice. Ada also chimed in, but Yang Kai believed that he didn't really understand it. Just like the past few times, the moment Yang Kai stepped out of the territory gate, a dozen or so powerful auras locked onto him. With Dia Luo in the lead, a dozen pseudo-royal lords gathered around him, standing in combat readiness. Yang Kai had to fight with these guys in every battle, but because he had always been hiding his strength, he had never been able to do anything to them. Nonetheless, he had still managed to kill a few pseudo-royal lords after so many battles of wits and courage, so it wasn't a complete loss. Their main goal was to restrain Yang Kai to deprive him of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the other pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, they were also afraid of Yang Kai's method of sacrificing small stone race soldiers, so they rarely had any direct confrontation with him. Most of the time, they would only use their auras to interfere, attacking him from a distance. However, things were different this time around. The moment Yang Kai appeared, Dia Luo shouted, "Attack!" Unexpectedly, they were the first to charge at Yang Kai. Although the dozen pseudo-royal lords were clearly afraid of Yang Kai, they still braced themselves and followed after Dia Luo. The reason for this change was because of the human race army's strange movements. For the past 10 years, the humans had launched a battle every 2 years, with no exceptions. But this time, the human race army had actually launched an attack on the No-Return Pass just 4 months after the last battle. Obviously, something had gone wrong. There must be a reason for this deviation. Mo Na Yi, who commanded and deployed the Black Ink clan army, might not be able to figure out what the human race was up to, but it didn't stop him from changing his strategy. While keeping their original defensive strategy unchanged, he ordered Dia Luo and his squad to try their best to stop Yang Kai from meeting up with the human race's higher-ups. This was quite a difficult task, and if possible, Dia Luo would have declined this mission. In the past, all they had to do was restrain Yang Kai. So long as they were careful enough, they wouldn't be in too much danger. But this time, they would have to face him head-on if they wanted to prevent Yang Kai from meeting with the human race's upper echelons. This was not only a difficult task, but also a very dangerous one. Dia Luo still vividly remembered his first encounter with Yang Kai, and how he was severely injured by the latter. Nonetheless, This mission had to be carried out by him. Mou was entangled by Wei Junyang and was unable to escape. Mo Na-yi was responsible for coordinating the army and couldn't easily take action. Only he, the most inexperienced royal lord, could and had to face the killing star. Fortunately, Mo Na-yi had also assured that if the situation became critical, he would come to assist him at a moment's notice. A battle instantly broke out, the aftershocks spreading in all directions. Fortunately, there were still pseudo-royal lords guarding the no-return pass. Otherwise, a large number of black ink nests would have been destroyed. Having fought with Yang Kai many times already, Dialua was well aware of his opponent's strength. This killing star was far stronger than any other Ninth Order master, and even with so many pseudo-royal lords working together, this battle was still extremely difficult. When Yang Kai summoned the small stone race army and activated Purifying Light, Dialua and the pseudo-royal lords who had been on guard promptly scattered and fled. A glaring light flashed and enveloped the entire sky, but by the time it faded away, Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared. Seeing this, Dialua, who was still very much on guard, let out a sigh of relief. He and the other pseudo-royal lords had already tried their best, but they still couldn't stop Yang Kai, and it was definitely not because they were slacking on their duties. According to their past experiences, Yang Kai should have appeared at Pure Yang Pass by now. On the walls of Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jingluan, who was quietly waiting, suddenly noticed something nearby and immediately sent out a divine sense transmission. "Don't show yourself, just listen to me." Yang Kai, who had snuck in here with the help of the Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, immediately stopped in place and sent a divine sense message back. "I'm here." Confirming that Yang Kai had arrived nearby, Mi Jingluan finally let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of deliberation, he continued, "Our previous worries have been confirmed." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became grave and solemn. "The primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Mi Jingluan stared at the battlefield and imperceptibly nodded. "And the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" When the Black Ink clan suddenly changed their strategy and completely focused on defense during the third battle, their actions had left Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan a little baffled, but it also caused them to become vigilant. In the following conversation, the two of them both agreed that someone as smart as Mo Na-yi was well aware that the Black Ink clan would not be able to defend the no-return pass, and would definitely not employ such a stupid strategy. Doing so would only delay the inevitable, and would not affect the final outcome of the war. In fact, it would even allow the human race to win at a smaller price. Only if the Black Ink clan was waiting for reinforcements would such actions make sense. In this vast universe, if the Black Ink clan really had reinforcements, they would definitely come from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Unfortunately, no one had any inkling on the situation at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The only thing the human race could do was wait for the Void Guard, who were laying space arrays along the way, to reach the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and investigate the situation. According to the schedule though, the Void Guard should have yet not reached the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. At best, they should be about 75% of the way there, so it should have been impossible for them to obtain any news. A message came from the Void Guard. They discovered a large number of Black Ink clansmen rushing towards the no-return pass from the direction of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Mi Jingluan said, "They should have all escaped from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Furthermore, their overall strength is very high." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. There really was something wrong with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Black Ink clansmen to escape in such large numbers. Did Mo wake up? What about Wu Kuang? What about the suppressing Black Ink army? Yang Kai's emotions were suddenly in turmoil. Yang Kai had been considering when Mo would wake up for a long time, but he couldn't be certain of such a thing, nor had he gained anything from probing Mo Na-yi. Perhaps Mo Na-yi himself didn't know any more than he did. Right now, Yang Kai could not rely on the World Tree, so even if he wanted to go to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to assess the situation, he couldn't. His previous worries had come true, and the favorable situation of the human race had suddenly become uncertain. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Yang Kai stated, The problem with the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction should have occurred 5 or 6 years ago. Chapter 5900, Investigation. It should be. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. During the third battle, the Black Ink clan suddenly changed their strategy and went into full defensive mode, which Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan found quite strange. However, if the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass got word from the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction that help was on the way, everything would make sense. Since they knew about the reinforcements coming from the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, they had opted for an all-out defensive strategy. As long as they could hold on until reinforcements arrived, they might be able to execute a pincer attack on the human race and catch them off guard, thereby turning the tables on them. It wasn't hard for the Black Ink clan to get the news about the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. Black Ink nests not only had the ability to spawn Black Ink clansmen, but this strange thing also held another advantage in transmitting information that could not be matched by any other known means. Judging by the situation, the Black Ink clan's response was undoubtedly correct. As long as they continued to defend at the No Return Pass, they would be able to hold out for more than a decade until reinforcements arrived. The only way this wouldn't happen is if the human race decided to launch an all-out attack to take down the No Return Pass at all costs before their reinforcements arrived. Does that mean that the Void Guard encountered the Black Ink clan's reinforcements? Was there a clash? Yang Kai asked. Mi Jingluan quickly replied. Not for the time being. The Void Guard don't have many people, but each of them is a master who would be prudent in their actions. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan army is marching straight ahead, heading right towards their goal without trying to hide themselves. After the Void Guard discovered the situation, they immediately sent back a warning, and then began monitoring the progress of the Black Ink clan reinforcements. However, the deployment of the space arrays will be delayed because of this. This was something that couldn't be helped. According to the original plan, the Void Guard under Li Wuyi's lead would set up space arrays all along the way to the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. This way would make it much more convenient for the human race to attack the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction after conquering the No Return Pass, saving them all the time which would have been wasted in transit. But now that they had encountered the Black Ink clan reinforcements halfway, setting up the space arrays had to be delayed. In fact, they even had to remove their own traces to prevent the Black Ink clan reinforcements from discovering anything. The moment Mi Jingluan received the Void Guard's message, he realized the gravity of the situation and immediately launched the 7th attack. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to contact Yang Kai. It could be said that the reason this battle was happening was because Mi Jingluan wanted to contact Yang Kai. As for dealing damage to the No Return Pass, that was inconsequential today. Yang Kai sank into contemplation. Something must have happened to the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, but no one knows exactly what. The only thing that's apparent from the current situation is that the suppressing Black Ink army is in trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Black Ink clansmen to escape. In the worst-case scenario, Mo is completely awake and has broken out of the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, while the suppressing Black Ink army has been completely wiped out. Suppressing the worry and pain in his heart, Yang Kai tried his best to find a glimmer of clarity in this chaotic situation. After a long time, he finally spoke. It should still take the Black Ink clan reinforcements over a decade more to arrive at the No Return Pass, so the situation isn't that bad. But what will come, Mi Jingluan softly replied. We must seize the No Return Pass before the Black Ink clan reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, once they get here and the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass make a move, we will be facing attacks on 2 fronts. If that really happened, not to mention attacking the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction, it would be difficult to say whether the human race army would be able to make it out alive. Be that as it may, it was extremely difficult to take down the No Return Pass in the current situation. The entirety of the No Return Pass had been set up like a tortoise shell by Mo Na Yi, with no gap for the human race to exploit. Even after so many battles, the Black Ink clan had only suffered some superficial wounds. Mi Jingluan continued. On the bright side, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. Yang Kai nodded. This is indeed an advantage. It might not even have occurred to the Black Ink clan reinforcements that their movements have been exposed. One had to admit that establishing a special organization like the Void Guard before the war, and making them lay space arrays along the way in advance was truly a stroke of luck. If it weren't for the fact that the Void Guard had set out in advance, and accidentally encountered the Black Ink clan reinforcements along the way, perhaps the enemy would have arrived without the human race's knowledge. That would have been a total disaster. Senior brother. Yang Kai called out. I want to check on these reinforcements. You're going personally? Mi Jingluan was slightly taken aback. I've already sent someone to investigate. Yang Kai asserted. I can only rest assured after checking them personally. I need to verify some things. I hope the situation hasn't reached a critical point yet. Mi Jingluan thought about it for a moment before acceding. Okay, but if you don't show your face for a long time, there is no guarantee that Mo Na Yi won't notice your absence. That's fine. But senior brother still needs to devise a new strategy and prolong the battle until my return. Once I'm back we can end things here for the moment. That won't be a problem, Mi Jingluan readily agreed. Right now the Black Ink clan is only focusing on defense. The initiative is in our hands, so we can decide when to end the fighting. I'll have to trouble you with this then, senior brother. As Yang Kai finished speaking, he surged his strength and flew away. A moment later, he arrived at the temporary human race camp located 3 days away, where there was a universe temple with a space array. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, the 2 void guards who were stationed here were both stunned, as there shouldn't have been a reason for him to appear here at this time. Be that as it may, they didn't ask any questions. They just readied the space array under Yang Kai's instructions, and let him teleport away. With each teleportation, Yang Kai went deeper and deeper into the Black Ink battlefield. The Void Guard had left behind dozens of universe temples in the void over the years, and each was within the range of the previous space array. Each universe temple was further hidden by a grand array. So in this vast void, if one did not specifically search for it, it would be difficult to find any traces of the space arrays. Furthermore, even if one of the universe temples was destroyed for some unknown reason, it was not that big of a problem. The Void Guard still had spare universe temples with them, and they could easily rush to the damaged location and re-establish the link. Having said that, this kind of long-distance teleportation using the universe temples was a little taxing on ordinary cultivators. If one's cultivation wasn't sufficient, they would need to rest for a while after a few subsequent teleportations. In addition, the space arrays themselves would also need frequent maintenance for such intense usage. Fortunately, it was not that troublesome for Yang Kai as he was proficient in the Tao of space, so this kind of teleportation posed no pressure to him. After dozens of teleportations, Yang Kai arrived at the leading temple less than 3 days later. There were quite a few Void Guards stationed there, numbering in dozens. Originally, they were tasked with arranging more space arrays further up ahead, but due to some unforeseen circumstances along the way, they had all been stuck here. Seeing Yang Kai, everyone who had been a little anxious all this time, seemed to have found their pillar of support. All of them calmed down and bowed in unison. Tao Lord. Miao Fei Ping stepped forward to take charge. Where's Li Wuyi? Yang Kai looked around but didn't see Li Wuyi anywhere. Miao Fei Ping quickly explained. Senior brother Li is monitoring the movements of the Black Ink clan reinforcements with a few junior brothers. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. Is the other party aware of you? Miao Fei Ping shook his head in response. I don't think so. Senior brother Li has given them a wide berth all this time. The moment he noticed the Black Ink clan reinforcements, he immediately ordered us to conceal ourselves while retreating to this position. The Black Ink clan probably never thought they would be discovered in such a place, so their vigilance is lacking. Although he had obtained some information from Mi Jingluan, after hearing it straight from Miao Fei Ping, Yang Kai was finally a little relieved. As long as the Void Guard's whereabouts were not discovered, there was still room to maneuver. How do I find Li Wuyi? Yang Kai asked again. Miao Fei Ping immediately took out a space beacon and stated, handing it to Yang Kai. Senior brother Li has the corresponding space beacon on him. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took it. However, he didn't immediately use it to teleport. After all, he was completely unaware of the situation on Li Wuyi's side. If he were to rashly teleport to his position, their whereabouts might be exposed. Yang Kai activated the space beacon for a brief moment before withdrawing his energy, giving Li Wuyi a sign that someone was about to teleport over. If it was safe, Li Wuyi would definitely respond. After patiently waiting for a moment, the space beacon in Yang Kai's hand flickered. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement and activated the space beacon. The next moment, space principles undulated before Yang Kai vanished. In the void, several figures were using their own space secret techniques to conceal their figures and auras. Under this kind of concealment, it was basically impossible for the Black Ink clan reinforcements to detect their presence. The leader of these figures was none other than Li Wuyi. At this moment, he was holding a space beacon in his hand, a little puzzled as to why someone from the nearest universe temple would send such a signal. But the next moment he understood. As space principles fluctuated, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. When Li Wuyi saw who it was, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He knew that after he sent the news back, Supreme Commander Mi would send someone to investigate, but he had never thought that it would be Yang Kai himself. The Void Guard were about to bow to Yang Kai when he waved them off and instead asked Li Wuyi, "Where are they?" Li Wuyi pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in that direction, and indeed noticed a billowing mass of black ink clouds. He also saw an army of black ink clansmen rushing forward. From a distance, it looked like a huge sea of darkness was racing through the void. Yang Kai was secretly shocked as there was a huge number of black ink clansmen, at least 10 million of them. This number might not be much compared to the number of black ink clansmen participating in the main war. However, if all of these reinforcements were masters rather than cannon fodder, it would be a terrifying force indeed. Chapter 5901. Not that bad. The Black Ink clan's method of classification was different from that of the human race. The human race had distinct names for each cultivation realm, and although the Black Ink clan's classification was also based on strength, the divisions below the feudal lords were quite rough and broad. For instance, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen included all the Black Ink clansmen who were equivalent to Open Heaven realm humans at or below the Third Order. High-rank Black Ink clansmen corresponded to humans from the Fourth Order to the Sixth Order. Only when they became feudal lords would they be differentiated separately, which corresponded to the humans' Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Territory lords were equivalent to the Eighth Order, and royal lords to the Ninth Order. As Black Ink clansmen below the low rank, they were all just lumped together as Black Ink serfs. Generally speaking, such Black Ink clansmen were just born recently from Black Ink nests, and had not had much time for growth. In every battle between the human race and Black Ink clan, these serfs were basically just sent out to die. They were the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder, and their deaths would consume the strength of the human race, while spreading Black Ink's strength, to create an advantageous environment for the main Black Ink clan army. Li Wuyi had no idea how strong the Black Ink clan army of 10 million that had rushed over from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was. After all, he couldn't get too close to investigate, but from the information he had gathered, the overall strength of this Black Ink clan army was probably the strongest that the human race had ever seen, because he could clearly feel terrifying auras coming from within this army, even from such a huge distance. This was undoubtedly the auras of the pseudo-royal lords. Is there a royal lord? Yang Kai asked via divine sense. Li Wuyi shook his head. I'm not sure. Because the pseudo-royal lords couldn't control their own strength, they couldn't restrain their auras. Royal lords, on the other hand, could do precisely that. So, even if there were royal lords in the midst of this army, Li Wuyi wouldn't be able to detect them. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suggested, "You stay here, I'll go take a look." Li Wuyi immediately nodded, "Be careful." He was well aware of Yang Kai's capabilities, so there was nothing to worry about. In addition, with the help of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, it could be said that no one was more suited for scouting than Yang Kai. The next moment, Yang Kai activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, concealing his figure and aura as he flew towards the rapidly advancing Black Ink army. Even from afar, this surging Black Ink army was extremely vast, and after approaching it, one could further feel its oppressiveness. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived near the Black Ink clan army, closing to a distance of just 1 million kilometers away. This was quite close, but also had a decent safety margin. before confirming whether there was a royal lord present in this Black Ink clan army or not. This was already the limit. If Yang Kai moved any closer, even with the support of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, he might arouse the Black Ink clan's suspicion. The billowing black ink tide rapidly flowed across Yang Kai's field of vision, and upon closely investigating, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. From a distance, Yang Kai only knew that there were many pseudo-royal lords in this army, but it was difficult to estimate exactly how many there were. However, Yang Kai could clearly feel them at such a close distance. There were almost 300 pseudo-royal lords. An army of 10 million with 300 pseudo-royal lords. Such a lineup was comparable to the entire Black Ink clan in the 3000 worlds when it was at its peak. Not only were there pseudo-royal lords, but there were also quite a lot of innate territory lords and even ordinary territory lords, as well as an astonishing number of feudal lords. Yang Kai didn't find a single low-rank Black Ink clansman. Even the weakest soldiers here were high-rank Black Ink clansmen. This discovery made his heart a little heavy. The Black Ink clan army in front of them could only be described as an elite force, the most powerful army the human race had ever encountered. Even the Black Ink clan army currently defending the no-return pass was inferior to this army. Are there any true royal lords? Yang Kai continued to observe. The reason he had personally come here to investigate was to find out about this matter, as it was of utmost importance to the future of the human race. Although the auras radiating from the pseudo-royal lords were almost the same as those of the real royal lords, if one observed carefully enough, they would still be able to distinguish the two. The auras of the pseudo-royal lords and the royal lords were almost the same in terms of the strength, but the pseudo-royal lords' auras fluctuated quite a lot, unlike true royal lords. Someone like Yang Kai, who often dealt with royal lords and pseudo-royal lords, could tell the difference at a glance. Maintaining a distance of 1 million kilometers, Yang Kai kept pace with the huge Black Ink clan army, while constantly observing. It took about half a day for Yang Kai to finally conclude his observation. He did not find any trace of a true royal lord. Still not at ease, Yang Kai closed the distance between himself and the Black Ink clan army and deliberately released a trace of his aura, ensuring that even if a royal lord noticed it, he could immediately conceal himself again. After a while, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He could conclude that there were no royal lords in this Black Ink clan army, allowing him to breathe a long sigh of relief. From the looks of it, the situation was not as bad as he had thought. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction had not completely collapsed. If the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been completely broken, the Black Ink clan would not be sending pseudo-royal lords, but true royal lords. The fact that there wasn't a single true royal lord amongst the Black Ink clan army of 10 million here was incontrovertible proof of this. Be that as it may, it was an undeniable fact that there must be something wrong with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Something similar to when the innate territory lords had escaped last time, but on a much bigger scale. Looking at the massive Black Ink cloud passing by, Yang Kai suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and quietly withdrew. Although he could launch an attack right now and catch this Black Ink clan army off guard, he was still just one man. Even if the nearby Li Wuyi and the others of the Void Guard came to support him, they would not be able to do much damage to this force. Furthermore, once Yang Kai made a move here, word would definitely spread to the no-return pass. At that time, the human race would lose the intelligence advantage of having discovered the Black Ink clan reinforcements. The Black Ink clan reinforcements would take at least 10 years to reach the no-return pass, so there was no need to disturb them yet. Returning to Li Wuyi's side, Yang Kai ordered, setting up the space array is temporarily postponed. The Void Guard's new mission is to monitor the movements of these Black Ink clan reinforcements. Yes, Li Wuyi replied solemnly. Also leave a few people here to continue monitoring this place. Li Wuyi quickly understood Yang Kai's worries. Are you worried that there are other Black Ink clan reinforcements on their way? Right now, the human race had only discovered one batch of Black Ink clan reinforcements, but no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be more. Leaving behind some people here to monitor was a necessity to not be caught off guard. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. That's right. Other than that, I need you to go to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and investigate the situation there. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to personally investigate the situation. But even though the Void Guard had already traveled about 75% of the way there, they were still quite far from the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction. Even with Yang Kai's top speed, a round trip would probably require several months. The battle in the no-return pass was still ongoing. Mi Jingluan could still cover his disappearance if it was limited to a few days. So he had some time to return yet, but a few months would be too long. It was hard to say if Mo Na Yi wouldn't be able to guess some things if that much time elapsed with no sign of Yang Kai showing up. If it was just a few days, even someone as smart and shrewd as Mo Na Yi might not be able to imagine that Yang Kai had run to this position and met the Black Ink Clan reinforcements. After all, the existence of the Void Guard was a secret to the Black Ink Clan. Understood, Li Wui nodded. Be extremely careful on the way there, Yang Kai exhorted. Li Wui lightly chuckled. Although your current cultivation is higher than mine, I've lived longer than you. Don't underestimate me. Yang Kai was speechless. I don't mean that. I know. Li Wui casually smiled. Then I'll take my leave first. Saying so, he activated his own instantaneous movement technique and disappeared. After Li Wui left, Yang Kai gave a few more instructions to the remaining Void Guard before returning to the nearest Universe Temple. The Void Guard there promptly came to greet him, after which Yang Kai informed them of their new mission, which they all accepted in unison. After everything was settled, Yang Kai used the space array to teleport back to the no-return pass. The battle was still raging at the no-return pass, as Mo Na Yi was paying close attention to every subtle change in the battlefield as lingering doubts built up in his heart. The human race had launched an attack on the no-return pass just 4 months after their previous assault, which had broken their established pattern greatly. He was unable to figure out what the human race was up to, but judging by the current situation, everything was proceeding normally. The human race was attacking the no-return pass as usual, and the Black Ink Clan was defending as usual, just like the previous several battles. However, Mo Na Yi always had a nagging feeling that a layer of fog was clouding his vision, and behind this fog was a truth he couldn't figure out. Nonetheless, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't dispel this fog. The reason behind this was the lack of information. The human race had already sighted the Black Ink Clan reinforcements, and the Void Guard were now closely monitoring them. The Black Ink Clan, on the other hand, believed that they had hidden themselves well. Even if Mo Na Yi was incredibly shrewd, it would have never occurred to him that the human race would actually have a special organization like the Void Guard that was setting up space arrays leading to the Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction since 10 years ago. It would also not have occurred to him that the human race had launched the 7th attack only because Mi Jingluan wanted to get Yang Kai's attention to warn him of the Void Guard's discovery. There was simply no other hidden meaning behind it. Mo Na Yi's thoughts were clouded by first impressions. From beginning to end, he believed that the human race was up to something, so the more he thought about it, the more he spiraled in worry rather than simply assuming the simplest answer was the correct one. The only thing he got right was that it must have something to do with Yang Kai. Because after this battle had begun, Yang Kai disappeared without a trace after killing his way out of the no-return pass. At first, many of the pseudo-royal lords were still on guard against Yang Kai's sneak attacks, but since then the latter never appeared even when many good opportunities had appeared. The Black Ink Clan had no idea where he had gone. Mo Na Yi had also been paying close attention to the situation at Pure Yang Pass. In the past, whenever there was a big battle, Yang Kai would run over to Mi Jingluan's side and communicate with him. But this time, even that did not happen. Chapter 5902, Storming the No-Return Pass. Of course, if Yang Kai was intentionally hiding, Mo Na Yi would not be able to find his trace from such a distance. But Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen even after several days of fighting. What is he doing? From Mo Na Yi's point of view, the more he could not spot Yang Kai, the more suspicious things became. At this time, Yang Kai had already returned to Pure Yang Pass after a series of space array teleportations. Hiding near Mi Jingluan, Yang Kai began to give him a summary of what he had discovered on this trip and his own conjectures. Mi Jingluan's expression became extremely solemn after hearing Yang Kai's account of the situation. According to the information Yang Kai had gathered, Once the elite Black Ink Clan reinforcements reached the battlefield and coordinated with the Black Ink Clan at the No-Return Pass, the human race army would not be able to resist. If the Black Ink Clan attacked the human race from two sides at that time, the human race would neither be able to advance or retreat. Fortunately, the reinforcements were still far off and would take a decade or so to reach this place at their current pace. What made Mi Jingluan even happier was the absence of true royal lords in the Black Ink Clan reinforcements. In light of this, Yang Kai's speculation that the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction hadn't completely collapsed must be correct. But that begged the question: how much longer could the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction remain standing? Originally, the assault on the No-Return Pass was going quite well, but at this moment, Mi Jingluan could feel a dark storm brewing on the horizon. Rubbing his forehead, Mi Jingluan asked, "Junior brother, what are your thoughts?" Yang Kai looked towards the front line that kept being pushed by both sides before slowly speaking his thoughts. "We have to end this battle as soon as possible." Mi Jingluan's brow couldn't help but furrow as he muttered, "But many people will die." Yang Kai looked down. The longer this battle drags on, the greater the hidden dangers of the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction will become. Moreover, the number of deaths over these years has already reached an astonishing number, hasn't it? Mi Jingluan remained silent. He was well aware of the current circumstances and what the most sensible decision was. Nonetheless, he still felt reluctant to give the order because he knew that once he did, many soldiers would have to pay for it with their lives. As the saying goes, there is no place for kindness in leading an army. Mi Jingluan knew he was not a benevolent person. Over the years, there had been many instances where he had no choice but to issue cruel and merciless orders. But if not for those orders, the human race would not be able to create the greatest results with the least cost. Every soldier who had died on the battlefield had died a worthy death. As the supreme commander of the army who was ultimately responsible for issuing orders, Mi Jingluan always felt guilty towards these dead soldiers, but he never felt guilt towards the human race as a whole. But the current situation was different. If he issued this order, millions of brave human soldiers would surely die. That was an enormous number. The weight of this was so heavy that even someone like Mi Jingluan found it difficult to bear. However, the source of the Black Ink Clan disaster was not the No-Return Pass, but the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. Although the human race could maintain this kind of offense and take down the No-Return Pass in a decade or so with only minimal sacrifices, who could say that nothing would happen to the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction within those 10 years? If something irreversible happened at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction over the next decade, even if the human race managed to capture the No-Return Pass, it would prove meaningless. At that time, the losses would be even greater. Mi Jingluan clearly understood all of this, but he could not get over the fact that all they needed was another 10 years. The war between the human race and the Black Ink Clan had raged for millions of years. Compared to that, 10 years was a blink of an eye. However, at this critical juncture, 10 years became an unbearable delay. Even Mi Jingluan, who had always appeared as a cultured and scholarly gentleman in front of the world, couldn't help but curse in his heart to alleviate his frustration. Right now, the only silver lining for the human race army was that the Black Ink Clan had been greatly weakened after having fought 6 battles over the past decade. Not to mention anything else, just the number of pseudo-royal lords who had fallen in this decade had already crossed the 100 mark, while the number of feudal lords and territory lords who had perished was many times that number. The main reason for this was because the Black Ink Clan had suffered massive casualties in the first 2 battles. In the later battles, the Black Ink Clan had always been on defense, so their losses weren't as significant, but they still suffered some. As such, if the human race really decided to launch an all-out attack, throwing all caution to the wind, it shouldn't be a problem to take down the No-Return Pass. How do we deal with the Black Ink Giant spirit gods? Mi Jingluan asked, suppressing his chaotic thoughts. If they wanted to occupy the No-Return Pass, they would ultimately have to confront the Black Ink Giant spirit gods. They could not avoid this hurdle. During these past 10 years, whether it was the human race or the Black Ink Clan, both sides had never fully committed their forces to the battle, always holding back their trump cards. The Black Ink Clan needed to stall for time for their reinforcements to arrive. The human race, on the other hand, wanted to minimize their casualties as much as possible, but at the same time, they didn't want to expand the scale of the battle to the point where the black ink giant spirit gods would be dragged in. With their mutual interest aligned, the strongest masters acted with restraint. Because of their geographical advantage, the black ink giant spirit gods would occasionally provide timely but limited assistance to the black ink clan. Ada and Aer, on the other hand, simply watched from across the territory gate. I'll cooperate with Ada and Aer. I can't say that I can kill them, but it's possible to pin them down, Yang Kai replied. Mi Jingluan nodded his acknowledgement upon hearing this. If Yang Kai really managed to accomplish this feat, the human race's casualties would be significantly reduced. After the humans had routed the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass, they could easily take care of the Black Ink giant spirit gods. Senior brother, have you made your decision? Yang Kai asked. Mi Jingluan stared at the battlefield for a long time before aguishly lamenting. How did things develop to this point? Yang Kai remained silent. A moment later, Mi Jingluan stated in a grim and heavy voice, now that it has come to this, we can only go all out. Fortunately, he had not remained idle and unprepared these years. In a battle, a qualified commander could anticipate all scenarios and make preparations for every contingency. Of course, Mi Jingluan had never expected reinforcements to be on their way from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so he had devised what to do if the human race was forced to take down the No Return Pass in a short time. Having been forced to this step, all he needed to do was to put the appropriate strategy into action. Of course, just because Mi Jingluan had planned for this, didn't mean things would go as he anticipated. No one had expected that the curtains to the final battle of the human race's attack on the No Return Pass would open this way. Yang Kai stated, since that's the case, I will go and try to eliminate as many pseudo-royal lords as possible. Senior brother, please give the order. Mi Jingluan imperceptibly nodded his affirmation. The next moment, Yang Kai's aura vanished, whereupon Mi Jingluan raised his hand slightly. The messenger standing behind him instantly stepped forward and respectfully greeted, Supreme Commander Mi. Mi Jingluan's low voice rang out. Relay my orders to all armies. The messenger's expression became serious as perked up his ears, attentively listening. However, Mi Jingluan remained silent for a long time before the messenger finally heard Mi Jingluan's firm and determined voice. Prepare to storm the No Return Pass. As one of Mi Jingluan's trusted aides who had been following him all this time, the messenger naturally understood what this order meant. His expression immediately became stern, and although he was filled with shock, he didn't hesitate to relay this order to every commander on the battlefield. As a qualified messenger, he didn't need to question the decisions of the Supreme Commander, he just needed to convey the orders he was given without error. Having finished relaying Mi Jingluan's order, the Seventh Order messenger raised his head and looked towards the battlefield. The next thing reflected in his eyes was the human race warships nimbly shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, as well as a sky alight with the brilliance of various secret techniques and artifacts. He cupped his fists and requested in an earnest voice, Supreme Commander Mi, I want to participate in the battle. All this time he had been responsible for relaying Mi Jingluan's orders. He witnessed with his eyes the human race's soldiers desperately fighting on the battlefield because of the orders he had passed down. He had witnessed the death of so many, too many to keep count of, but was powerless to do anything about it. He also knew that their deaths had nothing to do with him. He was just a messenger. He was only relaying Supreme Commander Mi's orders. As for the ensuing casualties and consequences of the orders, it was totally unrelated to him. Be that as it may, not everything in this world could be convinced with logic, such as the human heart. On the eve of the worst battle to have been fought in history, the messenger decided to follow his heart and make his request to the Supreme Commander. Mi Jingluan didn't even turn his head and only spewed a single word. Granted. The messenger bowed in gratitude. Within the walls of the No Return Pass, Mo Nayi was observing the battlefield with a furrow on his brow. His powerful cultivation and vast divine sense allowed him to clearly perceive the situation of the entire battlefield with a single flash of thought. He had seldom left the No Return Pass to join the fighting over the years, But it was thanks to his leadership that the Black Ink clan army had managed to repel the human race at the smallest cost on every occasion. This battle was no different from the previous ones. The human race's attacks were tepid, which clearly indicated that they wanted to gradually wear down the Black Ink clan's strength. So, although it had been several days since the battle began, the losses suffered by the Black Ink clan were still within acceptable limits. As for the human race, ever since the third battle, the price paid by the humans in each battle could only be considered insignificant. This was because the Black Ink clan had never thought of making any move on the human race. Under Mo Naye's command, all the Black Ink clan's forces were focused on defense. As such, it was very difficult for them to deal much damage to the humans. There were only two unusual points about this battle. Firstly, the humans had launched this battle far ahead of their usual schedule, breaking the pattern which had been maintained for the past 10 years. And secondly, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. After Yang Kai had killed his way out of the barren territory, there had been no sightings of him. This was a very strange and unprecedented event. In the previous battles, Yang Kai would always run out to attack the pseudo-royal lords, forcing Di Luo and his team of 12 pseudo-royal lords to rush to rescue, which was quite annoying. But this time, Yang Kai had not made a move even after so many days. Mo Na-yi couldn't even figure out what Yang Kai was doing at this moment. This kind of unknown variable had caused Mo Na-ye's heart to be filled with anxiety. After all, this was Yang Kai, who had always used extraordinary means to do unbelievable things. Just as he was thinking so, a powerful aura suddenly erupted at a certain spot on the battlefield. This instantly caused Mo Na-ye's heart to clench as he turned his head to look in that direction, only to see a massive river flowing across the void, sweeping towards the battlefield like a whip. Chapter 5903. Besieging the enemy's stronghold in order to attack their reinforcements. Sensing this powerful yet familiar aura, Mo Na-yi was first overjoyed, but was immediately taken aback. What made him happy was that Yang Kai had finally appeared. He had been hiding in the shadows all this time and hadn't done anything at all. So contrary to what might seem reasonable, his absence put a great deal of pressure on the Black Ink clan. If he made a move, the Black Ink clan could respond appropriately, so when he noticed Yang Kai's aura, Mo Na-yi was finally relieved. What surprised him was that the target Yang Kai had chosen this time was actually Mou, a veteran royal lord. Yang Kai had made several moves throughout several battles, but each time he did so, his target had always been the pseudo-royal lords. Due to his unpredictable means and the eerie Grandao River, the pseudo-royal lords he targeted rarely escaped, unless Di Luo managed to come to their rescue in time. It could be said that half the pseudo-royal lords who had fallen on the battlefield over the past 10 years had died directly or indirectly because of Yang Kai. He had almost single-handedly killed so many pseudo-royal lords to the point they were unable to lift their heads. Yet in all that time, Yang Kai had never taken the initiative to attack a true royal lord before, least of all Mou as the most experienced royal lord in the Black Ink clan. The corners of Mo Na-ye's brow immediately twitched as he felt that Yang Kai had gone crazy to make such a crazy move. He thus immediately shouted, "Di Luo!" There was no verbal response, but the moment Yang Kai appeared, Di Luo led a dozen pseudo-royal lords towards him at astonishing speed. Di Luo had already become quite familiar with rushing to the rescue. In every battle, he would lead a dozen pseudo-royal lords to pin down Yang Kai, so there was no need for Mo Na-yi to give him any detailed instructions. On the other side, Mou was obviously taken aback by the sudden ambush. Just now he had been fighting Luo Tinghe alone. This was the third Ninth Order master he had fought in the past 10 years. Unlike Xiang Shan's relentless onslaught or Wei Junyang's boldness, Yinyang Cave Heaven's Luo Tinghe's attacking style was more calculated and meticulous. She would execute exquisite secret techniques in a seemingly endlessly chain, making her like a never-ending storm, leaving Mou extremely frustrated. Even though his foundation was better than Luo Tinghe's, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand. From the beginning of their fight until now, they were evenly matched. A royal lord's senses were extremely sharp, so even if Yang Kai had used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, it was difficult for the latter to completely hide his traces. Pseudo-royal lords might not be able to guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack, but Mou could. In fact, Mou already had a vague premonition before Yang Kai even launched his attack. Therefore, he was only shocked for a moment when Yang Kai appeared and instantly reacted appropriately. He promptly collected the copious amount of black ink strength around him and created a shield to defend himself. Right then, Luo Tinghe's attack struck the barrier, but it only caused his body to violently sway and was unable to cause any damage. Yang Kai's space-time river swept in just at that moment, gushing straight from above and engulfing him. Mou used the tried and tested strategy of fighting back with everything he had, bombarding Yang Kai's Dao Strength River with everything he had in an attempt to force him back. The raging waves crashed against Mou's barrage again and again, while the Dao strengths fluctuated non-stop. At the same time, Luo Tinghe unleashed her strength. The combined assault of two Ninth-Order Masters proved too much, however, and quickly caused Mou to sink into the space-time river. The undercurrents inside the river instantly started surging. Surprisingly, it was Mou who was using his own strength to stir up trouble and bombard Yang Kai's Dao strengths. The best way to deal with this situation was naturally for Yang Kai to enter the space-time river and use the environment to his advantage to engage in a fierce battle with Mou. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the trapped Mou. But he didn't do this. If he wanted to kill a royal lord, he would have already done so 10 years ago, but killing a royal lord would not have done any good to the overall situation. The key masters in the Black Ink clan right now were still the pseudo-royal lords. They're here. Yang Kai completely ignored the turmoil of his Dao strengths and lightly shouted, "Leave them to me." Luo Tinghe replied as she gently pointed her finger towards the void. The next moment, Yin-Yang Dao strength rapidly filled the surroundings before an enormous Yin-Yang fish manifested, enveloping Dia Luo and the dozen pseudo-royal lords who were rushing over to help Mou. The Yin-Yang fish slowly started rotating, like it had a life of its own. Immediately, an inexplicable pull appeared in the void, causing the group of Black Ink clan powerhouses to lose their footing. Dia Luo and the other Black Ink clan powerhouses immediately launched numerous secret techniques together, trying to break free from this inexplicable force. But before they could escape, Yang Kai was already upon them. No one saw how he moved, but when he appeared behind a pseudo-royal lord with his Azure Dragon spear, the latter didn't even notice. Thrusting the spear with one hand and executing a palm strike with the other, Yang Kai mercilessly attacked the pseudo-royal lord. Immediately, an inexplicable burst of energy appeared in the void, as if something had been cut off. This pseudo-royal lord's expression immediately changed, because the moment Yang Kai threw out his palm, his aura connection with the other two pseudo-royal lords in his battle formation was severed. With the aura connection severed, the Three Fortunes formation instantly collapsed. "Be careful!" When Dia Luo roared at him, the pseudo-royal lord finally realized that a great disaster had befallen him. He promptly turned around and threw a punch, but all that filled his vision was a rapidly enlarging spear tip. Regardless of his dire situation, he was still a pseudo-royal lord. Facing such a crisis, he didn't panic and instead changed his punch to a palm, smacking it towards the oncoming Azure Dragon spear. At the same time, he tilted his head to avoid this fatal blow. However, that was where things ended for him. Caught inside the Yin-Yang fish, his movements were significantly restricted, and to top it off, he was being targeted by Yang Kai. How could things possibly end well for him? The last thing this pseudo-royal lord saw was the long spear he dodged transform into multiple spear shadows that rained down on him. By the time the blood splashed out, the pseudo-royal lord's aura had vanished. Then a second, then a third. The other two pseudo-royal lords who had formed the battle formation with the first followed in his footsteps almost immediately after. Only then did the secret techniques from all directions rain down on the spot where Yang Kai was standing. Unfortunately, all that was left there was his afterimage, and by the time it faded away, Yang Kai had already arrived on the opposite side. He had teleported to another three pseudo-royal lords in battle formation, and was about to launch a similar attack. "In your dreams!" Dia Luo furiously roared again as he used all his strength to try and rescue the three pseudo-royal lords. However, another figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. A jade white palm flew out at him, carrying an earth-shattering power with it. Dia Luo's expression became grave and without hesitation, he immediately met this palm with an attack of his own. Luo Tinghe's foundation was lacking compared to a veteran royal lord like Mou, but she was still stronger than Dia Luo, who had only become a royal lord a few years ago. As such, it was relatively easier to fight him. With her restraining Dia Luo, Yang Kai was able to act unhindered. Immediately, space principles surged as the surrounding space froze, and a large number of small stone race soldiers appeared out of nowhere, surrounding this area. In a flash, a look of horror appeared on the faces of all the Black Ink clansmen, including Dia Luo. The next instant, the great sun and moon marks on the back of Yang Kai's hand glowed brightly before yellow and blue lights began flowing out of the small stone race soldiers, rapidly fusing into a dazzling sun which exploded soon after. When the dazzling white light faded a few breaths later, a few pseudo-royal lords had disappeared from the battlefield, leaving clouds of blood mist in their place. As for the surviving pseudo-royal lords, they had clearly become much weaker after suffering this blow. Yang Kai promptly charged at them with his spear in hand. Immediately, an aura of death enveloped these pseudo-royal lords. On the other side, Luo Tinghe looked surprised, staring at a fleeing figure with a frown. He is quite fast. The moment Dia Luo saw Yang Kai summon the small stone race army, he decisively used his secret technique to escape. Luo Tinghe didn't even have time to stop him. However, executing this secret technique obviously cost Dia Luo a great deal of strength, so his figure looked quite miserable afterwards. Luo Tinghe no longer paid any attention to the fleeing Dia Luo, promptly turning around and joined forces with Yang Kai to kill the remaining pseudo-royal lords who had been injured by the burst of purifying light. How could the pseudo-royal lords be their opponents under these circumstances? Their auras vanished one after another, though the counterattacks of these pseudo-royal lords before their deaths could not be scoffed at. Knowing that they were doomed to die, each pseudo-royal lord displayed suicidal determination in their final moments, causing both Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe to suffer some injuries. In particular, Yang Kai's Dao strengths were fluctuating in a wild manner, not because he was using his own Dao strengths to kill his enemies, but because the space-time river was under attack. After dealing with all the pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai shouted, "I'll leave him to you." A moment after he shouted, a figure rushed out from the space-time river. It was none other than Mou, who had been swallowed by the space-time river earlier. Although he had been trapped inside, Mou had not suffered any physical injuries. His aura, on the other hand, was a little weaker than before, though this did not affect his combat strength much. When Mou saw the tragic sight before him, a cold and frigid look took over his face, but before he could do anything, Luo Tinghe rushed him and the two resumed their original battle. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't even spare Mou a glance. He raised his hand towards the space-time river, grabbing it like it was a whip, then used instantaneous movement, disappearing into the void. He didn't attack Mou with Luo Tinghe. Unless Yang Kai exposed his true strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill a veteran royal lord. Furthermore, it was more convenient to sneak attack the pseudo-royal lords than to kill a tough nut like Mou. At the no-return pass, Mo Na Ye's face turned ashen. He had never expected that his strategy against Yang Kai would be broken so easily. Yang Kai sneak attacked Mou, but clearly he never had any intention of fighting him. His true goal was the pseudo-royal lords led by Dia Luo. These were the stumbling blocks that had been pestering Yang Kai all this time, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. With a simple move of besieging the enemy's stronghold in order to attack their reinforcements, everyone in Dia Luo's team, apart from Dia Luo himself who had managed to escape, had been slaughtered by Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe. The situation has changed. Mo Na Ye could keenly sense this. Yang Kai had never done something like this before. The team of pseudo-royal lords led by Dia Luo had successfully managed to restrain Yang Kai in the previous battles, hindering him from displaying his full strength. But by the looks of it, Yang Kai had always had the ability to break free of Dia Luo and the pseudo-royal lord's restraint. It was just that he did not want to, that was all. What the hell made him reveal his fangs today? Sir. Dia Luo, who had fled back to the no-return pass, arrived in front of Mo Na Ye, his face filled with shame. He didn't dare to face Yang Kai alone, so he didn't know what to do now. Chapter 5904, Exchanging Pieces. Even now, Mo Na Ye had not associated the turn of events in the situation to the fact that Yang Kai's strength had experienced a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering increased to another level. That was because he knew just how difficult it was for a human race master to cultivate. The stronger the cultivator, the more time they had to spend accumulating heritage to grow their power. Since ancient times, there had never existed anyone like Yongkai who was able to grow to such an extent in less than 1,000 years after advancing to the Ninth Order. Ever since the humans attacked the no-return pass, Yongkai had been concealing his ability by feigning weakness. In each battle, he only ever revealed strength as should be expected from a newly advanced Ninth Order master like himself, while trying to avoid head-to-head battles with any of the royal lords. From Mo Naye's perspective, Yongkai may be stronger than when he just advanced back then in the universe furnace world, but such growth was still acceptable. Moreover, it was well known that Yongkai's abilities were greater than other cultivators in the same realm to begin with, so it was difficult to understand Yongkai's bottom line without a proper fight with him. Even if someone told Mo Naye about Yongkai's true strength now, he probably wouldn't believe it. Such a thing was simply nonsensical. The situation had changed subtly since Yongkai showed up on the battlefield. Though the attack of the humans was still as tepid as before, the various armies had already completed their secret deployments, getting all their forces into position. Yongkai soon reappeared, this time next to Xiangshan. Xiangshan's opponents were three pseudo-royal lords who had formed a battle formation, which should make them strong enough to take on this newly promoted Ninth Order master. In the first two battles, Xiangshan fought two bloody battles with Mou, which resulted in losses on both sides. Mou had a unique method of healing, so he could recover quickly through the sacrifice of a pseudo-royal lord, but Xiangshan could not recover as easily. Even with the use of healing pills, it would still take him some time, so his injuries have not been restored completely even until now, causing him to fall into a disadvantage against the three pseudo-royal lords from time to time as they fought. This was especially noticeable during the days when Yongkai had disappeared, as Xiangshan was almost one-sidedly suppressed by these three pseudo-royal lords without having any ability to fight back. But since Yongkai's emergence, the situation had turned around. These three pseudo-royal lords now had to hold back 30% of their strength in preparation to deal with the event of a surprise attack launched by Yongkai, which gave Xiangshan some room to breathe. When Yongkai's figure entered their circle of battle, Xiangshan, who had received a heads-up prior, burst out with the power he had been accumulating and wielded a fierce blade towards the three pseudo-royal lords. His murderous intent spread almost palpably, and even the space around the three pseudo-royal lords seemed to freeze, horrifying them all. They had constantly been on guard against Yongkai, but they never thought that this killing star would target them on such a vast battlefield. Their luck was simply the worst. When the killing star attacked, Xiangshan suddenly burst out once more, instantly disrupting the rhythm of the three Black Ink clan masters. In merely a moment of their panic and loss, life or death had been decided. The long spear was like a dragon, whereas the blade light was biting cold. Yongkai and Xiangshan's figures passed by each other like the blades of a pair of shears, instantly cutting through the aura of the three pseudo-royal lords. When the powerful auras extinguished, Xiangshan spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked much weaker than before. Yongkai's body also incurred a few wounds, obviously from the pseudo-royal lord's final struggle before death. At around the same time on the other side of the battlefield, an amazing aura burst out, accompanied by the annihilation of several powerful auras. It was not the fall of Black Ink clan masters, but Eighth Order humans. Yongkai's head snapped over, only to see a turbulent black ink cloud moving about. More than a dozen figures had gathered in a large black tide that slaughtered everything in its way. Even in their battle formations, the Eighth Order masters could hardly put up a fight. The reason for that was that there were traces of Mo Naye and Dia Luo's involvement in this tide, whereas the rest were all pseudo-royals. Almost at the same time as when Yongkai looked over, Mo Naye turned his head over as well. Their gazes suddenly met, and they could both see the coldness in each other's eyes. Yongkai instantly understood Mo Naye's intention and praised him inwardly. What a cruel and determined heart this guy has. Moments ago, when Dia Luo fled back to the no-return pass and returned crestfallen to Mo Naye's side, Mo Naye made a snap decision at that moment. An extremely radical one at that. On his command, a dozen pseudo-royal lords, who were standing by to defend the Black Ink nests, flew out in a group under Diyaluo's lead, heading straight towards the battlefield. Mo Na gave up the idea of tracking Yang Kai since he knew that he would only end up being pulled around by the nose by him that way. This fellow was a master in the Tao of space who could appear and disappear like a ghost. Trying to pin down his tracks would only waste time. The only way to change their passive position to an active one was to give up on defending and attacking instead. If you want to kill our pseudo-royal lords, then I'll go and kill your 8th Order masters. Let's see who will give in first and go to stop the other. This was Mo Na's decision. Nobody could stop Yang Kai if he wanted to sneak up on them and stir trouble. Mo Na deeply recognized that he lacked that ability now. Diyaluo had already failed, so in that case, he would just ignore Yang Kai for now and eliminate opponents he could kill. He would slaughter until the humans ached and despaired. Then even if they were to lose some pseudo-royal lords in battle, their deaths would have been worth it. At the very least, it was better than losing them to Yang Kai's sneak attacks while gaining nothing in return. The result was remarkable. With 2 royal lords personally leading the charge, and a team of a dozen pseudo-royal lords behind them, they could easily break up the battle which had reached a stalemate. And within just a few breaths, at least 28th Order masters on the human race's side fell. This was not enough to make up for the loss of 3 pseudo-royal lords, but it was enough to make the humans real. What will you choose? Mo Na looked at Yang Kai from a distance, waiting quietly to see his response, but his hands did not stay idle. He continued leading his men towards the next battlefield, moving with momentum like splitting bamboo wherever they went. Very soon, Yang Kai's answer was revealed to them. That was because Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared from his vision, and Xiang Shan, who had been standing together with Yang Kai before, also came flying in their direction. All of them were alerted at this change, and their powerful divine senses were swiftly extended in all directions to guard against a possible sneak attack that could come at any moment. However, rather than Yang Kai, whom they had expected to come, they were met with another person instead. As the supreme commander of the army, it's not a prideful thing to attend a battle personally. Following the emergence of that voice, a figure stopped in the middle of the void. With a light raise of his feather fan, a fierce wind suddenly rose up, turning into a sharp blade that could even cut through space. Mi Jingluan. Almost at the same time that Mo Na moved, Mi Jingluan moved as well, but he had arrived late since Pure Yang Pass was outside of the battlefield. Even after so many years of war, Mi Jingluan had barely stepped onto the battlefield. Compared to his abilities as a 9th Order master, he was needed more by the human race to coordinate the overall situation. However, after seeing through Mo Na's intentions to exchange lives with lives, Mi Jingluan had no choice but to join the fray. That was because every single 9th Order master had their own opponents to deal with on the battlefield, and could not easily extricate themselves, so he was the only one who could subdue these masters for now. However, in the face of Mi Jingluan's provocations and attack, Mo Na chose to ignore them and simply deflected the attack with the other masters from the Black Ink clan without getting caught up with him at all, immediately flying towards the next battlefield after that. Mi Jingluan paled slightly. Mo Na's single-mindedness was something he had not anticipated. Just as it was difficult for the Black Ink clan to restrain Yang Kai, Mi Jingluan alone could not stop such a group of masters either. Fortunately, Xiang Shan had also rushed over to join him, so they could at least harass their opponents. The slaughter continued. Everywhere these masters went, large numbers of 8th Order masters would fall. Most of these masters were already in battle formations formed alongside people that they were familiar with, and were in the midst of fighting other enemies. When a large number of powerful enemy reinforcements rushed over, the original balance was broken, resulting in a disaster. While this endless killing was taking place, Mo Na was keeping a close eye on Yang Kai's movements. Xiang Shan had already rushed over, but Yang Kai was still nowhere to be seen. This caused his heart to sink. Despite culling so many 8th Order masters, he found it difficult to feel happy about this situation. Instead, he was starting to feel worse and worse. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai should have come out to stop them, but now he seemed happy to continue showing off his strength even if it meant continuing this exchange of lives, which was undoubtedly a worrying issue. As expected, Yang Kai's aura appeared on another side of the battlefield. followed by 3 pseudo-royal lords' auras extinguishing. Has it come to this? Emonaya's heart ran cold. He was even beginning to wonder whether the humans had sensed something. But if not, how could Yongkai have made this choice? How could they have possibly noticed? This makes no sense at all. In the void, Yongkai pursed his lips, his body constantly flickering, cutting through one battlefield after another. When his space-time river came out, one by one the pseudo-royal lords fell, freeing up one Ninth Order master after another, without daring to delay for even a heartbeat. In such a situation, various Eighth Order masters would fall for every breath that passed. The only way to stop Emonayi was to free up more Ninth Order masters, so that they could go forth and contain the group of enemy masters led by Emonayi. Of course, Yongkai could have taken on the task himself, but without revealing his true strength. Using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to launch sneak attacks from the shadows was simply more efficient. Yongkai could clearly feel the fall of the Eighth Order masters. Each one of them was a rare talent of the human race, and each of them had gone through at least thousands of years of cultivation to reach such heights. But on this cruel battlefield, their fall would become nothing more than a cold statistic in the records of history. Has Emonayi noticed something? Otherwise, why would he have joined the battlefield himself? Before the battle, Yongkai and Mi Jingluan had expected great losses on their side, but seeing it happen with their own eyes still left their hearts bleeding. Yongkai tried his best to suppress the urge to stop Emonayi, and turned all his resentment and pent-up displeasure into powerful attacks, unleashing them from the spear in his hand. Kill. I need to kill more. Kill them all. Chapter 5905 Decisive Battle. The originally uneventful battle suddenly heated up into a tragic scene following the sudden appearance of Yongkai and the movements of Emonayi, Dialuo, and the pseudo-royal lords. At this point, even lower-level officers on both sides had noticed that the situation had changed. The top masters on both sides seemed to be competing on who could kill faster and who could kill more. All over the battlefield, the fall of pseudo-royal lords and Eighth Order masters could be felt. In terms of killing efficacy, the Black Ink clan was undoubtedly better. A killing squad led by 2 royal lords with a dozen pseudo-royal lords in tow was extremely powerful. The battle formations that the Eighth Order masters had were simply incapable of defending against such a lineup. As soon as their battle formations were broken, the Eighth Order masters would quickly be killed. And no matter how fast Yongkai was, the most he could deal with was 3 pseudo-royal lords at a time. In a short cup of tea's time, as many as 20 pseudo-royal lords had been eliminated. Yongkai's body was covered in black blood from his killing spree, and the fierce murderous intent surrounding him made him seem like a god of death returning from purgatory, leaving all the pseudo-royal lords in the entire battlefield in fear. However, the humans had also paid an extremely heavy price on their side. As many as 100 Eighth Order masters had been reduced to nothing more than cold dead bodies. It wasn't until the Ninth Order masters had their hands freed one by one to join the encirclement against the Black Ink clan's group of masters that the situation finally eased up. Yongkai wasn't just cutting down pseudo-royal lords aimlessly, he was specifically targeting the opponents of the Ninth Order masters. His space techniques brought him to each side of the battlefield, where he worked together with the Ninth Order masters to deal with their enemies. Once the last Ninth Order master swept over, the top masters on the human race's side formed an encirclement around the mighty Black Ink clan killing squad. It was only now that Mi Jingluan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the void, Mi Jingluan, Xiangshan, Oyanglai, Wei Junyang, Xiaoxiao, Wu Qing, Shi Dezhuang, and Tang Tao all stood. 8 Ninth Order masters were sealing the Black Ink clan team from all directions. It could be said that all Ninth Order masters, excluding Yongkai, who was roaming around and picking off enemies, Luo Tinghe, who was facing off against Mou alone, as well as Yang Shui and Wu Kuang, who were all the way over at the Primordial Heaven's source Grand Restriction, had all come together. This was the heritage accumulated by the human race over thousands of years. It was not very strong and very much lacking when compared to them at their peak, but this was a sign of hope for the rise of the human race. The fierce battle stopped at some point. The 8 Ninth Order masters circulated their auras to suppress and seal this zone to ensure that regardless of where their opponents tried to escape from, they would be met with a fierce flurry of attacks. However, they were in no hurry to attack. The humans may occupy the absolute upper hand on the surface, but the slightest mistake in a fight of this level could bring about dire consequences. Both sides were constantly probing each other, looking for a breakthrough point. You're not running away? Mi Jingluan gave Mo Nayi a strange look. Before the Ninth Order Masters gathered in turn to surround them, this group had taken every opportunity to escape, but clearly, Mo Nayi showed no such initiative and allowed the humans to encircle them, which puzzled Mi Jingluan. Run away? Where? Mo Nayi answered his question with another question as he looked askance at him. Even though he knew that he was on the weaker side right now, his attitude remained firm. Mi Jingluan did not answer. Mo Nayi went on, "There's something that I can't understand, so I will appreciate it if Supreme Commander Mi can explain it to me." On the battlefield, Yang Kai's aura was constantly appearing and disappearing, and every time that happened, a number of pseudo-royal lords would face unfortunate ends. Mo Nayi's team was restrained, yet Yang Kai could freely go on a slaughter spree. From the humans' perspective, stalling for some time seemed to be a good idea. That way, Yang Kai could better weaken the Black Ink clan's side. Thus Mi Jingluan obliged. "So there exists something that puzzles you in this world?" These words were not just meant to ridicule. As the supreme commanders of their respective sides, the fight between Mi Jingluan and Mo Nayi was not just something that played out over the past year or two. Both of them had a thorough understanding of each other. Putting aside where they stand and seeing him merely as an opponent, Mi Jingluan thought highly of Mo Nayi in that regard. Mo Nayi did not answer his question. Instead, he asked what he had on his mind. "How did you find out?" "Find what out?" Mi Jingluan answered casually, while putting on a confused look at the right moment. Mo Nayi kept a firm gaze on him. "Even though you are able to conceal it well, Supreme Commander Mi, Brother Ouyang here is not as good at pretending, so why ask me that question when you already know the answer?" Next to them, Ouyang Lai bristled. "What did I do? If you want to talk, just talk, why drag me into it?" Ouyang Lai was displeased. Mo Nayi turned to look at him. "Your expression changed when I was asking my question earlier. That proves you know what I'm talking about. Am I not allowed to be nervous during such a critical moment?" Ouyang Lai roared. Mo Nayi could not be bothered to answer, so he turned back to Mi Jingluan. "Over the years, the human race's attacks on the no-return pass have maintained the same frequency, but this time, your attack happened far before the expected time. Moreover, Brother Yang has ignored us so openly. He could have saved those Eighth Order Masters. Yet he continued culling our pseudo-royal lords instead. Even though you can clearly achieve the same goal with minimal cost if you had spent a dozen years more, you chose the risky method instead. It's as if you're all in a hurry to reclaim the no-return pass." Meanwhile, everything that was said was just flying over the heads of Di Yaluo and the many pseudo-royal lords. None of them had any idea what Mo Nayi was talking about. All they knew was that things were likely to be disastrous this time. The Black Ink clan had 2 royal lords and a dozen pseudo-royal lords in this group, but the humans had 8 Ninth Order Masters. In terms of true strength, the Black Ink clan was at a complete disadvantage. They were curious to know the answer to Mi Jingluan's earlier question. Why didn't they run away when they could have? As a result, they were now surrounded in this place. Each one of them was feeling uneasy about this situation, and it was inevitable that a sense of dissatisfaction arose against Mo Nayi. "Why is that?" Mo Nayi spoke, but he did not mean it as a question. He answered, "There's only one possibility, and it is that you humans have found out about it. That's why you're in a hurry to end the battle at the no-return pass, and you'd rather pay a heavy price now to make that happen. Am I right, Supreme Commander Mi?" Mi Jingluan shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Mo Nayi sighed. "So be it. If Supreme Commander Mi does not wish to answer, then I will refrain from asking. This should be the deciding battle, right? I admit this came as quite a surprise, and our side is not prepared yet, but it seems you are not either. Heh, who would have thought that this battle would end up this way? But Supreme Commander Mi, even though my Black Ink clan is in decline right now, claiming the no-return pass won't be that easy. I hope that the losses incurred on your side are within your comfort zone at the end of this battle." Ouyang Lai was impatient. "What are you blabbering on for? Your funeral is already here, Mo Nayi." Emonayi turned to him with an icy look in his eyes. The casual look from before was gone. And he spoke in a stern voice. Are you really so sure that you've defeated me? Almost at the same time as those words were spoken, dozens of powerful auras that shook the void rose up within the no-return pass and swept out. It was the pseudo-royal lords who had remained in the no-return pass all this while, guarding the high-rank black ink nests. These pseudo-royal lords had been stationed in the no-return pass since the humans began attacking it, but there was no helping it. It was mainly because they had to guard against the annoying Yang Kai. This fiend was constantly appearing out of nowhere, always coming out of the barren territory every battle. Without these pseudo-royal lords to protect the black ink nests, Yang Kai would long have destroyed them all. And without them, the Black Ink clan will have no way to replenish their forces or heal from their injuries. And during Yang Kai's repeated fights with the pseudo-royal lord team led by Di Yaluo, it was they who fended against the fallout from their battle to keep the high-rank black ink nests safe. These pseudo-royal lords had never left the no-return pass since the humans began their attack. However, all of them had left at this moment without a single one remaining behind. Without their protection, the no-return pass was practically defenseless at this moment. Even though there were still 2 black ink giant spirit gods standing on either side of the no-return pass, if Yang Kai had wanted to, he could easily take advantage of this opportunity to charge in and destroy all the black ink nests. If the 2 black ink giant spirit gods were to attack him at that point, it would only speed up the destruction of the black ink nests. Noticing the unusual movement from the no-return pass, the Ninth Order masters all looked astonished. Mo Na-yi grinned at Mi Jingluan. Since it's the final battle, I won't be standing on ceremony. The humans were willing to pay a huge price if it meant taking the no-return pass, so how could the Black Ink clan hold back? If this battle was lost, would there still be any black ink nests left? In such a situation, there was no longer any need to guard the no-return pass. In a fight with their lives on the line, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the villain. Kill! Mo Na-yi suddenly shouted as he led his team towards Wei Junyang, which caught the latter off guard. Even with the other Ninth Order masters responding promptly, he was still immediately forced back. Like Xiangshan, Wei Junyang was also wounded and was obviously seen as a breakthrough point by Mo Na-yi, which made him very angry. But fortunately, the Ninth Order masters were all top masters, and soon stabilized the situation. As Mi Jingluan's divine sense surged, 3 of the 8 Ninth Order masters left to confront the pseudo-royal lords who had come charging out of the no-return pass, while the remaining 5 teamed up to fight Mo Na-yi and his team in an evenly matched situation. However, how could 3 Ninth Order masters stop the charge of several dozen pseudo-royal lords? The pseudo-royal lords have formed their own battle formations, and a single 3 Fortunes formation was enough to hold back a single Ninth Order master. In an instant, the advantage gained from Yang Kai killing off a large number of pseudo-royal lords was leveled, and the damage which the humans were able to stem began to snowball. At that moment, a huge Great Pass entered the battlefield. Pure Yang Pass, which had always remained outside of the conflict zone, finally joined the fight. The huge Great Pass slowly rotated, and the many large artifacts set up on it were constantly releasing rays of light that were as dazzling as a thunder dragon, striking the enemy lines and clearing out large areas of the void with each attack. The Black Ink clan's defense line, which was targeted by Pure Yang Pass, instantly fell into a shaky situation. Chapter 5906, Great Sun Explosion. Pure Yang Pass was the only great pass of the human race left. It was currently the command center of their grand army. Its symbolic and strategic significance was greater than its role as a weapon. Other than the first battle for the no-return pass, where the majestic, impregnable Great Pass battled the Black Ink clan army, it had always stayed outside of the battlefield during the fights happening over the years. It wasn't until now that the Great Pass rushed over, and the lights coming from its various artifacts were released, bombarding indiscriminately into the Black Ink clan's defense line. Its fierce and unceasing attack quickly tore a gap into the defense line, and the Azure Sun army nearby immediately took advantage of the situation to charge in. The masters from the Black Ink clan quickly noticed the situation, and immediately, more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords rushed over. At the same time, over 100 figures flew out from Pure Yang Pass to meet them. These were the 8th Order Masters who were responsible for standing by on Pyongyang Pass and maintaining it all this while. 108th Order Masters definitely would not be able to stop this number of pseudo-royal lords alone, but they had Pyongyang Pass behind them to act as reliable support. Holding back and delaying their enemies was still something they could manage. The exchange between both sides soon began, and the light of both the secret techniques and artifacts blossomed incessantly. On one side of the huge battlefield, the front the Burning Moon Army was in charge of, both sides were constantly exchanging blows. However, the Burning Moon Army were unable to break through the tight defense line of their opponent from beginning to end. So it did not matter how intense the fight became. Only by ripping a gap in that tight line of defense could the humans gain some ground and charge in and slaughter more of their enemy. In the fierce exchange, the Black Ink clan managed to repel the attacking humans time and time again, and both sides were suffering great casualties. At a certain point, the Black Ink clan on this front suddenly noticed that the human race's attack had inexplicably become much weaker, and while they were confused, they saw the dense forces of the human race army suddenly split up, moving to the left and right while a dozen warships that were clearly different from the usual ones came forward. Moreover, there was a giant warship following right behind them. A purifying Black Ink battleship. The masters from the Black Ink clan on this front instantly recognized the warship as one of the purifying Black Ink battleships created by the humans. Their eyes showed puzzlement at this move as they had never seen a purifying Black Ink battleship on the front lines of a battlefield in all the times they battled each other. After all, this warship itself was not meant for charging into battles. It was a support craft used as a fallback point. What was the purpose of the humans bringing in this purifying Black Ink battleship? The next moment, those from the Black Ink clan seemed to have thought of something, and a look of great horror emerged on their faces. Divine sense surging, as someone roared. "Don't let them get close. Sink them." A heavy barrage of attacks that covered the sky rained down on the warships, and even though the defensive arrays of the dozen warships in front of the purifying Black Ink battleship were activated to their limits, they were still destroyed in a very short time, with the warships being blasted to pieces as well, alongside the members of their squads. Even more attacks came towards the purifying Black Ink battleship. The defensive arrays glowed brightly, but it quickly dimmed down and was shattered. In the next moment, the massive purifying Black Ink battleship was also completely destroyed. However, there was no hint of joy in the face of those from the Black Ink clan, especially from the one who was commanding the battle. Instead, he appeared greatly shocked and hurried to pull back almost as soon as the purifying Black Ink battleship exploded. Like a great sun shining in all directions, the purifying Black Ink battleship exploded, its dazzling light illuminating the void like daylight. The light gradually dissipated, and a large circular area in the battlefield, which was originally filled with Black Ink strength, was now presented clearly in everyone's vision. All of the Black Ink strength there had been purified, and the Black Ink clansmen struck by the light were all howling in pain. Some of the weaker ones had even died on the spot. Even those who quickly retreated earlier still failed to escape being struck by the purifying light in the end. And now the rich Black Ink strength their bodies was leaking out uncontrollably, as if they had been tossed into a wok of hot oil. The pain was so intense that their expressions became distorted. Even more to their horror was the fact that their strength was dropping sharply as their Black Ink strength leaked out. When the Black Ink clan commander turned his head and looked back, he saw the human race's army charging in, and his heart went cold. He knew that this defense line was as good as gone. The same scene of a great sun exploding was playing out in every corner of the battlefield. The continuous bursts of light were the greatest nightmare of all Black Ink clansmen. This was the final battle to conquer the no-return pass. Even Mo Nayi dared to go all in on this fight, so as the attackers. How could the humans not rise to meet the occasion? As soon as Mi Jingluan gave the order to attack the no-return pass, a secret directive was sent out to every army. Use the purifying light sealed in the purifying Black Ink battleships to force open the Black Ink clan's defense line. The humans had many purifying Black Ink battleships in their arsenal, with each division having at least one of its own. The total number of such warships they had with purifying light sealed in them had already exceeded 1,000. The Black Ink clan's defense was indeed solid. Even if the humans could break through it with a forceful attack, they would still have to pay a heavy price. But with the purifying black ink battleships leading the way, the casualties incurred by the humans could be greatly reduced. The soldiers were gone if they died, but they could produce more purifying black ink battleships if they were destroyed. There was no way Mi Jingluan couldn't recognize such a simple thing. This was a tactic that he had thought of long ago, but he would not use it simply before his hand was forced. Building 1,000 purifying black ink battleships was not exactly an easy task. However, if they wanted to launch an attack on the no-return pass when they had not made full preparations, this was the only method they could employ. Over 1,000 purifying black ink battleships exploded in less than a half cup of tea's time, each one purifying a vast area. No matter how strong the Black Ink clan's defenses were, they were helpless against this power that perfectly restrained them. The once tight defense line was now filled with wide gaps, and the various armies of the humans, who had long been preparing for this moment, rushed forward at the opportune moment. They fortified their positions, increased their troops, expanded their advantage, and slaughtered their enemies. In less than half an hour, the Black Ink clan was in clear decline. It was practically a miracle that they were able to achieve such immense results in such a vast battlefield. And within only a short time, but time was running out for the humans now. The explosion of such a large number of purifying black ink battleships meant that the humans can no longer rely on the purifying light sealed within those battleships to disperse black ink strength that invaded their bodies. Now, the soldiers could only rely on the purifying black ink pills they brought in advance to protect their small universes. But the purifying black ink pills had limited medicinal efficacies, so this battle had to be fought and won quickly. Many factors could affect the outcome in war, including the determination of the soldiers on both sides and the strength of their forces. However, the most significant determining factor was still the top masters of both sides, the giant spirit gods and black ink giant spirit gods. Even if the humans could wipe out the Black Ink clan army entirely, it would be useless if they could not take down the Black Ink giant spirit gods. A creation of Mo was a threat to the humans that the pseudo-royal lords could not compare with. Yang Kai continued his endless slaughter on the battlefield, his figure swift and elusive. Everywhere he passed, the auras of pseudo-royal lords vanished. Since the start of the battle, as many as 30 pseudo-royal lords had already died at his hands. This was the battle where he killed the most pseudo-royal lords. The high-intensity battle left his body covered in blood and his aura unstable. The final struggle made by the pseudo-royal lords before their deaths was not something that could be ignored. However, his efforts were able to reduce the casualties for his people by a great margin. Mo Na-yi burned all bridges when he realized that this was going to be the final, decisive fight, commanding all the pseudo-royal lords standing by at the no-return pass to come out as well, completely giving up on defending the no-return pass. Despite how many Eighth Order masters the humans had, they were still somewhat powerless when faced with these groups of pseudo-royal lords in battle formations. Many Eighth Order masters suffered miserable fates under their hands. However, as Yang Kai continued to slaughter the pseudo-royal lords, the situation finally took a turn for the better. At this moment, the Eighth Order masters also gradually stabilized their positions, got into their own battle formations, divided their opponents, and clashed with the pseudo-royal lords. And with Yang Kai continuing his hunt, the humans could slowly gain an advantage when it came to top combat power. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied because the two Black Ink giant spirit gods had not made a single move from beginning to end. They were still just guarding the no-return pass. If the Black Ink giant spirit gods did not make a move, Yang Kai did not dare to reveal his true strength either. If they continued fighting like this, their casualties would continue to increase, and even if they captured the no-return pass in the end, it would be difficult to make the cost of the fallen masters worth it. Fortunately, after the total collapse of the Black Ink clan's defense line and further expansion of casualties, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods who had been standing by finally could not sit still any longer. A deep sigh seemed to come from the void, causing every living being on the battlefield to tremble. Immediately afterwards, the two enormous creatures guarding the left and right sides of the no-return pass moved. They each arrived at the forefront of the battlefield with just a single step, and with a casual wave of their hands, both humans and Black Ink clansmen were silently reduced to paste. It was not that they didn't want to avoid Black Ink clan members, but their bodies were simply too large. Once they launched their attacks, the area it passed through was too wide to achieve precise control. In an instant, both the human race and Black Ink clan armies scattered wherever the two Black Ink giant spirit gods went. At the same time in the barren territory, Ada and Aer, who had been paying attention to the situation here, became excited. Ada pointed to the territory gate. "Do we go now?" Aer stood up and quickly nodded. "In." Before leaving, their little friend had told them that if those two big guys dared to move, they should rush in. Previously, those two big guys had been remaining motionless, so Ada and Aer could only stare at them. Now it was undoubtedly time for them to descend the mountain. Beat them up. Ada's face was full of killing intent. After his declaration, he took a deep breath and suddenly shrunk his towering and massive body, transforming into a small giant. Next to him, Aer did the same. Within 10 breaths of the two Black Ink giant spirit gods taking action, the two giant spirit gods stepped out of the territory gate, connecting the barren territory and the Black Ink battlefield. Chapter 5907, Chance. After the giant spirit gods, shrunk into the size of small giants, stepped out of the territory gate, their body expanded rapidly back to their original size. Then they charged and crashed thunderously into the no-return pass. The massive remnant great passes shook and the aftershocks swept out in all directions. The Black Ink nests, which the Black Ink clan had been carefully tending to all these years, instantly shattered into dust. If this scene had occurred a few days ago, it would have undoubtedly been a great heartache to the Black Ink clan, but at this moment, none of them had the heart to care about such things anymore. The Black Ink clan had brought out all their strength and the entire no-return pass had become an empty shell. This battle was the one to decide the life or death of the Black Ink clan in the no-return pass. If they won, they could continue to survive, but if they lost, everything would end for them, so who would still care about the Black Ink nests? The two giant spirit gods raised their feet and started running through the no-return pass. However, it only took 2 or 3 steps before they reached the battlefield where they flew straight towards the two Black Ink giant spirit gods. The Black Ink clan army that tried to stop them suffered catastrophic losses, and the defense line that they were able to maintain through grueling effort was smashed apart by Ada and Aer, creating 2 unimpeded passageways right to the heart of their lines. Countless casualties occurred in an instant. The Black Ink giant spirit gods, who were in the midst of mercilessly slaughtering the humans, naturally noticed the situation. They immediately assumed defensive positions, but in the next moment, they were each hit squarely by Ada and Aer and tumbled over with them. Ada tackled his opponent's waist and swung his fist fiercely. His opponent was also unwilling to appear weak and smashed down with his elbow, fiercely hammering Ada's back. He even grabbed Ada's neck with his other arm and squeezed tight, as if he were trying to twist Ada's head off. The battle between the two giant spirit gods was extremely simple and crude, making it look almost like 2 children fighting, but every one of their strikes caused space to shake and become unstable. Terrifying shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye rippled out in all directions. All living beings nearby, regardless of whether they were human or Black Ink clan, ran and cleared a space large enough for these behemoths to fight. Even though Aer's side was not as explosive, it was still extremely rough. He and his opponent exchanged punches, each first reaching the other's body, causing both sides to stumble. These two were old rivals who had fought for thousands of years in the barren territory, but neither had ever defeated the other. This battle was simply a continuation of their previous struggle. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, it was unlikely that there would be a clear winner in the fights between the giant spirit gods. The masters from either side could not interfere with a fight of this level. More than that, simply being caught in between these 4 would have dire consequences. Only Yong Kai waited in the shadows as he watched on from the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to strike. The Black Ink giant spirit gods were finally moving, something which he had been eagerly anticipating. Ada and Aer also arrived promptly to restrain them, so there was no need to worry about them posing a threat to the human race army. Now all Yong Kai had to do was look for a suitable opportunity to strike. However, when this opportunity would rear its head, or if it would even arise to begin with, was uncertain. Even though Yong Kai had carefully instructed Ada and Aer beforehand, giant spirit gods were simple-minded, so there was no guarantee they would do as they were asked. Rather than getting between the giant spirit gods' fight, young Kai continued to roam the battlefield while keeping an eye on them. With Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the pseudo-royal lords could hardly even sense his presence before he launched an attack on them. By the time they did notice, danger was already upon their heads. After reaching this point in the battle, young Kai was not content to just kill pseudo-royal lords. If the opportunity presented itself, territory lords were not spared either. Several dozen pseudo-royal lords had died at his hand, and there were likely more than 1,000 territory lords dead even as a conservative estimate. And that was because they were killed merely out of convenience. Young Kai hadn't deliberately targeted them. Thanks to the gap in the defenses created by Ada and Aer's charge, the Wolf Fang army and Twin Instrument army had already breached the Black Ink clan's main forces. The two human armies cooperated smoothly as they constantly expanded the gap in the defense line. Although the Black Ink clan tried their best to retreat and regroup, they were unable to do so. Victory seemed to be within grasping range for the human race. In this chaotic and brutal battlefield, despite the constant reaping of lives, the soldiers did not stop throwing themselves in. To young Kai's surprise, the opportunity he was waiting for came quickly. From the battlefield, a roar suddenly erupted. It was Ada's shout mixed with a hint of excitement. "Little friend, come quick, I've got him." Almost at the same time he shouted these words, young Kai, who had been keeping an eye on their movements, had already arrived at Ada's side. At this moment, Ada had managed to pin his opponent in the void. Ada's arms had constricted one of his opponent's arms, stopping it from moving. His legs were also like ropes, wrapped around one of his opponent's thighs. In this posture, two of the opponent's limbs were completely immobilized and unable to break free. However, this situation was extremely unfavorable for Ada, because in order to tightly restrain his opponent, all four of his limbs were tied up, whereas his opponent still had one arm and one leg free for his use. When young Kai arrived, the Black Ink giant spirit god was punching and kicking Ada viciously. The force of each attack sent shockwaves through Ada's body, and rubble-like pieces were constantly smashed from his body, each piece the size of an ordinary city. Since he had been keeping a close eye on the four giant spirit gods, young Kai witnessed everything clearly. After Ada rushed out of the barren territory, he directly grappled his opponent and went all out to restrain him. After some wrestling, they finally reached the current situation. This was something he had repeatedly instructed Ada and Aer on before the battle. No matter what, they had to find a way to restrain the Black Ink giant spirit gods. Young Kai originally thought that Aer would do a better job at this since Aer had clearly shown more intelligence than Ada throughout the many years of young Kai knowing them. Therefore, when young Kai instructed them on this matter, he focused more on Aer and also placed his hopes on him. But in fact, it was Ada who achieved it first. This was something young Kai did not expect, but it still made some sense when he thought about it. Due to his lower intelligence, his thoughts were simpler, so he just did everything within his power to do what he was told. It was not the first time that a giant spirit god and Black Ink giant spirit god had wrestled like this before. Previously, when Aer was fighting his opponent in the barren territory, a similar scene had appeared. Young Kai had seen them entangled like this many times when he passed by the barren territory. In the end, this struggle had developed into a stalemate, so the Black Ink giant spirit god did not feel the need to act defensive against Ada's actions. After being restrained, it instead rained attacks down on Ada as it pleased. Unlike the giant spirit god, which lacked sentience, the Black Ink giant spirit god was most soul clone with a clear cleverness to it. Ada's actions were seen as foolish in its heart. Even though it was caught off guard for a moment, the one at a loss here was not itself. That was why it had no fear. That was until young Kai suddenly showed up. The Black Ink giant spirit god who was punching and kicking Ada instantly realized something and stared fiercely at the ant-like figure in front of it. "Well done!" Young Kai shouted and instantly opened the portal of his small universe, while surging his space principles to the fullest at the same time. Countless residual images appeared at once as if countless young Kais had appeared in that instant. In just a short 3 breaths, the residual images dissipated and young Kai returned to his original position. However, where the residual images were located, stone giants with powerful auras appeared. They were the small stone race, and from the powerful aura that was flowing out of them, Each one was comparable to an 8th Order master. The black ink giant god who was being firmly restrained by Ada finally paled at this sight. It had previously eaten a similar loss before when it was restrained by Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing in the barren territory. So when these small stone race's masters appeared, it knew that something terrible was about to happen. But what puzzled it was where Yang Kai had amassed so many powerful small stone race masters from. Not only had Yang Kai taken in a massive army of hundreds of millions of them from the chaotic dead territory, a large number of them were even in the 8th Order. Even though he gave some 8th Order small stone race masters to the other humans, their numbers were not many. He had kept most of them for himself. In all these years of war, Yang Kai had never used these 8th Order ones, and that was because they were the trump card he was saving to use against the black ink giant spirit god. He could not easily reveal them. Now at this moment, that trump card was finally going to be played. As many as 2,000 8th Order small stone race masters suddenly appeared on the battlefield, which shocked all those who were fighting here. All eyes were instantly fixed on this side. And when they realized that the source of the surging aura was from this small stone race army, the human race masters breathed a sigh of relief while those from the Black Ink clan began panicking. Especially Mo Na Yi, who instantly understood Yang Kai's intentions. His pupils shrank in shock. A sharp aura suddenly struck him, and left a bone-deep injury on his body. Mi Jingluan lightly waved the feather fan in his hand as Dao's strength surged, instantly engulfing his opponent in his attack. You still have the heart to be distracted at such a critical moment? That's not a good habit to have. Mo Na Yi gritted his teeth while defending against Mi Jingluan's attack. Has he been hiding his trump card just for this very moment? Who knows? Mi Jingluan gave a casual reply, but his attacks grew more and more aggressive. Normally, Mo Na Yi wouldn't suffer much against such attacks, but his mind was distracted at the moment, so his body became covered in wounds in just a short while. Mo Na Yi thought at first that even if they lost this fight and subsequently the no-return pass, they would still be able to deal a heavy blow to the humans. After all, the Supreme One's soul clones were so powerful that no one could oppose them. Worst comes to worst, they would disappear into the depths of the void and meet up with the reinforcements that were rushing this way. Then they would still be able to stop the human race army. Chapter 5908, Sacrifice the Tail to Survive. However, when a large number of 8th Order small stone race masters appeared, Mo Na Yi was shaken. He had no idea whether or not the Supreme One's soul clone would still be able to protect itself in the face of such a tactic. Unfortunately, he could not afford to think more about the situation at this moment, as he had already fallen completely into a disadvantage in his fight against Mi Jingluan. It would be disastrous if he were to allow himself to get distracted any further, so he had no choice but to push down his worries and focus on the battle at hand. On the other side, more than 2,000 8th Order small stone race masters pounced on the black ink giant spirit god on Yang Kai's command. Though they had large, stalwart bodies, all of them were still as tiny as ants compared to the black ink giant spirit god. This scene was just like a colony of ants attacking an elephant. Each scrambled up onto every part of the black ink giant spirit god's body, and clung on tight with their hands and legs. Yang Kai stretched out both hands and the great sun and moon marks glowed with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. As he clenched his fists he roared, "Explode!" Under the influence of the great sun and moon marks, all of them small stone race masters exploded into yellow and blue lights, which seemed to gush out from within their bodies, leaving behind an extraordinarily rich and pure yin and yang element power. Each point of light was like a droplet of water collecting into a giant pool, turning into a halo that melted into and connected with each other to envelope a vast space. In just 3 short breaths, the yellow and blue lights melted away, replaced by a pure white light. The white light was not too dazzling at first, but after contracting for an instant, it spread out violently. The entire battlefield was covered by the light in an instant. Both armies on the battlefield, regardless of their cultivation realm, even the royal lords and 9th Order masters, had their vision filled with white. Everything disappeared and nothing could be seen. The noisy and horrific battlefield went eerily silent for a moment, as if time had stopped flowing. The light that was of utmost purity exploded, penetrating the barriers of the void and shining far into the depths of the black ink battlefield. Even the detonation of the purifying black ink battleships was like a firefly next to the bright moon when compared to this scene. Never once had an explosion of purifying light of this magnitude been seen since the humans began using it to restrain black ink strength. Even Yang Kai had not predicted the terrifying power that was brought about by the sacrifice of 2,000 Eighth Order small stone race masters. Around the origin of the explosion of purifying light, there had been a large number of black ink clansmen holding the defense line, but after the eruption, the vast majority of those auras evaporated. Those who were lucky enough to survive still suffered a large drop in their strength. The explosion of purifying light brought about by the sacrifice of 2,000 Eighth Order small stone race masters had completely collapsed an entire segment of the Black Ink clan's defenses with just its aftereffects. Almost every Black Ink clansman in and around the no-return pass was affected by the purifying light to some degree, compromising their strength to a certain extent. After more than a dozen breaths, the dazzling light finally dissipated, and the eerie tranquility was disturbed by the noise of death and slaughter. As countless numbers of Black Ink clansmen howled in pain, Black Ink's strength was constantly escaping uncontrollably from their bodies, as if they had accidentally fallen into a wok of hot oil. Seeing this situation, the human race army attacked with all their might. They would never miss such a good opportunity. The purifying light was a great danger to the Black Ink clan, but it had no effect on the humans. Originally, the Black Ink clan army were fighting hard to resist the humans, so it was difficult to break through their defenses, but every front was given a good opportunity now to strike. In a matter of breaths, they easily broke through each defense line and routed the Black Ink clan's forces. Yang Kai himself did not expect that his trump card against the Black Ink giant spirit god would fundamentally alter the tide of war and save countless numbers of human race soldiers. At this moment, he did not pay attention to the battlefield of the armies, and instead turned his head towards a certain place in the void. Standing there was a huge creature, one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods. This Black Ink giant spirit god had originally come out from the divine spirit ancestral land, the same one who was restrained by the combined efforts of Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing for thousands of years. Yang Kai had dealt with it several times in the past. It had never properly looked at Yang Kai since from its standpoint, Yang Kai was nothing more than an ant, no matter how powerful he was. Whether it was a strong ant or a weak ant, there was no difference to it. But now it finally had to face this ant that it had been ignoring, and it was because this ant actually had the power to wound it, even if it was through borrowing an external force. Yang Kai's gaze swept over the Black Ink giant spirit god's figure, especially the two stumps where its arm and leg had been torn off from. Thick, viscous black blood spurted out of the huge wounds like two black fountains. It was a spectacular sight to behold. The arm that he lost was in Ada's arms, while the missing leg was wrapped between Ada's two legs. The moment when the purifying light erupted, the Black Ink giant spirit god had decided to act like a lizard and sacrifice its tail to save its body. Yang Kai's brows knitted into a frown. From the wounds on the Black Ink giant spirit god's arm and leg, it was evident that they were severed voluntarily. Unable to break free from Ada's grip, it had no other choice but to regain its freedom through such a decisive method. Yang Kai was glad that he made the small stone race masters cling to the giant spirit god's body when he summoned them. Otherwise, it might have actually been able to evade a direct hit from the purifying light. Even though Yang Kai wasn't able to fully unleash the purifying light smite against his foe, the Black Ink giant spirit god still lost an arm and a leg. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly sense that its aura had weakened significantly. It managed to break free from Ada's grip by sacrificing an arm and leg, but the purifying light still played a significant role, which could be seen from the Black Ink's strength leaking endlessly from its body. This Black Ink giant spirit god was no longer the same master that inspired fear and despair in people's hearts from before. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. Dao strength shook and the space-time river manifested. The long river coiled around the spear, giving the azure dragon spear an indescribable sense of spirituality. Ada, let's go, Yang Kai shouted. Lifting his spear, his aura rose steadily. After feigning weakness for so many years, he could finally unleash his full power without any restraint. Yang Kai was cheering in joy inwardly. It felt like he had finally broken free of the shackles that bound him and regained his freedom. Yeah. Ada responded with a resounding voice. Immediately, Ada grabbed the arm and leg that his opponent discarded and began using them as weapons, swinging and smashing them fiercely, creating violent shockwaves and displaying his imposing power. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty and saw Ada getting further and further away, causing his battle aura, which had risen to a peak, to nearly collapse. "Where is it? I can't see it." Ada's thunderous voice shook the void, his vision still completely white. Though being enveloped by the purifying light at such a close range did not cause any real damage to Ada, it temporarily blinded him. So how could he still see where his opponent was? Before Yang Kai could call out to him, he was already engulfed in a sense of great crisis. When Yang Kai turned around, he saw that the black ink giant spirit god had already raised its remaining hand and swung it down in the direction where he was located. The hand that covered the void appeared slow, but it was actually extremely fast. The moment when this giant hand was about to smash him, Yang Kai could even feel space solidifying around him. The power of this attack was absolutely terrifying, and Yang Kai could clearly see the void shattering wherever it passed. With no way to escape, Yang Kai let out a roar and thrust his spear out. Around his spear, the space-time river shook and myriad Dao strengths burst forth, breaking through the confines of space. Yang Kai became one with his spear, transforming into a stream of light, and rushing straight towards the approaching hand. Before he even truly collided with the palm, Yang Kai was met with an overwhelming force. Yang Kai felt like he had run into an invisible blockade that was as sturdy as any metal. His body shook violently as he blocked the thunderous attack, coughing up golden blood in the process. In the next instant, the large hand that covered his whole vision suddenly closed, seemingly trying to squash him to death. The palm closed into a fist, but a stream of light emerged from between the cracks of its fingers. It was Yang Kai who was able to escape in time before disaster struck. World force surged, and Dao strength shook. Yang Kai turned into a thunderbolt, sweeping upwards along his opponent's extended arm like a thunder dragon. Yang Kai had not exerted his full power since cultivating with the help of the Star Boundary and Myriad Monster World. He had been hiding his true power all this while so as to keep Mo Nai from catching any clues about him. Thus, even he himself had no idea just what would happen if he were to use his full power. Today, the world would bear witness. Facing off against a black ink giant spirit god alone, Yang Kai no longer held any reservations. From his small universe, a majestic power began pouring out endlessly. The rise in cultivation seemed to make it even easier for him to manipulate his Dao strengths, and he had never felt such a powerful force before. This power even gave him the illusion that if Mo was standing in front of him, he would still be able to punch its body full of holes. Yang Kai was fast, so fast that it was hard to say just how fast it was. In an instant, Yang Kai had already reached the black ink giant spirit god's neck by flying up its arm. After a moment of hesitation between deciding on transforming into his dragon form or remaining in his current state, Yang Kai chose the latter. Thrusting out the spear in his hand, a towering spear shadow came down on the black ink giant spirit god's neck. An angry howl erupted, and the pain in the black ink giant spirit god's eyes grew even more intense. It was already in great agony from being wounded by the purifying light and sacrificing its arm and leg. To receive Yang Kai's frenzied attack now made it even more unbearable. When the spear shadow dispersed, the black ink giant spirit god's neck was covered in countless wounds. Black blood was flowing out of each wound, and its flesh was completely flayed. Dao strengths even lingered in its wounds, making it a miserable sight to watch. However, Yang Kai could not help but click his tongue. His attack was in no way weak. Any royal lord would likely have been killed on the spot if they were to receive such a blow, but for a behemoth like the black ink giant spirit god, it was simply not enough. Chapter 5909, The End Has Come. There were pros and cons to having a large body. First of all, there was the difficulty in moving around in a fight and the lack of dexterity, but a large size also allowed one to take much more damage without being critically wounded. Fatal attacks could often become just mere scratches from the size difference alone. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of that fact as he had experienced it himself many times in the past through fighting using his dragon transformation secret art. In terms of size, the black ink giant spirit god surpassed even his divine dragon form, and thus the advantages that came with his massive size would also be amplified to the extreme. The flayed wounds on its neck that were spouting black blood may look horrific, but in truth, it was nothing much for a black ink giant spirit god. Despite its strength being greatly weakened by the purifying light, the black ink giant spirit god was still undoubtedly worthy of being the so-called Supreme One soul clone. The flesh at the wound writhed and rich black ink strength poured out. Then the injury was quickly stabilized. Only Yongkai's Dao strengths were not that easy to disperse and remained stuck to its wound, constantly changing and evolving, continuing to cause damage. Seeing this, Yongkai made an instant decision to retrieve his spear and escape. Before the black ink giant spirit god could swing its palm over again, Yongkai stuck to its shoulder and rushed in the opposite direction. In the blink of an eye, Yongkai reached the stump of its severed arm, which was still oozing thick black blood. But in just a short moment, the terrifying wound was greatly relieved. It would likely take no more than a couple dozen more breaths for the severed arm to scab over just like its neck, leaving only a closed wound behind without black blood oozing out anymore. Its regenerative abilities were truly shocking. Yongkai raised his spear, and as world force surged, his body moved with his weapon, turning into a spiral that drilled into the wound at his arm. The black ink giant spirit god was instantly overtaken by an immense pain that caused it to hiss in shock and anger. "What are you doing?" Yongkai did not answer. He had brought out his full strength and merged with his spear, turning into an unstoppable blade that broke through the thick blockade of black ink strength, trying to penetrate into the black ink giant spirit god's body from its wound. Don't even dream of it. The black ink giant spirit god knew what was coming. No matter how strong it was, it still could not anticipate what would happen to it if it allowed Yongkai to succeed. Its huge eyes were filled with fear and panic. It never thought that it would fall into such a situation in such a short amount of time since the fight began. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its hand and slapped it down at Yongkai, as if swatting at a mosquito that was biting it. If that palm connected, then Yongkai would die even if he were to transform into his divine dragon form. At the same time, it also exerted all of its power to form a viscous yet sturdy defense around the wound to stop Yongkai's invasion. As long as it could swat its opponent to death before he had a chance to invade its body, then the crisis would be easily resolved. Yongkai felt an unprecedented crisis fall upon him, and as the black ink giant spirit god's palm descended, he could keenly feel death enveloping his body and mind, causing him to feel suffocated. Not a single part of him, both inside and outside, was not trembling in fear. Even though he had encountered many life or death crises throughout his cultivation journey, he had never encountered one as strong as this one. Death was so certain that it almost gave him the illusion that he had already died. The defense that was formed out of black ink's strength at the wound was extremely sturdy. Even though Yongkai attacked with full force, he was not able to break through it instantly. Moreover, his opponent did not just lay out a single defense. Instead, it was constantly repairing and strengthening it. Naturally, the best option here would be to just give up and escape in order to ensure his safety, then search for another opening to exploit. However, after such an experience, it would not be so easy to get another opportunity like this, as the black ink giant spirit god would definitely be on its guard. In this life or death moment, Yongkai's lips curved into a fierce smirk, and his already terrifying aura climbed to even greater heights, causing the surrounding space to tremble in unrest. "You court death." The black ink giant spirit god roared furiously, and swung its palm down even more fiercely. Everywhere its palm passed, space crumbled like a shattered mirror. The huge palm suddenly stopped when it was only a dozen or so kilometers away from Yongkai, as if it had encountered a huge resistance. It was a severed arm extended across the void that suddenly blocked its fierce attack. An arm no different from its intact arm in terms of length and shape. Ada had finally returned. He had blocked the fatal blow for Yongkai at this most critical moment. Yongkai had also seen Ada rushing over from the corner of his eye, which was what made him put his all into this decisive move. Holding a severed arm in one hand and a severed leg in the other, Ada was furious, almost face to face with the black ink giant spirit god, and shouted fiercely, "What do you think you're doing to my little friend?" In this era of endless black ink strength, as members of the giant spirit god clan, it was difficult to even find food to eat. Their little friend was now his and Aer's only source of food. If their little friend were killed, wouldn't they have to starve in the future? The simple-minded Ada had long realized that only his little friend could provide them with delicious food, so no matter what happened, he would not allow his little friend to be harmed in any way. Anyone who dared to hurt his little friend must die. Faced with Ada's fury, the black ink giant spirit god could only respond with a pained howl. Because the moment when its attack was blocked by Ada, a violent shockwave hit Yang Kai's back like an invisible wall. In that instant, the bones in Yang Kai's body could be heard cracking, but it was also that force that allowed him to break through the blockade of black ink's strength. Body and spear united as one as he plunged into the black ink giant spirit god's severed arm. All light disappeared and boundless darkness engulfed him. Yang Kai felt like he had fallen into a pitch-black ocean. But he moved forward without hesitation, breaking through layers of physical barriers and diving straight into the black ink giant spirit god's body. As his spear traveled through the body of the black ink giant spirit god, it encountered significant resistance at first, but in a few breaths, the resistance suddenly weakened. Ada, who had launched a fierce flurry of attacks on the black ink giant spirit god, forcibly diverted its attention to protecting itself, which naturally meant that it could not fully focus on Yang Kai, who had invaded its body. In the vast void, the battle between the two giant spirit gods was extremely brutal, but Ada clearly had the upper hand. Wielding the severed limbs of his opponent as weapons, every blow caused the injured black ink giant spirit god to stagger and stumble in a pitiful state. When the other black ink giant spirit god saw what was happening, it tried to come over and support its ally. But how could Aer allow him to do so? With everything he had, he kept it firmly tied down. On a different battlefield, Missouri Na Ye's eyes trembled violently, his face filled with disbelief. In fact, when Yang Kai unleashed his full strength, Mo Na Ye had already sensed that something was amiss, and an unlikely scenario sprang in his heart. His intelligence made him doubt this thought, but now it seemed that his unbelievable suspicions were confirmed. He has been hiding his strength all this time? Mo Na Ye asked while defending against Mi Jingluan's furious attacks. What do you think? Mi Jingluan replied casually while searching for his opponent's weakness. Naturally, he would not be kind enough to answer his enemy's question. However, this response only made Mo Na Ye more certain of his own judgment. Why? He muttered in disbelief. Yang Kai had been concealing a massive army of 8th Order small stone race masters. He must have possessed them for many years, yet hid them all so he could use them against the black ink giant spirit god, which was understandable since they could not be exposed easily as it would alert the black ink clan. Then it would be difficult for them to play their part as a hidden weapon. But why would Yang Kai also conceal his true strength? Judging from the aura erupting from Yang Kai earlier, his true strength was absolutely terrifying. If he had such strength, then why had he been hiding it for so long? If he revealed his true strength during the previous 10-year war, how many pseudo-royal lords would have suffered? Even he, a royal lord, might not have survived. Why do you think? Mi Jingluan gave an equally generic answer, his fan sweeping out fiercely, sending a violent wind blade that cut a deep wound into Mo Na Ye's abdomen. He had finally found an opening. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai's performance distracted Mo Na Ye. But the royal lord had truly lost his bearings at this moment. Mo Na Ye reeled back as black blood spurted out, but Mi Jingluan's unending attacks followed him closely. Suddenly, Mo Na Ye gave a weary scoff. I understand now. It was the black ink giant spirit gods. Yang Kai concealed his strength and hid his 8th Order small stone race army, also he could use it against the black ink giant spirit gods. Because whether it be the two giant spirit gods of the human race, or the two black ink giant spirit gods of the black ink clan, they were the key to determining the outcome of the war. Only by finding a way to deal with the opponent's strongest masters could they truly bring this war to an end. Mo Na Ye had seen through that fact even before this war even began, so how could Yang Kai not be aware of it? Moreover, his attempt to conceal his ability by feigning weakness was indeed effective. The black ink giant spirit gods had not paid any attention to Yang Kai, only considering the true giant spirit gods as opponents. As old rivals who had fought each other for thousands of years, they knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, but they never would have expected to suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands. Defeat was now inevitable, and Mo Naya's heart was filled with sadness. He could not figure out just how Yang Kai gained such power in such a short amount of time. Only about 700 years had passed since he ascended to the Ninth Order in the Universe Furnace world. A paltry number that hardly amounted to anything in the eyes of Ninth Order Masters. 700 years was barely enough time for a new Ninth Order Master to consolidate their cultivation and make a little bit of progress. But the momentum that Yang Kai displayed at this moment was basically no different from the strongest Ninth Order Masters that Mo Na had witnessed all those years ago. If he considered that the abilities that Yang Kai showed had always been far superior to his peers to begin with, perhaps even the most senior and experienced veteran Ninth Order Masters from back then would be inferior to him in terms of combat effectiveness. When the human race was at its peak, the Ninth Order Masters struggled to deal with the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods, even though there were 100 of them. There was only a single time where they managed to kill a Black Ink Giant Spirit God, but that was only with Aer's help and at great cost. But now, with only Yang Kai and a single Giant Spirit God, the humans were able to force a soul clone of the Supreme One into a desperate situation. Chapter 5910, Universe Covered in Black Ink. Fierce battles were taking place everywhere on the vast battlefield, but the most intense and shocking one was undoubtedly the fight between the Giant Spirit Gods and the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. Aer and his opponent were fully entangled, their powerful clashes causing space itself to shatter. Void cracks appeared one after another and clung onto their large bodies like spiderwebs, and from those cracks, an extremely strong aura of chaos and nihility was spilling out. Only two fates awaited ordinary creatures in such an environment. One was to fall in and become lost in the void. If they were very lucky, they might find a way out, but if not, they would be forever trapped. The second outcome was to simply be sliced to pieces and die. Each void crack was a tear in space, so it naturally possessed immense power. Nothing good could come to those who came into contact with these torn and displaced cracks. However, the two massive beings confronting each other in this dangerous environment at this very moment were not ordinary by any definition. The void cracks, which would normally be a death sentence, merely left slight scratches on their skin, barely able to cut them at all. Looking from afar, these two supreme masters were surrounded by endless cracks, making it look as if they were fighting in another space-time. On the other hand, Auda's battle with the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God was a completely different situation. Thanks to Yang Kai's sudden attack and the sacrifice of 2,000 Eighth Order Small Stone Race Masters, this Black Ink Giant Spirit God had only battled Auda for a short time before losing an arm and a leg, which could be said to have greatly damaged its foundation. Now, with Yang Kai wreaking havoc inside its body, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God had to divert some of his attention to defend against him, so it had completely fallen into a disadvantage in the face of Auda's furious beating. With each strike that landed, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God staggered and was sent flying back, whereas Auda only became stronger as the fight went on. Though the severed limbs of the opponent didn't possess any kind of divine power, they were incredibly tough and displayed tremendous power in Auda's hands. In no more than a few dozen breaths, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was in a miserable state covered in black blood. The panic in its eyes gradually deepened. At this moment, it was facing not only Auda's flurry of attacks, but also what Yang Kai was doing inside its body, which was the true source of its fear. It could keenly feel that as Yang Kai moved within its enormous body, the auras of countless life forms were being left behind. Even though it had no time to examine what was happening, it knew very clearly just what those living creatures were. Realizing that its death was inevitable if it did not act, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God roared and forcibly blocked Auda's ferocious attacks before suddenly, its body shook and it snarled, "The universe shall be covered in black ink." As soon as those words were spoken, the black ink strength lingering outside its body, which was like a dense fog, solidified for a moment before being drawn into its body by an invisible force. The price it paid for this was being struck fiercely on the forehead by Auda's attack, causing a part of its skull to cave in. At that moment, Yang Kai, wielding the Azure Dragon Spear, was still drilling his way through the thick black ink strength blockade as he shuttled around inside of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's body. The portal to his small universe had been opened, and as he swam about, a massive number of small stone race soldiers poured out of his small universe, and took up positions inside of the black ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai had brought some 400 million small stone race soldiers from the chaotic dead territory, and handed quite a large percentage of them to the Ninth Order Masters to distribute to the human army in order to enhance its forces. However, he still left some behind as reserves. Besides the numerous Eighth Order small stone race masters that were sacrificed earlier, Yang Kai still had a large army of at least 30 million below the Eighth Order. These small stone race soldiers were constantly charging out of his small universe and invading the black ink giant spirit god's body. When the black ink giant spirit god finished speaking though, Yang Kai clearly felt the boundless darkness in this place become even darker. It was a very strange feeling as there was supposedly no way a darkness where an ordinary person could not even see their fingers in front of them could get even darker, but that kind of feeling did arise in Yang Kai. In the next instant he realized that his small universe was shaking violently, and the open portal also closed involuntarily. Shocked, Yang Kai quickly examined himself, and was aghast to find the World Tree clone swaying violently, while propping up the invisible boundary wall around his small universe. Outside of the boundary wall was black ink strength of a purity he had never seen before, and it was trying to break into his small universe. With the World Tree clone to isolate and protect his small universe, it remained flawless and undamaged for thousands of years, invulnerable to external forces. It had a similar effect to the 4 universe pillars, but even stronger. Since obtaining the World Tree clone, Yang Kai had never been worried that his small universe would be stained by black ink strength. That was because black ink strength could not break his small universe's boundary wall, nor corrupt his small universe with the World Tree clone shielding it. Currently, the black ink strength's attack and the World Tree clone's protection were like a spear and a shield. If the protective shield was strong enough, it could ignore the attack of the sharp spear. In the past, the protective shield of the World Tree clone could easily block the corruption of black ink strength regardless of its source. Yang Kai had never felt affected by it before, and he could even recklessly enter environments full of black ink strength. It was an act other open heaven realm masters were fearful of. Yet he could do so without worrying about being corrupted by black ink strength. But this time, Yang Kai clearly felt that the protective shield of the World Tree clone was under pressure. This was undoubtedly an indication that the black ink giant spirit god was using a powerful technique against him. Yang Kai couldn't help but think of the Royal Lord's secret technique. The humans had never been able to figure out how the Royal Lords cast their secret technique. Yang Kai had also endured this secret technique head-on more than once, but with the World Tree clone and the soul-warming lotus protection, it had never affected him. The humans had very limited information on the Royal Lord's secret technique, but what they did know was that this technique could only be performed by a true Royal Lord, and that it can be activated silently. Those targeted by the Royal Lord's secret technique could not resist unless they were in the Ninth Order. Even the most experienced veteran Eighth Order masters would be corrupted instantly by black ink strength when this move was unleashed. Back when the human race army first clashed with the Black Ink clan in the Barren Territory, it was through a use of the Royal Lord's secret technique that 3 Eighth Order masters were corrupted, allowing them to infiltrate the divine spirit ancestral land in the depths of shattered heaven, and awaken the black ink giant spirit god there. As a result, the human race was routed and had no choice but to give up the Barren Territory. But despite how powerful the Royal Lord's secret technique was, it was rarely used as once it was activated, the user's foundation would be greatly damaged, causing a significant decline in strength. Therefore, Royal Lords generally did not use this technique, unless they were in absolute control of the situation. The first Royal Lord that Yang Kai killed was the one he fought just after advancing to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. That Royal Lord had wanted to get rid of Yang Kai for good by using the secret technique. This was due to him being angry out of shame from being unable to catch him after chasing him for several dozen years. It severely damaged his foundation as a result, providing an opportunity that Yang Kai took advantage of. If Royal Lords could use such a bizarre secret technique, how could the Black Ink giant spirit gods, who were soul clones of Mo, not be capable of something similar? Therefore, when Yang Kai sensed that something was amiss, he knew that the Black Ink giant spirit god had to have used a technique similar to the Royal Lord's secret technique, and that was why even the World Tree clone's protective shield was feeling pressured. Young Kai couldn't help but think back to Tsong's words. Despite knowing he had a World Tree clone to isolate and protect his small universe, Tsong had specifically warned him to be wary of Mo. In other words, even with the World Tree clone, he could still fail to resist Mo's black ink strength. Inside his small universe, the swaying of the World Tree clone became more and more violent. Young Kai could clearly feel the pressure on his last line of defense, which finally made him realize that what Tsong warned him about back then was not an exaggeration. The black ink giant spirit god was already pressuring the World Tree clone, so what if he were to face Mo itself? The World Tree clone really might not be able to protect him then. Moreover, trouble never arrived alone. As his small universe was bearing enormous pressure, Young Kai can clearly feel his knowledge being invaded as well. Boundless black ink strength gushed over, staining his originally colorful knowledge completely black. The corruption of black ink strength on cultivators had always been both a physical and spiritual affair. Inside Young Kai's knowledge on the small seven-colored island formed by the soul-warming lotus, two figures sat idly across each other, playing chess. One of them had a humanoid form while the other had a beast form. These two figures were naturally Young Kai's two other selves. Since his three selves united, Young Kai advanced into the ninth order, but Thunder Shadow's and Feng Tianxi's consciousnesses were preserved and had been staying in the soul-warming lotus all these years. This was the best place for them to remain, as without the soul-warming lotus nurturing, they might have perished with the loss of their physical bodies over time. When the boundless black ink strength surged in, Feng Tianxi immediately noticed that something was amiss. When he looked over, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Thunder Shadow also stood up in a panic, knocking over the chessboard in the process and exclaiming, "Black ink strength? What is Big Brother doing? How could black ink strength reach this place? Big Brother isn't going to be corrupted, is he? Oh no. What do we do?" He made a scene, looking extremely worried. Feng Tianxi, however, looked at him speechlessly. Reaching out, he restored the knocked-over chess pieces back to their original positions. "Don't try to shift focus. You're about to lose." Thunder Shadow turned its head to look at him, shouting, "Who has the heart to play chess with you at such a critical moment? If Big Brother is stained by black ink, we're done for. When that happens, Big Brother will definitely pull us out and eat us one by one." Feng Tianxi's brow couldn't help but twitch. Firstly, if the true body is corrupted by black ink strength, we will also be corrupted by it. Secondly, this is the soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of the universe that can shield and nurture the soul better than any other item in existence. With the soul-warming lotus, even if black ink strength were to invade the true body, Big Brother would still be able to hold on to a trace of clarity, and will not be completely corrupted by black ink strength. Is that so? Thunder Shadow sat down with a clueless expression on its face. Feng Tianxi couldn't endure it any longer. "Drop the pretentious act. You're not a sore loser, are you?" Thunder Shadow scoffed. "Chess isn't fun. Let's play something else." "So, you finally admit that you're not my opponent?" Feng Tianxi looked at it scornfully with his nose in the air. Thunder Shadow bellowed, "Who's not your opponent? Don't think that I have to endure your provocations just because you're the second brother. You better watch your mouth." "Then let's continue. It's your turn." Feng Tianxi gestured to the board. Thunder Shadow hesitated for a moment before gritting its teeth. "Just watch as I destroy you until you don't even have a single piece of armor left." As black ink strength surged in, the only pure land in Young Kai's knowledge was a chess game where one man and one leopard unceasingly exchanged moves. Chapter 59:11. Killing the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Inside the body of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, an army of millions of small stone race soldiers were scattered about. If they had been ordinary small stone race members, they might not be able to withstand the corruption of the thick black ink strength, but these small stone race masters had grown by consuming the extremely pure yin or yang energy of the burning light and serene glimmer, so they had a natural resistance to it. Moreover, they were extremely sensitive towards black ink strength and viewed it as their absolute enemy. As soon as they were released, they began attacking the black ink giant spirit god from inside its body, causing it to experience what the pain of being devoured by countless ants was like. No matter how indestructible the black ink giant spirit god was outside, its internal defenses were naturally much weaker. Yongkai's original plan was to summon all of the small stone race soldiers from his small universe, which amounted to around 30 million, but he had no choice but to stop because of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's secret technique. The longer such an intense battle dragged on, the greater the variables became. As soon as he sensed the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's unusual move, Yongkai decisively activated the Great Sun and Moon marks. The next moment, the tens of millions of small stone race each shone brightly. Yellow and blue lights began to flow and blend in the extremely dark environment, turning it pure white, creating a mystical scene. In the void, Ada once again swung down his opponent's severed arm, smashing it fiercely towards the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, and hitting it squarely in the neck until its head was slightly bent out of shape. At the same time, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's face distorted in extreme pain, as if it was being subjected to unbearable torture. Then, a bright white light overflowed from its mouth and nose. It howled in pain, and its roar echoed throughout the universe, frightening all Black Ink clansmen who heard it. The bright white light was not only overflowing from its mouth and nose now, but also from the stumps of its severed limbs, and even from the wounds all over its body, creating columns of light like 10,000 swords piercing through its flesh. As the columns of light emerged, so did a figure covered in black blood, rushing out with his spear. It was none other than Yongkai. He turned his head to look at the pitiful appearance of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, and could clearly sense that its aura had weakened greatly. This eruption of purifying light had an even more profound effect than the sacrifice of 2,000 Eighth Order small stone race masters from before. It made sense. After all, the previous blast of purifying light only enveloped the Black Ink Giant Spirit God from the outside, making it a purely external attack. But now the purifying light was created by the fusion of an army of tens of millions exploding inside its body, meaning almost all of the impact was absorbed by it without any escaping. So despite the fact that the quality was somewhat lacking, the quantity made up for it, and the damage to the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was even greater than before. Ada charged forward once again. Even though his intelligence was lacking, he was still a member of the Giant Spirit God clan whose battle instincts were incredibly strong. Seeing his enemy in such a miserable state, there was no way he would miss this perfect opportunity. In just a few steps, he reached the Black Ink Giant Spirit God and, wielding its severed arm and leg, unleashed a flurry of attacks that left a bloody spectacle wherever they struck. Following the weakening of its aura and the damage to its foundation, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's defense also became weaker. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God roared and struggled to resist, but it was simply no match for Ada at this moment. Faced with this barrage of attacks, it could only defend while being forced back step by step. A dragon roar sounded abruptly, and a golden light burst forth as a 100,000 meters divine dragon appeared. The dragon shot forward, taking advantage of when the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was already overwhelmed, and wrapped around its neck, looping itself around it. Then, the divine dragon lifted his large head, and looked the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the eye right in front of him. Despite his large form, the dragon still appeared small compared to the massive Black Ink Giant Spirit God. From a distance, it was like a small snake wrapped around a person's neck. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God loathed Yongkai deeply. Knowing that this situation was likely to be disastrous, it directly abandoned its defense against Ada, and reached out its one remaining hand to grab the divine dragon. Yongkai had taken on his dragon form, which allowed him to control his time Dao strength much better than when he was in his human form. After all, the Dao of Time was the innate grand Dao of the Dragon Clan. As such, the hand that was trying to grasp him was instantly surrounded by a profound field which made it become extremely sluggish. Opening his dragon maw, a dragon breath spewed forth and smashed into one of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's eyes. In the next instant, the giant eye burst apart. Repeating the same thing on the other side, Yongkai quickly destroyed the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's other eye as well. With both eyes gone, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God let out another miserable cry before unleashing all its power, breaking through the time principle blockade, allowing its stalled hand to regain its freedom. However, its attack was interrupted by a fierce blow from Ada before it could reach Yongkai. Yongkai took advantage of this opportunity to unleash one Dragon Clan's secret technique after another, bombarding the black ink giant spirit god's face at close range. Every secret technique was as powerful as an all-out attack of a peak Ninth Order master. And in just a short amount of time, the face of the black ink giant spirit god had been turned into a bloody mess. Despite that, the black ink giant spirit god still refused to die, displaying a tenacious vitality that Yongkai couldn't help but marvel at. Since the war between humans and Black Ink clan began, the humans had only managed to kill a single Black Ink giant spirit god, which happened during the battle in the Barren Territory several thousand years ago. However, they also paid a huge price for that success, with more than a dozen Ninth Order masters dying in battle. Furthermore, a heir was there to provide assistance, and that Black Ink giant spirit god was already injured and had been prepared to be sacrificed. It could be said that the reason why the Black Ink giant spirit god was killed in that battle was partly because the Black Ink clan was willing to pay any price to breach the Barren Territory and invade the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, the humans had also paid a high price to slowly wear down their opponent and kill it. As to what they were supposed to do in order to quickly kill a Black Ink giant spirit god now, the humans still lacked experience and ideas. The Black Ink giant spirit god in front of them had almost no ability to resist, as it was attacked by Yongkai in his divine dragon form and Ada, but its extraordinary vitality still basically made it immortal and indestructible. Seeing this, Yongkai had no choice but to act ruthlessly. When his dragon jaws opened, a golden round bead emerged. It was his dragon bead. The moment the dragon bead appeared, the Black Ink giant spirit god was able to sense that something was amiss despite losing both its eyes. It opened its mouth and roared, trying to wriggle its neck free from Yongkai's hold. However, the force applied to it rendered it completely immobile. The golden dragon bead shook faintly before turning into a golden light and blasting into the hole where the Black Ink giant spirit god's left eye used to be, then bursting out through the back of his head. As the residual energy swept into the depths of the void, a golden beam of light spanning 100 million kilometers was created. Such a fierce blow caused the Black Ink giant spirit god's neck and head to be flung back as it lost all strength in the hand it was waving around. Thus, the aura of a powerful being, powerful enough to shake the universe, crumbled and dissipated. However, Yongkai still could not be rest assured. A loud dragon roar echoed across the battlefield, and the dragon coiled around the Black Ink giant spirit god's neck tightened its grip once again before soaring up into the void. The immense pulling force ripped into the neck of the Black Ink giant spirit god, directly separating its huge head from its body. At the wound, black blood erupted like a volcano, instantly dyeing a vast expanse of the void completely black. Another endless flurry of attacks from Ada landed immediately after, smashing the Black Ink giant spirit god until its body broke into pieces. It wasn't until this moment that the aura belonging to the Black Ink giant spirit god was completely extinguished. The Black Ink giant spirit god had fallen. From the moment Ada restrained this Black Ink giant spirit god to when Yongkai ripped its head off, only a short dozen breaths had passed. In such a short period of time, a powerful Black Ink giant spirit god was killed by the joint efforts of Yongkai and Ada, regardless of how tenacious its vitality was, regardless of how profound Mo's creations were. There was no way it could have any vitality left after its body was literally smashed into paste. Thousands of years ago, this Black Ink giant spirit god emerged from the divine spirit ancestral land and laid the foundation for the Black Ink clan's victory in the war in the Barren Territory. Its strength had been looming over the hearts of all the humans all that time, almost like a towering mountain pressing down on their heads. After all, it was an indomitable and powerful existence. Today, when its aura finally dissipated, and its body shattered into pieces, that shadow was at last dispelled. The human race army, which already had the momentum advantage against the Black Ink clan, erupted into cheers at this moment, and their attacks became even fiercer. The Black Ink clan army, which was already at a disadvantage, deflated even further at this sight. This was especially so for the masters from the Black Ink clan. No matter what, they couldn't believe that a soul clone of the Supreme One would be killed in such a short time. When the aura of the Black Ink giant spirit god dissipated, their minds all fell into disarray. The human race masters fighting against them took advantage of this opportunity to expand their advantages even further. while those who were in disadvantageous positions quickly stabilized their situations. It could be said that the death of one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods was not just a loss of one of the Black Ink clan's top masters, but it also had a clear and direct effect on the situation of the entire battlefield. All the Black Ink clansmen realized that all hope had just died, and there was no way they would survive the battle for the no-return pass, no matter what they did. All of them would be slaughtered ruthlessly here. This was a matter concerning the life or death of both races. A blood feud spanning so many years that no one could even say how long it was. It was impossible for them to show any mercy. This decisive battle that had broken out hastily would eventually end in victory for the human race. On the battlefield, Ada threw back his head and roared to the heavens, his voice filled with joy and victory. After he was done, he looked around the battlefield with sharp eyes like an eagle or wolf filled with bloodlust. Yongkai saw this and shouted, "Go and help Aer." After receiving the message, Ada rushed over to the other side of the battlefield with the severed arm and leg still in hand. Aer was fighting on equal grounds with his opponent there, but when his enemy naturally saw its peer being killed, and immediately tried to escape, there was not much Aer could do against a Black Ink giant spirit god intent on escaping. Nevertheless, he did his best to keep it pinned as long as possible. Fortunately, Ado arrived quickly, and with the united strength of two giant spirit gods, they instantly trapped their opponent, making it all but impossible for it to flee. Chapter 59:12 Dead End. To have killed a Black Ink giant spirit god while hardly sustaining any injuries was a feat that nobody could achieve, not just for the people of today, but even their ancestors of the past eras. It had to be known that when a single Black Ink giant spirit god invaded the divine spirit's ancestral land in the early ancient era, countless powerful divine spirits had inhabited those lands, but even then, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time still had to use the 16 sacred treasures of the strongest clans and sacrifice themselves to lay a grand array just to suppress and seal it. It was only after hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years of erosion from the ancestral land's ancestral strength, that the Black Ink giant spirit god's vitality was finally ground down. Such a huge price was paid. Yet they were only able to trap their foe, not directly kill them. In comparison to that, today's fight was an astonishing feat unequaled before in history. Of course, it was mainly thanks to the two explosions of purifying light that greatly damaged the Black Ink giant spirit god's foundation. Even though the ancestral strength in the divine spirit ancestral land provided some suppressive power against Black Ink's strength, it was far less potent than purifying light. Even though he did not sustain much damage, Yongkai expended a lot of his strength, especially when he summoned his dragon bead at the end, so he was basically a dry oil lamp right now. The dragon bead was the culmination of a dragon's cultivation. Just like a monster beast's monster core, one would never summon it unless it was absolutely necessary, for once it was brought out, either one's enemy died or the owner perished. It was a desperate final move. Since he became a grand dragon and obtained his own dragon bead, Yongkai had summoned this final weapon a few times in the past, and it was exhausting each time he did. This time was no different. It was hard for Yongkai to even maintain his dragon form after using his dragon bead to attack, so he quickly transformed back into his human form. Not only was his face extremely pale, he looked completely deflated. That was especially true for his dragon vein. Usually, he could circulate the might in his dragon vein without issue even in his human form, but now, the power in his dragon vein was almost still. Looking inside himself, Yongkai could see that even his dragon bead was dim and gray, not bright and golden as before. It seemed like he would need to recuperate for a long time before his dragon vein and bead could be restored. Before then, it would be difficult to even use any techniques related to the dragon clan. After directing Ada to help Aer, Yongkai stuffed some recovery pills into his mouth and swallowed them before turning back and rushing over to the no-return pass. The defense line of the Black Ink clan had long been riddled with holes, and humans had the advantage in most of the positions across the battlefield. As they were enveloped by the dazzling lights of both secret techniques and artifacts, the Black Ink clansmen were being wiped out in great numbers every breath. The human race's victory here was set. All that was lacking to resolve this war now was time. In an instant, Yongkai had passed over the defense line where the human race and the Black Ink clan armies were fighting, and went straight into the no-return pass. As space principles surged, his figure swiftly passed through each area of the no-return pass. Everywhere he went, large numbers of black ink nests were destroyed. When Ada and Aer were first rushing over from the barren territory, they had already caused significant damage to the black ink nests in the no-return pass, but due to how many black ink nests there were to begin with, many still remained. With Yang Kai to clean up the rest, all the surviving black ink nests would soon be destroyed. If the pseudo-royal lords were still guarding this place, they might have been able to hinder him somewhat, but all of them had left of the inner region of the no-return pass to fight under Mo Na Ye's order, so how could there be any masters left to stop Yang Kai? Within an incense stick of time, the no-return pass became a chaotic mess. All of the black ink nests, whether they were high rank, mid-rank, or low rank, were all destroyed without exception. Even the black ink clansmen that had escaped back to the pass for shelter suffered heavy casualties. Without pause, Yang Kai disappeared in a flash. Somewhere in the battlefield, Missouri Na Yi and Mi Jingluan's fight was still going on, with the situation being extremely disadvantageous for the former. It was reasonable to say that since Mo Na Yi had become a royal lord a few hundred years earlier than Mi Jingluan had advanced to the Ninth Order, he should have a stronger heritage. Yet in reality, he was completely suppressed by Mi Jingluan. Naturally, such a situation arose because of the various changes that happened on the battlefield, causing Mo Na Ye's thoughts to be disrupted. This was especially so with Yang Kai's sudden surge in strength, and the death of a black ink giant spirit god, which had an immense impact on him. The shrewd and cunning Mi Jingluan naturally seized this opportunity to expand his advantage bit by bit until they reached the current state of affairs. Of course, with Mi Jingluan's current cultivation, killing Mo Na Yi would be difficult even with such an advantage, as he had to be extremely cautious against a final counterattack. In a fight between masters like them, the slightest carelessness could drastically change the outcome. That was why Mi Jingluan did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and kept a steady hand from the beginning, never taking risks in a rush for success. But at a certain point his attacks grew more violent. At the same time, Mo Na Yi keenly caught onto an opening in his defense and, after a moment of hesitation, his originally retreating figure suddenly rushed forward, taking advantage of the gap in Mi Jingluan's secret techniques to throw a punch-out. Mi Jingluan's face immediately showed an expression of panic, and he instinctively tried to block it, but it was too late. As Mo Na Ye's fist was about to hit Mi Jingluan's head though, Mo Na Ye's body suddenly shook as if he had been hit by a binding technique, freezing in place. His fist was less than a forearm's length away from Mi Jingluan, and the violent force from it caused the opponent's clothes to flutter. In the face of imminent death, the panic in Mi Jingluan's eyes disappeared, and was instead replaced by an indifferent gaze. As expected, Mo Na Yi laughed bitterly at Mi Jingluan, but those words weren't meant for him. Behind Mo Na Yi, Yang Kai's figure had appeared at some point, and the azure dragon spear pierced through Mo Na Ye's chest. Dao strengths lingered on Yang Kai's spear as space principles surged, solidifying the surrounding space. Even someone as strong as Mo Na Yi was unable to break free for a time. The three masters were arranged in a straight line in the void, with Yang Kai at the back, Mo Na Yi in the center, and Mi Jingluan in the front. For a while nobody spoke. The silence went on for a time before Mi Jingluan finally said, "You realized that I was baiting you." It was not a question, he was just stating a fact. When Yang Kai rushed over from the no-return pass, he sent a message to Mi Jingluan, which was why he suddenly revealed an opening. It was to lure Mo Na Yi into attacking him, and creating a favorable opportunity for Yang Kai's ambush. Everything went smoothly and Yang Kai's ambush was extremely successful. So what if I saw through it? A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Mo Na Ye's lips. Mi Jingluan's eyes flickered, and he nodded lightly. And you had no choice but to take it. Even if he did see through the plan to lure the enemy out, Mo Na Yi could only make his move, hoping to severely injure, or even kill Mi Jingluan before being hit by Yang Kai. That way, it wouldn't be a loss even if he died. Of course, he could also choose to evade Yang Kai's ambush, but all that would follow would be a joint attack from both Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan together, which would still be difficult for him to resist. So he didn't have a choice at all from the start. Yang Kai tilted his head, his gaze passing Mo Nayi by to look at Mi Jingluan as he commented, "Senior brother, that was too dangerous." He had communicated with Mi Jingluan to coordinate their actions, but he never expected the latter to use such a dangerous method. Even Yang Kai's heart was racing with fear for a moment. If he had moved just a bit slower, Mi Jingluan would have undoubtedly suffered serious injuries. Mi Jingluan responded indifferently, "Fortune favors the bold." Yang Kai sighed, not knowing what to say in reply. He had no doubt that Mi Jingluan trusted him, but he had no idea that Yang Kai had already exhausted too much of his strength in the previous battle. Even though he recovered some of it while destroying the black ink nests, the time was too short, and he couldn't recover much of his strength. For example, Yang Kai could only use the same set of secret techniques he just used twice more before all his energy ran out again. If Mo Nayi really managed to avoid his surprise attack, things would have become difficult. "Brother Yang, I have a question to ask before I die." Mo Nayi spoke to Yang Kai behind him as he stood still, showing no intention to resist. Yang Kai raised a brow. "You may ask, but I may not necessarily answer." Mo Nayi laughed bitterly. "You humans. How did you discover reinforcements were coming?" Mo Nayi had speculated the reason the humans were so eager to take down the no-return pass, even at the cost of greater sacrifices, was because they must have discovered reinforcements were rushing over from the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Unfortunately, he still couldn't figure out how they managed to learn about them. It had to be known that the reinforcements were still more than 10 years away at best, a distance so great that it would have been difficult for the Black Ink clan to even contact them without the help of the Black Ink giant spirit god's divine ability, and the Black Ink nests. Mo Nayi had thought that the reinforcements would be the no-return pass Black Ink clan's ticket to survival, allowing them to pincer the humans from the front and back, catching them off guard. Who would have thought that it would become a death decree in the end? Reinforcements? What do you mean reinforcements? Yang Kai asked in a surprised tone. Mo Nayi turned his head with difficulty so he could see his expression, but as he moved the azure dragon's spear shook slightly, forcing him to keep still. Yang Kai continued. "Working your Black Ink clan get reinforce, the primordial heavens source grand restriction, is it? What happened over there?" Mo Nayi's brow furrowed. Unable to see Yang Kai's face, he could only stare at Mi Jingluan, who had a look of sudden realization. "The thing you mentioned earlier was about the Black Ink clan's reinforcements?" There was a moment of confusion for Mo Nayi. Before the war started, he tried to probe Mi Jingluan for clues but failed to get any answers. He had been confident that the humans must have known about their reinforcements, which was why they launched such a decisive attack. But now, judging from Mi Jingluan and Yang Kai's reactions, it seemed that they actually knew nothing about it. Do the humans really have no idea? "Speak. Are Black Ink clan reinforcements from the primordial heavens source grand restriction on the way here now? How is that possible?" Yang Kai's shout sounded from behind while at the same time, the spear that penetrated his chest pulsed with Dao strengths, causing Mo Nayi to groan in pain. Even in such a critical situation, he was still closely observing Mi Jingluan's expression, and he could see that those eyes were full of worry and anxiety. "Ha ha 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 ha." Mo Nayi could not help but break out in fervent laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai shouted and shook his spear, interrupting Mo Nayi's laughter. Chapter 59:13, Capturing the No-Return Pass. The immense pain distorted Mo Nayi's features, but he gritted his teeth. "I laugh at you humans for being so ignorant in the face of the Supreme One's power. No matter how hard you struggle, it is all meaningless. All your efforts will ultimately be in vain." He spoke as if he were stating a fact, or laying a malicious curse, but it also seemed like a prediction of the future. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "You have a big mouth for someone with little skill." Mo Nayi frowned. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai shook the spear in his hand, interrupting his words as a strongly disgusted look emerged on his face. "Who is your brother Yang? Do you even have the qualifications to call me your brother?" Mo Nayi looked surprised and stammered. "I thought." Yang Kai interrupted him again. "We have been fighting each other for many years, and we each have our own victories. So you think that as opponents, we should be sympathetic to each other? Shouldn't we?" Mo Nayi tossed the question back. The disgust on Yang Kai's face deepened. It's you who knows nothing. I, Yang Kai, have been cultivating for thousands of years and encountered many powerful opponents. Indeed, there are some worth sympathizing with, because it was the pressure they gave me that enabled me to forge ahead step by step until this day. But that does not include you or any other Black Ink clansmen. We are mortal enemies. Only by killing you can we humans find peace. Mo Nayi was silent for a moment before suddenly realizing, only opponents are sympathetic to each other, not enemies. It seems you understand now. So answer me, where did the Black Ink clan's reinforcements come from? Did something happen at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? You only have one chance to tell me the truth. Yang Kai's icy words were biting like the cold chills of winter. Smirking, Mo Nayi looked at Mi Jingluan across from him. Black Ink Eternal. A violent force suddenly erupted from Mo Nayi's chest. Yang Kai's 10,000 Dao strength surged. This royal lord, who had been commanding the situation in the Black Ink clan for thousands of years, was blasted into pieces with blood and severed limbs flying everywhere. Mo Nayi had fallen. Yang Kai gave him only one chance to speak, but he had no intention of revealing any valuable information. Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy, and regardless of what answer Mo Nayi gave, he still would not escape death today. Yang Kai would never give him another chance to escape. 700 years ago, he failed to kill Mo Nayi when the universe furnace appeared, which had been a source of regret for him. Later, when the universe furnace closed, he thought he would have another chance to kill Mo Nayi, but unexpectedly, he was brought to the edge of the universe by the universe furnace, allowing this guy to escape by some stroke of luck. Mo Nayi knew it well, and Yang Kai had also expected this. All along, Mo Nayi's biggest threat to the human race was not his strength, but his superior intellect that far surpassed all his other clansmen. If he hadn't been the commander of the Black Ink clan's war effort, this battle at the No-Return Pass would not have been as hard-fought. Almost 30% of the human race's casualties in the war could be attributed to Mo Nayi alone. Now this royal lord had finally reached the end of his fate. Mi Jingluan reached out and grabbed a severed arm, the limb left behind by Mo Nayi after his death. He pried open the large, tightly clenched fist and took out an unhatched Black Ink nest from his palm. Glancing over at Yang Kai, he asked, "So this is the reason you tricked him?" With the help of the Void Guard's investigation, the humans learned of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements, which was why they launched this battle so decisively. Mo Nayi had suspected this, but he couldn't be completely sure. That was why he wanted to get confirmation before his death. Logically, it wouldn't matter even if Mo Nayi knew the answer since he was going to die regardless. There was nothing a dying man could do about it, but when he asked the question and Yang Kai acted like he didn't know, Mi Jingluan quickly played along, pretending to know nothing. In the end, even when Mo Nayi was killed, he couldn't figure out whether the humans knew about the Black Ink clan's reinforcements in advance or not. Yang Kai nodded. It was just in case. Though admitting it wouldn't make much of a difference, nobody could know what kind of changes it would bring to the situation if they did. Therefore, Yang Kai always upheld a principle of not telling the enemy anything if at all possible. However, judging from the fact that Mo Nayi was still holding on to the miniature Black Ink nest before he died, what happened here must have spread to the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. The reinforcements must have found out that their presence had been exposed, and that a Black Ink giant spirit god had died in battle. Yang Kai was somewhat helpless about this. After he and Ada had teamed up to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god, he immediately rushed into the No-Return Pass and destroyed all the Black Ink nests to prevent the news from leaking, but the fact of the matter was he couldn't completely prevent it. Black Ink nests were just too convenient in terms of transmitting information. The only fortunate thing now was that the Black Ink clan's reinforcements did not know about the existence of the Void Guard or the space arrays, nor would they have any idea what was going to happen next on the battlefield. The reinforcements traveling through the void had two options now. One was to speed up their march and rush to the No-Return Pass, hoping that the battle would not be over before their arrival. Then they could assist their fellow clansmen on this side, and maybe turn the tide. The second option was naturally to hold their position, get into formation and lay an ambush. They could then slowly start to build up their strength and prepare for the human race army to approach. Under the assumption that the humans knew nothing, it would only be natural for them to lay some sort of gigantic trap. But no matter which option they chose, they could not stop the fate of the Black Ink clan's destruction at the No-Return Pass. With the fall of a Black Ink giant spirit god, the outcome of the battle at the No-Return Pass has already been determined. Clenching his fist, Mi Jingluan crushed the Black Ink nest before gently waving his feather fan. Junior brother, you should rest for now. I'm afraid we may need your help to deal with the remaining Black Ink giant spirit god as well. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about them. You've already done enough. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. After slaying the Black Ink giant spirit god and Mo Na Yi one after another, Yang Kai had exhausted too much energy and needed time to properly recover. Even though the outcome of the battle had already been determined, it was necessary to deal with the remaining Black Ink giant spirit god to end things completely. That thing was not easy to deal with. If the first Black Ink giant spirit god had not been too careless, it would not have fallen in such a short time. After Mi Jingluan left, Yang Kai focused on his recovery. Without setting up any defenses, he sat cross-legged in the void without any fear of being attacked by the Black Ink clan. When Mo Na Yi, a royal lord, was killed, the already fragmented Black Ink clan defense line worsened even further. Especially for those masters from the Black Ink clan who were fighting against human race masters. Witnessing the fall of the Black Ink giant spirit god had already shaken their minds. Now, with Mo Na Yi's death, the hearts of every territory lord, and even the pseudo-royal lords were filled with great fear and loss. Before the start of this war, everything had been under control, but once the fighting broke out, everything began to develop in a direction that the Black Ink clan did not hope to see, pushing them step by step towards the abyss. The fall of the Black Ink giant spirit god and Mo Na Yi has also caused a series of unpredictable chain reactions. On every battlefield, the auras of Black Ink clan masters constantly disappeared. And with the fall of so many Black Ink clansmen, more humans were now free and were able to head over and support the tougher battlefields, quickly outnumbering and overpowering their enemies. The advantages of the humans on the battlefield quickly accumulated like a snowball. Seeing that the situation was going from bad to worse, many from the Black Ink clan couldn't help but think of escaping. But how could they possibly run away under these circumstances? Half a day later, as Dia Luo's aura swelled up before dissipating, the Black Ink clan collapsed completely. An aura of despair enveloped every last Black Ink clansman. And in such a hopeless situation, many were forced into adopting the determination to make one last stand before their deaths. However, as things had fallen to this point, even if they had this determination, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Somewhere on the battlefield, Missouri Yu fought alone against Luo Tinghe, Wei Junyang and Xiang Shan. Even though he was individually stronger than any one of these three, he was still struggling to take them all on at once. Originally, Luo Tinghe was his only opponent, but as the battle progressed, Wei Junyang and Xiang Shan gradually dealt with their own opponents and came to support her. Not only that, but Mo Yu clearly felt that other Ninth Order masters had also directed a wisp of divine sense over to keep an eye on their battle. Under this situation, even if Mo Yu could defeat the three Ninth Order masters, he was likely to be surrounded by even more Ninth Order masters soon after. What was more, he didn't have such ability. Knowing that death was inevitable, Mo Yu let go of all his restraints and fought with the mindset that if even one was killed, it would make his death worth it. Thus, he ignored his own injuries and bombarding Xiang Shan with attacks, giving him a hard time. Fortunately, neither Luo Tinghe nor Wei Junyang were inexperienced weaklings. Together, the three of them prevented Mo Yu from trying to take Xiang Shan down with him. This fierce battle lasted for almost half a day, and in the end, Xiang Shan endured a hit from his opponent but managed to counterattack and decapitate Mo Yu. Endless Sword Chi then tore Mo Yu's corpse into pieces. With that, all three of the royal lords had perished. From a couple hundred at their peak, now only a few dozen pseudo-royal lords remained, all of them struggling to survive and at risk of dying at any moment. As for the massive Black Ink clan army, whose troops used to number in the hundreds of millions, most of them had been cut down, and their corpses could be seen littering the vast battlefield. Even at the heart of the No-Return Pass, humans were shuttling back and forth, killing off the remaining Black Ink Clan soldiers. Xiang Shan was seriously injured, so he withdrew to heal while Luo Tinghe and Wei Junyang rushed to other battlefields without stopping. With the royal lords all wiped out, how could the remaining pseudo-royal lords withstand the slaughter of the human race's top masters? One by one, the auras of the pseudo-royal lords began to disappear. When the last one had his body burst apart with black blood splattering everywhere, the fiery-haired Ouyang Lai took a deep breath and clenched his fist. A peaceful silence washed over the vast battlefield. The chaotic war had long since stopped and the soldiers were looking around at each other, smiling. In the next moment, thunderous cheers erupted, the sound shaking the vast void itself. The humans had won. Sylvan, finally. Manemo Nayi is so far the longest focal enemy of Yang Kai. I actually kinda like him as a character. Not sure about you guys. He was like a roach. But not horrendously written. Wished we got to know him more than just fights and schemes. Chapter 59-14. Human Race Great Victory. Around 4,000 years ago, the Black Ink Clan army swept through and captured the No-Return Pass. Then the fight moved to the Barren Territory, which they used as a springboard to invade the 3,000 worlds. This was the prelude to the fall. Since then, the original inhabitants of the 3,000 worlds, the human race, had been trapped in a corner, enveloped in despair and darkness. The only human race's dogged determination allowed them to survive and develop over the past several thousand years. Countless had fallen in the unceasing battles until today when they finally reclaimed the No-Return Pass. In this battle, practically all the Black Ink clansmen in the No-Return Pass were ruthlessly killed. This battle also signified that the human race had regained the ability to fight back against the Black Ink clan. It was a battle worthy of being recorded in history to be admired by all future generations. The humiliation and oppression of many years had been fermenting in the hearts of every member of the human race. So when the final Black Ink clansman fell, the warriors could no longer suppress the joy in their hearts, tearing the void apart with the sounds of their cheers. However, the fight was not completely over yet. One last Black Ink giant spirit god was still stubbornly resisting, but anyone could see that it was on its last legs. With Ada and Aer of the giant spirit god clan to restrain it, this Black Ink giant spirit god couldn't escape. After this, the humans need only cooperate with the giant spirit gods to take down the Black Ink giant spirit god. The human race army, despite having just achieved a great victory, did not delay for long. They did not even have time to tally their losses before their soldiers marched on with their weary bodies under orders from the Supreme Headquarters. The 12 armies of the human race were like 12 unstoppable torrents, blockading the void in all directions around the battlefield of the two giant spirit gods, and the Black Ink giant spirit god. The remaining warships of each army were woven into one large fleet, and the power of the various arrays and artifacts on them began silently accumulating power. Their target was the Black Ink giant spirit god. Under this situation, even a being as strong as the Black Ink giant spirit god would not be able to help itself from feeling depressed, as if it had come to the end of its life. It knew that nothing it could do would help it survive today. In fact, it had already felt the urge to run away immediately after Yang Kai and Ada killed the first Black Ink giant spirit god together. However, Aer kept on getting in its way and it couldn't get away in time. In the short window Aer bought, Ada rushed over to provide support, sealing its fate. Currently, the human race army has formed a siege with tens of millions of soldiers. This was the entire military strength that they could mobilize at present. If this was still not enough to deal with a single, cornered Black Ink giant spirit god, then what was the point of even talking about a grander crusade? On Puryang Pass, Mi Jingluan and the other Ninth Order masters were waiting silently. Ripples suddenly emerged in the void, and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Everyone turned over and nodded lightly at him. And not one person was looking at him without eyes filled with admiration. When it came to both age and experience, Yang Kai may not be able to compare with many of his peers here. Other than Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao, who had only recently broken through to the Ninth Order, all the others had lived thousands, if not tens of thousands of years longer than he had. However, in terms of ability, he undoubtedly stood as the strongest among them all. If Mi Jingluan was to be called the wisest strategist of the human race army, then Yang Kai was undoubtedly its sharpest blade. Yang Kai's merits accounted for at least 70% of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's death, while the remaining 30% was made up by Ada. Are we ready? Yang Kai asked. Mi Jingluan nodded. We were just waiting for you. Yang Kai gazed deeply at the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Then let's begin. Mi Jingluan immediately made a gesture, and when the messenger behind him, covered in blood, saw the sign, he immediately conveyed the order in all directions. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and he transmitted a few words over. On the battlefield sealed by the human race army, 3 giant beings were fighting unceasingly, world-shattering shockwaves spreading out with each of their clashes. Ada and Aer held the advantage fighting 2 against 1, leaving the Black Ink Giant Spirit God into a sorry state, covered in wounds all over its body. One of its legs even looked twisted, most likely from a broken bone. The Giant Spirit Gods and Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods hardly differed in strength, so in a one-on-one fight, it was basically impossible for either side to gain an advantage over the other. This was evident from all the clashes these supreme masters had fought in the past. Aer and his opponent had literally fought non-stop for thousands of years in the barren territory, but let alone deciding a victor. Even who had the upper hand was never determined. However, in such an even conflict, if another master of the same level was to join in, it would form an absolute advantage for the side with greater numbers. Even so, wanting to kill their opponent wouldn't be easy. Even Ada and Aer had to be cautious when facing the final struggle of such a powerful opponent. Fortunately, they had reinforcements from the human race to help them. Ada was slightly taken aback for a moment when Yang Kai's voice was transmitted over, but Aer reacted immediately and shouted at his brother, "Go!" Saying so, he kicked the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the chest. That kick sent the Black Ink Giant Spirit God tumbling, and Aer used the momentum of the kick to back away. Even though Ada was a bit slower to react, he had 2 good things going for him. Firstly, he listened to his brother. Secondly, he listened to Yang Kai. At this moment, he naturally followed suit and quickly retreated while the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was staggering. After the 2 giant spirit gods had created enough distance between them, the void suddenly trembled and countless powerful auras rose up. In the next instant, tens of millions of streams of light swept over from all directions, covering the massive body of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God like a storm, their multicolored lights interweaving to form a blinding tapestry. At this moment, the power of the arrays and artifacts on the warships was activated, and the secret techniques and divine abilities of the masters were also being fully unleashed. They continuously bombard the Black Ink Giant Spirit God without end. At the center where their attacks were focused, the angry roar of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God rang out. For a powerful being like a Black Ink Giant Spirit God, ordinary attacks had little to no effect on it. Even the divine abilities of the Ninth Order Masters wouldn't deal much damage to it. However, when the number of these attacks reached a certain threshold, and all struck at the same time, the accumulated power was something that no living being could ignore. With numbers, even ants could kill an elephant, let alone the elite soldiers of the human race who have survived countless life and death battles. The burst of light lasted for a long time, and before it even faded, a second volley arrived. The roars of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God stopped abruptly, and at the same time, everyone felt a strong aura suddenly flare up in the center of the interwoven lights before it faded away. On Pure Yang Pass, all the Ninth Order Masters had looks of astonishment on their faces. Even Yang Kai was surprised. After being taken aback for a moment, Mi Jingluan raised his hand. With the signal given, the attacks of the human race army quickly subsided. Even though the attacks stopped, the dazzling lights persisted for several dozen breaths before gradually dissipating. All eyes were locked on the space in front of them, and what they saw was not the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's figure, but only large and dense black ink clouds and remnants of a broken corpse. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. This second one died just like that? Just 2 rounds of concentrated attacks from the army were enough to kill it? After a moment of silence, Mi Jingluan said, "It seems we overestimated its strength." The plan was originally to weaken the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's power first before slowly grinding it down. After all, the 12 armies had already tightly sealed the entire region of the void while the 2 giant spirit gods, and the Ninth Order Masters were also standing by. There was no escaping for the Black Ink Giant Spirit God here. Death was the only fate awaiting it. Who would have thought that before all their follow-up arrangements could come into play, the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God would be smashed to pieces? It made it seem as if they had made a big fuss over nothing. The pale-faced Xiang Shan commented from the side. There's nothing wrong with being careful. It was not that the human race had overestimated the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's strength, just that such a good opportunity to set up and concentrate their attacks on it had never existed before. This was an attack powered by every master below the Ninth Order in the entire human race. The fact that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God could withstand the first volley without dying alone was enough to show its astonishing strength. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence once again. This sudden change left everyone feeling incredulous. Until Mi Jingluan's voice rang through the entire battlefield. Today, we have won a great victory for the human race. After a few breaths of silence, cheers that were even louder than before spread out like waves. Slaughtering the Black Ink clan and taking back the no-return pass essentially secured their victory, but there was still the last Black Ink Giant Spirit God to be dealt with, so the battle hadn't ended at that point. It wasn't until this moment when the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God was defeated that victory truly belonged to the human race. From this moment on, the humans had fully regained control of the no-return pass, and once again secured the 3,000 worlds. No longer would they have to worry about the Black Ink clan invading. Feelings of joy and exhilaration were transmitted among all the soldiers. Many of the survivors wept, not because they were happy to survive, but because they had to mourn those who died in battle, and could not see the glory of the human race's victory. The soldiers expressed their emotions freely. Yang Kai suddenly turned in a certain direction with joy in his eyes. In that direction, among the soldiers cheering in excitement, one person's aura was fluctuating violently. As his aura shook, his momentum soared rapidly. That person clearly realized what was about to happen, and looked up towards Pyongyang Pass. Beside him, all the soldiers noticed the situation, and many showed envy in their eyes. Oh, Yanglai laughed heartily. That's Sheng Wuyu of my profound nether army. I'll go and give him some pointers. Saying so, he flew over to that side with a big smile on his face without any care for his tired and battered body. This couldn't be helped. The person named Zheng Wei was showing signs of breaking through his peak 8th Order bottleneck, which meant that he was about to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. It was exciting news for everyone. Since about 30 years ago, when Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao successively broke through into the 9th Order, there had been no new 9th Order masters among their people. But everyone knew that Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao's breakthroughs were just the beginning. After them, more 9th Order masters were sure to be born. And it was bound to be an endless process because the World Tree clone's feedback in the Open Heaven Realm cradles was just about to demonstrate its greatest effect. There had been a continuous stream of promising seedlings that had advanced directly to the 7th Order over the past few thousand years. Thus, it was only a matter of time before these seedlings reached their final destination, the 9th Order. Chapter 59:15. Heavens bless the human race. As the first rising star to advance to the 9th Order, Shi Dezhuang's advancement could be seen as a sign that the humans had finally passed through the difficult times of stagnation where new masters were lacking to replace the old. Now more 9th Order masters would undoubtedly be born in the future. However, after Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao broke through into the 9th Order, no new breakthroughs existed. Until this moment, when the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God fell, and the humans recaptured the no-return pass, becoming the final victors of this war, Zheng Wuyu, an 8th Order master, finally showed signs of a breakthrough. They can finally vent the feelings of oppression that have long been brewing within them. As their moods surged for the better, and their aura stirred, coupled with sufficient accumulation of heritage, breaking through their bottlenecks is a matter of course as the conditions are ripe. Mi Jingluan spoke softly as he looked in that direction. Yang Kai was thoughtful. If that's the case, more than one person may break through this time. In terms of time, many rising stars were qualified to break through to the 9th Order, and had already reached their current limits in the 8th Order. However, breaking through was not that easy. Oftentimes, it depended on opportunities which could be an epiphany or a sudden event, or maybe even a journey that comes by chance. Among these opportunities, any one of them would trigger one's heart to be moved, and then stir up their aura into a state of making a breakthrough. It was thanks to the great victory they gained in this battle that Zheng Wuyu could touch upon this opportunity. If he could do it, then the other good seedlings with sufficient heritage accumulated could do it as well. That was what Yang Kai thought. As if to confirm his guess, similar aura fluctuations came from another direction, just as soon as he finished speaking. A second 8th Order Master who sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough appeared. Luoting he looked over in that direction and said happily, "It's from the Red Flame Army. Please excuse me." Breaking through from the 8th Order to the 9th Order was a hurdle that once crossed, would give one the qualification to stand at the peak of their martial Tao and overlook all others. However, crossing that hurdle wasn't easy. At this time, the guidance of elders was very important. Therefore, when Zheng Wuyu's aura surged, Ouyang Lai rushed over in a hurry. As the profound Nether Army's commander, this was his responsibility. Meanwhile, the Red Flame Army never had a 9th Order Master among their members, so Luoting he took the initiative to take on this responsibility. But that was not the end yet. During the next incense stick of time, various movements continued to appear among the 12 armies, all of them indicating that 8th Order Masters were about to break through. This final battle with the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass was like a miraculous medicine for them, bringing opportunities for breakthroughs to those rising stars with the victory that they had won. Yang Kai and 9 other 9th Order Masters shuttled back and forth, each of them taking responsibility for several 8th Order Masters, imparting their experiences of breaking through and pointing out the things they had to pay attention to. All of their charges naturally took note of what they said. This moment could be said to be the most important moment in their lives, and nobody dared to be careless. Even though all of them had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle, it was fortunate that all of them had made sufficient preparations for this moment, so as long as they recovered slightly, they could give their all in breaking through. After a while, on Pure Yang Pass, the 9th Order Masters gathered once again, looking towards various directions in the void with solemn expressions. In every direction was an 8th Order Master, who was about to make a breakthrough at their own designated position to ensure they wouldn't disturb others or be disturbed themselves. Everything was ready, so whether they could successfully advance to 9th Order or not was up to them now. Breaking through to the 9th Order was no easy task, and many of their ancestors had stopped at this juncture throughout history. The fact that there were only over 100 9th Order Masters at the peak of the human race was proof of that. In these past 100,000 years or so, there couldn't have only been that many humans who had the qualifications to break through. However, not everyone qualified to advance to the 9th Order could break through successfully. But compared to their ancestors, these rising stars had advantages that their predecessors never had, such as the feedback from the World Tree clones, the profound powers of which greatly improved their aptitude and strengthened their small universes. Thus, the risks of breaking through also became smaller for them. In recent years, there had been no instance of an 8th Order Master failing to break through to the 9th Order. Without mentioning Xiang Shan and Ouyang Lai, who had broken through with the help of supreme-grade open heaven pills, Wei Junyang and Luoting he had both broken through by themselves, while Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao's breakthroughs also happened smoothly. 23. Mi Jingluan's face was glowing despite his exhaustion, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The heavens have truly blessed the human race. Originally, recapturing the No Return Pass, slaughtering the Black Ink clan, and killing 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods was already the best consolation for all the soldiers who died in battle over the past few thousand years, but no one could have expected that as many as 23 8th Order Masters would sense an opportunity to break through to the 9th Order at the end of this battle. This would in turn raise the overall strength of the human race significantly, which would be of great help to them in the upcoming crusade. Overall, the human race was not weak by any definition, but the number of 9th Order Masters they had was relatively small. However, now it seemed that this disadvantage could also be compensated for. 4 of the 12 armies of the human race had always been without a 9th Order Masters to lead them, so even though they had more divine spirits to make up for this, the absence of a 9th Order Master had always been a disadvantage for them. Now once these 8th Order Masters broke through to the 9th Order, each army would have at least 3 9th Order Masters assuming command. The strength of each army would then usher in a burst of explosive growth. Mi Jingluan was even considering whether to split the 12 armies up. After all, the number of soldiers in each army was indeed quite large and a little bloated. If they were split, then they could better utilize the strength of the soldiers. Of course, that was just an idea that sprang up. It would require the Ninth Order Masters to discuss and decide if they wanted to put such a plan into action before changes could be made. During the war, Mi Jingluan was able to command the entire army with a single word, but he would not act alone on important matters that might affect the future of the human race when they were not actively in combat. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Ouyang Lai, who was standing nearby, muttered. For so many Ninth Order Masters to break through at once was something that had never happened even in the late ancient era. When the humans first grasped the essence of the open heaven realm method, there would inevitably be failures today, and the only possible outcome of failure here was death. Therefore, while everyone is celebrating, Ouyang Lai was somewhat worried. Every one of these 23 people was an elite among elites, so it would be heartbreaking to lose any of them. While the 23 masters were accumulating strength and attempting a breakthrough, the rest of the army was either resting, cleaning up the battlefield, or counting the spoils of war. Over the years of fighting, the humans had basically used up every resource they gathered, spending every material as soon as it was collected. Yang Kai's huge demand for his cultivation was especially astonishing, almost equaling the amount invested in an entire army. So even with 3 million cultivators scattered throughout the Black Ink battlefield, mining resources, they did not have much surplus on hand. It was fortunate that they captured the no-return pass where the Black Ink clan must have some reserves. For thousands of years, the Black Ink clan had occupied most of the 3,000 worlds, and the entire Black Ink battlefield where they had been constantly mining resources and breeding more clansmen. Despite the immense expenditures, they should still have a large amount of resources in reserve. Soon news was coming in from each direction. Mi Jingluan investigated the extent of the damages first. Even though he had a rough idea about it already, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the results. The army's losses were much lower than he expected. Originally, when Yang Kai returned from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, and they decided to launch the final battle, they had mentally prepared themselves to face severe damage to the human race army's foundation. This was unavoidable though. The Black Ink clan's reinforcements were on their way, and if the humans did not capture the no-return pass quickly, they would have to face the fate of being caught in a pincer attack, which could very well destroy their entire army. But when the fight was actually done and over with, the extent of the damage was still within an acceptable range, and their losses were not as severe as had been expected. The greatest reason for that was because the battle had not dragged on too long. The critical moment was the fall of the first Black Ink giant spirit god. Together, Yang Kai and Ada were able to kill him in just a few dozen breaths, which greatly shook the morale of the Black Ink clan. Following that, Mo Naye's fall dropped the morale of the Black Ink clan even further, while also greatly disrupting their ability to coordinate and organize themselves. As they acted decisively and were able to settle the fight quickly, the losses to the human race army were naturally kept to a minimum. Of course, the purifying light that erupted from the sacrifice of the 2008th Order Small Stone Race Masters was also indispensable. At that time, the purifying light not only severely damaged the Black Ink giant spirit god, but almost instantly wiped out a large swath of Black Ink clansmen, while all the Black Ink clansmen over the entire battlefield were affected by it somewhat, lowering their strength to a certain extent. All these unexpected events laid the foundations for their grand victory. After looking through the battle report, Mi Jingluan handed it over to Yang Kai, who couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he swept his divine sense over it. The losses were not small, but weren't too large either. They still had the strength necessary to continue their crusade. If the casualties of this battle had exceeded 30%, they may have lost that ability. It should be noted that there were still the Black Ink clan reinforcements waiting for them, which was another difficult hurdle they had to jump through. All they had to do now was wait for the 23 Eighth Order Masters to break through and stabilize their cultivation. After the armies were reorganized, they could finally embark on the final crusade. Yang Kai looked out into the depths of the void with deep worry creasing his brows. Even now, he had no idea what had happened at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, nor what the situation was with the suppressing Black Ink army. His family and disciples were all over there, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried about them. If he could, he would have rushed to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction as soon as he found out about the movements of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. But he couldn't go earlier or even now. As the strongest Ninth Order master, the battle at the no-return pass would not have ended so easily if he wasn't here. Between family and the survival of the entire human race, a choice had to be made. The only thing Yang Kai could be sure of now was that even if something did happen at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, it was still in progress. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to not be a single true royal lord in the reinforcements. Though it was partly wishful thinking, this conclusion was the only comfort Yang Kai had in his heart. As time passed, the auras of the 23 people in the void continued to fluctuate, and each of them had an illusory phantom of their own small universe appear behind them. As their auras continued to fluctuate and their momentums rose continuously, their bottlenecks were gradually broken, and the boundary walls of their small universes that had reached their limit began expanding again. Chapter 59:16, Tao Lord, please save me. In the midst of the grueling wait, an aura belonging uniquely to masters in the Ninth Order rippled out, and as their small universe burst out in expansion, everyone knew that the first successful Ninth Order master had appeared. It was not Zheng Wuyu, but instead another rising star from the Burning Moon Army. Everyone who was watching the situation closely couldn't help but reveal joyful expressions. The birth of the first Ninth Order master seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Within the coming half-day, a second and a third success appeared. After the day was over, the number had grown to as many as 7. By the next day, there were 11. By the third day, 14. The fourth day, 17. The success rates of the rising stars who have received feedback from the World Tree clones and possessed unparalleled talent were incredibly high. Until now, none of them had shown too many problems with advancing. However, there were still 6 who were struggling to break through, which Yang Kai and the others couldn't help but worry about. Breaking through as a result of sudden enlightenment had to be done in one fell swoop. The longer it dragged on, the worse the situation would become. For days have already passed. Those who were able to break through successfully had already broken through. The remaining 6 would likely experience some setbacks, which made the others worry and also feel helpless at the same time. Nobody could help another person break through. Everything depended on their own hard work and accumulations. If their accumulation was enough and their luck was not bad, then they would naturally be able to succeed, just like the 17 before them. But fate was a tricky thing that nobody could perfectly predict. Yang Kai suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain direction. There, a person was pushing their aura hard. The illusory phantom of their small universe was constantly expanding and contracting behind them, as if it were a living being that was breathing. If everything went smoothly, then once the illusory phantom of the small universe expanded to its limit, it would break through and expand greatly. However, Yang Kai clearly sensed that this cultivator was somewhat lacking in strength, and he couldn't help but sigh, knowing that it would be difficult for them to succeed with their current heritage. This was inevitable. Throughout history, the path from the 8th Order to the 9th Order had always been full of obstacles. If there existed those who succeeded, then it was only natural for some to fail as well. At a certain moment, when the illusory phantom of the small universe expanded again, there was an obvious sound of something breaking. This caused the expressions of all the 9th Order masters who were paying attention to this person to change, and the cultivator who was trying to break through also had a panicked look on his face. He then opened his eyes with a bitter expression. The cracking sounds grew more and more intense, and the illusory phantom of his small universe was becoming difficult to maintain. His small universe seemed to be on the brink of rupturing. The person turned their head to Yang Kai, and after a moment of anxiety, his expression calmed down. He smiled, ready to accept his final fate. The next moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and Yang Kai, who had been observing from a distance, appeared in front of him and raised his hand to touch the top of his head. A river flowed and waves roared. The space-time river enveloped everything, and space-time strength suppressed and sealed the local space. Everything seemed to turn still, including the rupturing of the small universe. The man looked up at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, Tao Lord. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him and smiled. Are you in such a hurry to die? The man felt a little ashamed and lowered his head, unable to meet Yang Kai's gaze directly. I did my best, but I still failed to live up to Tao Lord's expectations. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he spoke in a commanding voice. Look at me, Wang Chang. The man raised his head abruptly, feeling extremely surprised. Tao Lord remembers me? Even though he was born in the Void Tao Temple, he never interacted much with Yang Kai after being brought out of the Void Tao Temple and meeting him for the first time. He was proficient in neither the Tao of Time nor the Tao of Space, but cultivated the Spear Tao instead. He was also not qualified to be selected to be a Void Guard, and over the years, he had never received any more attention or care from Yang Kai. He thought that someone as great as the Tao Lord, the one who shouldered the fate of his people, would only be concerned about the survival of the human race. Even though he came from the Void Tao Temple, the only connection they had was in name. The Tao Lord had also never given special treatment to any of the disciples who came from the Void Tao Temple. He never thought that he would be called out by the Tao Lord by name today. I remember every one of you, Yang Kai began. The survival of the 3,000 worlds was not really your concern to begin with. Yet I brought you out of the Void Tao Temple, and threw you into this cruel and bloody battlefield to sacrifice yourselves for the survival of a group of humans you have never met before. If anyone should feel guilty, it should be me. Wang Chang was anxious to respond. It is the honor of us disciples to serve you, Tao Lord. Even so, Yang Kai nodded gently. You are all excellent and have never let me down. Wang Chang's expression turned grim. This disciple cannot break through to the 9th order, and my small universe is about to rupture. So what if you reach the 9th order? So what if you're in the 8th order? You slaughtered many of our enemies from the Black Ink clan. It is the same when you were in the 8th order. You still killed our enemies and pushed them back. You also protected your allies behind you. Your eldest senior brother Miao's aptitude is limited. Unless he can obtain a supreme grade open heaven pill, he will never be able to reach the 9th order. But isn't he still living a fulfilling life? You didn't fail to break through because you have not worked hard enough. Destiny simply didn't favor you today, that is all. Yang Kai reassured him. Turning the conversation around, Yang Kai raised his voice. I only ask you one thing. Even if you cannot reach the 9th order in this lifetime, can you still hold on to your original convictions and sacrifice yourself for the human race? Will you fight and slay our enemies to eradicate this evil? Wang Chang answered meekly. Naturally, I am willing, but Tao Lord, my small universe is about to rupture. Can I still survive? The small universe was the foundation of every open heaven realm master. If the small universe ruptures, the cultivator would perish. Yang Kai grinned. Are you dead now? Not yet. Wang Chang shook his head. Even he himself thought his answer was ridiculous after saying it. If you are willing to live, then you can live. If you are not willing, no one can save you. Wang Chang seemed to understand something and his dark eyes lit up again. Tao Lord, please save me. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Looking up at the small universe behind Wang Chang, he contemplated for a moment before extending a finger. At the same time, the space-time river that suppressed and sealed this space began to surge wildly. In the far-off void, Mi Jingluan and others were watching the situation attentively. Everyone was heartbroken. After 17 out of the 23 cultivators eligible to break through to the 9th order successfully advanced, a failure still appeared in the end. At such a critical moment, failure was equivalent to death. However, just as everyone was silently waiting for fate to carry out its judgment, the space-time river suddenly appeared, surrounded by the fluctuation of the space principles. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Yang Kai had rushed over. No one knew why Yang Kai had gone over at this time, but before anyone could see what was happening, the space-time river suddenly disappeared. Following that, Yang Kai returned to his original position. It was as if he had never left. Only his face was slightly paler than before. Junior brother, you. Mi Jingluan was shocked. Huh? What just happened? Oh, Yang Lai suddenly exclaimed, scaring Mi Jingluan so much that he choked on his words. Following his gaze, all the 9th order masters were shocked by what they saw. The rupturing of Wang Chang's small universe had mysteriously been reversed, leaving the illusory phantom behind him completely intact. The only differences were there was no longer any sign of a breakthrough going on, and Wang Chang's aura had become weaker, as if his foundation had been damaged. Many thoughts flashed through Mi Jingluan's mind as he turned to Yang Kai in astonishment. "Junior brother, what did you do?" Regardless of what Yang Kai did, they could tell from the results in front of them that Wang Chang, who was doomed to die, had been saved while his breakthrough had failed. Compared to dying and fading away, this was undoubtedly a good result. At the very least, Wang Chang had survived and could still contribute to the war. Yang Kai said, "I crippled hundreds of years of his foundation. Is that also possible?" Oh, Yang Lai couldn't stop his eyes from widening in surprise. This was an incredible event that was simply unheard of, but bizarre things seemed to happen around Yang Kai often. Xiang Shan furrowed his brow. "Even if you have crippled hundreds of years of his foundation, how did you save his life when his small universe was about to rupture?" "Many things can be done in a frozen space-time. I just gave it a try and it somehow worked." Yang Kai gave a casual explanation. Everyone finally understood. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai rushing to Wang Chang's side for an instant before returning. In reality, the time Yang Kai spent in that frozen space-time was not just a moment. He must have made a lot of preparations and used many means to suppress Wang Chang's breakthrough to save his life. What he did was nothing short of a miracle. But manipulating space-time on any level was not an easy task. Whether it be the Tao of space or the Tao of time, both were extremely profound and esoteric. Yang Kai was perhaps the only person capable of such means in this universe. What are the drawbacks? Mi Jingluan asked excitedly. He was originally worried that they would have to see their people fading away among those who were breaking through to a higher realm, but seeing that Yang Kai had such a technique, he could save their lives. These warriors have served the human race for thousands of years, so even if they had to die, it should be on the battlefield. It was the honor they deserved. They should not be dying on the path of breaking through. The only thing to worry about now was whether there were any drawbacks to this method of saving people. He will never be able to break through this bottleneck again in his lifetime. If he's lucky, he may return to the peak of the 8th order, but if he's unlucky, he will only be able to maintain his current cultivation, Yang Kai explained. Crippling several hundred years of Wang Chang's cultivation had brought him down directly from the peak of the 8th order. And this kind of destruction caused by external forces had undoubtedly damaged Wang Chang's foundation. That was also the reason why Yang Kai had spoken so much with Wang Chang earlier. For a favored son of heaven who had the potential to stand at the pinnacle of martial Tao, lingering on and barely surviving might not be considered a blessing. The greatest pain and torment for a cultivator was to have one's martial Tao being cut off. If Wang Chang was unable to accept such a fate, he would still perish. Only by letting go of his obsession could Yang Kai's rescue become meaningful. Chapter 59:17. Prepare to set off again. The cost was undoubtedly high, but for those who wished to remain among the living, it was nothing. After Wang Chang, 2 more people failed to advance, and Yang Kai stepped in to save their lives one after another. Fortunately, while the other 3 encountered some obstacles in their breakthrough, they all safely advanced in the end. At this point, a total of 20 out of the initial 23 had successfully broken through to the 9th order, which meant that the human race had seen the birth of 20 new 9th order masters in one go. Including Yang Kai and the others, there were now 30 9th order masters among their ranks. This number was still not comparable to the human race at their peak, but it was a good start. The Grand Army was now resting as almost everyone had injuries to recover from. Conquering the no-return pass was only the beginning. In their original plans, the next step would be a crusade against the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The human race had suffered a crushing defeat outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction before, resulting in countless deaths and the eventual invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Nobody wanted to experience that failure again. Even after that defeat, the humans had the strength to fight on. But now, the human race had gathered all their strength. If they were to lose this time, they were likely to be doomed to extinction. However, even the best-laid plans could never keep up with reality. The appearance of the Black Ink Clan's reinforcements disrupted the original strategy. Before they could embark on their crusade to the primordial heavens source grand restriction, an elite Black Ink clan army of 10 million had to be disposed of. Without breaking through this obstacle, there was no point in thinking about a crusade to the grand restriction. The only good news was that the reinforcements had emerged from the primordial heavens source grand restriction, and a lifetime of isolation left them with very limited knowledge of the current situation of the human race. They did not know about the existence of the Void Guard, nor were they aware that their movements were being monitored by the humans, something which could be exploited. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan held several discussions and finally came up with a feasible plan. While the Grand Army was recuperating, some confidential items were rapidly being developed, consuming a massive amount of resources. Half a year after the humans conquered the no-return pass, Pure Yang Pass, inside the main conference hall, the Ninth Order Masters were gathered. In front of the 29th Order Masters who had only just broken through after the last war, people like Yang Kai were already considered veterans. Everyone couldn't help but lament how the newcomers were replacing the old members, and the back waves of the river were pushing the front waves on. A total of 30 people were gathered here. It had been thousands of years since the humans had seen such a luxurious lineup. After half a year, the new Ninth Order Masters had just barely stabilized their cultivation. Though they have yet to fully consolidate their newfound strength, there was simply no time to let them slowly adjust their conditions. After the last battle, they had taken a full half-year to recover, which was a luxury for the current human race. Mi Jingluan raised his hand, and jade slips flew out to everyone one by one. As they examined these slips, Mi Jingluan spoke. After that major battle half a year ago, the Void Guard scouting ahead reported that the reinforcements from the primordial heavens source grand restriction have stopped and are now waiting to ambush us when we set out. They are currently located around the junction of the Black Ink battlefield and the late Ancient Era battlefield, though much closer to the latter. Listening to his briefing, the Ninth Order Masters checked the jade slips and found this basic information was listed inside. Mi Jingluan continued, "From the intelligence we have now, the Black Ink clan reinforcements have found out about the war here at the No-Return Pass, as well as the outcome of the battle. That's why they are lying in wait for our army to fall into their trap ourselves. This is good news. Since they have no idea that their actions have already been exposed, we can use their plan against them. Since they have chosen to ambush us, we can take advantage of their inaction to surround them and wipe them out in one fell swoop. If we are to go against the Black Ink clan at the primordial heavens source grand restriction, these reinforcements must be eliminated first. While you are all recovering from your injuries, Junior Brother Yang and I have formulated a plan. Please look it over. If there are any issues, please speak up as soon as possible so that we can discuss and solve them together." The group silently looked through the jade slips. The newly advanced Ninth Order Masters remained silent, not because they felt that they lacked the qualifications to express their opinions, but because they felt that the plan was indeed feasible, and there was nothing that had to be changed. They knew that while they were recovering and stabilizing their cultivation in retreat, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan were still working hard. Xiang Shan on the other hand asked, "Other than the fact that they have no true royal lords among their ranks, the number of masters they have is not inferior to the no-return pass when it was at its peak. Can we confirm there are no true royal lords among them?" Mi Jingluan looked at Yang Kai. "Junior Brother Yang personally went to investigate and can confirm this. Of course, we will survey the area again to ensure that our intelligence is correct before we begin our operation." Xiang Shan nodded lightly. "Then there's no problem." Even though the forces of this reinforcement army were not much different in terms of strength from the forces the Black Ink clan had during their peak at the No-Return Pass, the situation they were facing now was quite different. At the very least, these reinforcements did not have any true royal lords or Black Ink giant spirit gods among them. Meanwhile, the humans had not only gained 20 more Ninth Order Masters, but they also had the support of Ada and Aer. The advantages brought by the two giant spirit gods alone were immeasurable. Furthermore, there was a big difference between trying to siege a fortified position and conducting a field battle. Even if they had to face an army of millions of elites, the humans were confident that they could defeat the Black Ink clan with minimal losses, as long as careful preparations were made. "Since there are no issues, let's proceed according to plan." We have been preparing for this battle for the past 6 months, so all armies should be ready to depart in 3 days. All the Ninth Order masters stood up to answer before dispersing. After capturing the no-return pass half a year ago, the new Ninth Order masters were divided among the various armies. Ultimately, it was decided to keep the configuration of the 12 armies, so each army now had 2 or 3 Ninth Order masters assuming command, avoiding the awkward situation of anyone lacking a Ninth Order master. Once everyone left, Mi Jingluan turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother, how are your injuries?" Yang Kai replied, "Nothing to be concerned about, but I won't be able to use my dragon vein powers for a short period." The drawbacks of using his dragon bead could not be restored quickly. It would have to take at least a decade of uninterrupted rest for him to properly recover, something the humans could not afford right now. Mi Jingluan nodded. "We still need junior brother to work hard in the coming battles." "I know it is my duty," Yang Kai nodded and stood up. "If senior brother has no other orders, I will go and cultivate now." Mi Jingluan laughed. "Go ahead." As soon as Yang Kai left the main hall, a face appeared in the void that blocked out the sky, revealing an ingratiating smile. Yang Kai was speechless and threw a world bead to Ada as he told him, "Eat less and don't fall asleep. We're going into battle soon." While chewing loudly on the world bead, Ada answered him casually. Not long after, the space-time river appeared outside of the no-return pass. Plunging inside, Yang Kai began refining resources and cultivating. Time waited for no one, and Yang Kai was now using every moment he could to improve his heritage, trying to reach the peak of the Ninth Order as soon as possible. After teaming up with Ada to slay a black ink giant spirit god last time, Yang Kai realized that he was still too weak. The black ink giant spirit god was only one of Mo's creations, a mere soul clone. If he had to face Mo someday, what would he do? Open Heaven Realm Masters were undoubtedly no match for Mo. According to Tsong, Mo had already reached the legendary creation realm. However, with Yang Kai's increasing progress and enlightenment in his Grand Daos, in recent years, he faintly felt that something was off about the belief that Mo was in the creation realm. Of course, he had no idea what exactly the creation realm was, but he knew that he needed to cultivate hard to bring his own cultivation to its peak before he could gain the qualifications to explore the mysteries of the next realm. He was still lacking in many ways. Every moment of free time was extremely precious for Yang Kai in the current situation. 3 days passed in a flash. Outside Pyongyang Pass, the Grand Army were fully armed and ready to go. The mood was solemn, and killing intent filled the air. After preparing for half a year, the soldiers had still not lost their momentum or fighting spirit. All of them knew that taking the no-return pass was only the beginning, and winning a single battle did not mean the end of the war. Only when the human race conquered the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and vanquished Mo could they truly call themselves victorious. In this situation, letting their guard down in any way would mean death. 12 universe fragments had already been prepared and lay across the outside of the no-return pass. These universe fragments were recently moved back from the depths of the void by the humans, and each one corresponded to an army. At a certain moment, following the commands of the army commanders, the soldiers gathered on these universe fragments. "Junior brother, it's up to you now." Inside the no-return pass, Mi Jingluan turned his head and said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and took a step forward, arriving at the closest universe fragment. Summoning his space-time river, Yang Kai quickly turned it into a torrent which wrapped around the universe fragment in front of him. Looking from afar, the surging river was just like a giant snake, coiling and enveloping the universe fragment. Dao strength surged, and with the shaking of the space-time river, a section of the void was stripped away and compressed while the universe fragment within shrank rapidly. In less than an hour, Yang Kai retrieved the river and reached out, grabbing a newly formed world bead. After a quick investigation, he tossed it to Xiang Shan, who was standing next to him. Even Xiang Shan, who was used to seeing the strong winds and waves, caught it in a panic as he cradled the world bead in his palms. There was no helping this as the entire Blood Flame army was currently inside this world bead. Heavens know what damage it would cause to the army if the bead was to shatter. At this moment, Xiang Shan could only sigh and marvel at the profundity of space secret techniques. He had never imagined that Yang Kai could do such a thing, refining an entire universe fragment where an army of millions of human masters were located into a single bead. If you had such a technique, why didn't you use it during the previous crusade? Xiang Shan couldn't help but ask. When the humans set out from Black Territory, they had to trek through a long and arduous journey. At that time, they used the method of taking low and mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters into the small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to reduce the cost and risk of transmission. Even though it was still considered convenient, it was far inferior to the current method Yang Kai was displaying. Chapter 59:18, Turtle Hiding in its Shell. In response to Xiang Shan's question, Yang Kai explained, "This technique requires a suitable vessel, so it wasn't possible for me to do so at the time." A universe fragment or universe world that had been refined into a world bead was one such suitable vessel. The Black Ink clan had destroyed essentially all suitable bodies in the 3,000 worlds during their many millennia of occupation, so they were unsuitable for him to use in such a situation. He did have a few world beads from the myriad monsters' territory, but those were meant as rations for Ada and Aer. Xiang Shan nodded in understanding as he carefully put away the world bead that contained the entire Bloodflame army. Yang Kai was already refining the second one, and soon turned the various universe fragments, each with one of the 12 armies on it, into world beads and gave them to the appropriate Ninth Order masters for safekeeping. Finally, Pure Yang Pass was the only object remaining outside the no-return pass. The Supreme Headquarters staff gathered in the central square with the two giant spirit gods who shrank themselves down. Once Yang Kai used his space-time river to envelope and refine Pure Yang Pass into a type of world bead, all that was left of the Grand Army was a group of Ninth Order masters. Mi Jingluan turned around and gazed in the direction of the no-return pass as he called out, "Those of you who remain in the no-return pass must do your best to safeguard the entrance to the 3,000 worlds. If the army returns one day, it will be in glorious triumph. If, however," he paused, "if you receive unfavorable news from the front lines, seal the territory gate, return to the 3,000 worlds, and make the necessary preparations." Though the majority of the army was setting out, there were still some who remained at the no-return pass to stand guard. After all, this was the primary territory gate that led to the 3,000 worlds. They could not leave it undefended. Nevertheless, the ones who stayed back were the ones who had been severely injured during the previous battle. Every single one of them sported grave injuries, from severed limbs to damaged small universes. There were only a few tens of thousands of them. When Mi Jingluan gave the order for them to remain at the no-return pass, their protests made it all the way to the Supreme Headquarters. Despite their injuries, they were still fueled by their desire to slaughter the enemy, and even though they were not as strong as they once were, they were willing to fight to the bitter end. Mi Jingluan had to spend a lot of time persuading them with both reason and emotion until they finally agreed to watch over the territory gate. It was always wise to plan for all possibilities. Although they were able to kill off seemingly all of the Black Ink clan army when they besieged the no-return pass, there were bound to be some who managed to slip past them due to the vastness of the battlefield. While these remnants of the Black Ink clan army might not be all that powerful, they could still wreak havoc on the humans who remained behind in the 3,000 worlds if they were given free rein. Furthermore, the ones who stayed behind were not all powerful masters. It was for this very reason that Yang Kai left behind a sealing secret technique. If the humans fell in the coming battle, the ones who remained at the no-return pass were to retreat, and use the sealing secret technique he left to permanently close the territory gate. Once that was done, the 3,000 worlds would no longer be connected to the Black Ink battlefield. Only a very large number of pseudo-royal lords or royal lords would be able to break the sealing secret technique Yang Kai left behind. If that many powerful masters from the Black Ink clan did return to the no-return pass, it meant that the human army had lost, which would also mean the end of the human race. Once Mi Jingluan finished giving his instructions, those who were to remain behind cupped their fists and chorused, "Yes, sir." The Ninth Order masters took one last look at the no-return pass. Their eyes flitted over the territory gate that led back to the 3,000 worlds before they hardened their hearts and abandoned all wistfulness as they headed deeper into the void. No one knew how many of them would make it back alive. Behind them, A loud voice bellowed out from the no-return pass. May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious. The other voices rang out in unison. May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious. With the help of the universe temples and space arrays that the Void Guard had set up beforehand, the 39th Order Masters took only a few days to traverse across the vast void and arrive at the boundary between the Black Ink battlefield and the late Ancient Era battlefield. They had made their calculations beforehand and gathered at the last of the universe temples where they convened with the Void Guard, who were standing guard here. They wanted to hear the reports regarding the situation further ahead. Soon, the Void Guard finished reporting everything they knew. After taking it all in, Yang Kai said, "That means the Black Ink clan's reinforcements plan on ambushing us on the late Ancient Era battlefield." The Void Guard who spoke nodded and added, "That seems to be their plan." During the final battle at the No-Return Pass half a year ago, the reinforcement army that had been rushing over suddenly stopped. We didn't know what happened at the time, but later on, we figured that they must have received word from the No-Return Pass. Mi Jingluan nodded. Before Mo Nayi died, he was still busy sending out dispatches. He must have been the one who arranged this. After Yang Kai killed Mo Nayi with his spear, Mi Jingluan retrieved a small black ink nest from Mo Nayi's hand. It was clear that the latter had been using the power of the black ink nest to send messages to the reinforcements. It's all clear now. The Black Ink clan's reinforcements realized that their existence had been exposed and that the no-return pass had been seized. So in compliance with Mo Nayi's arrangements, they found a suitable battlefield to lay in wait to attack us, but they would not have expected us to arrive this quickly. Considering the pace of a regular army, it would take the humans about a decade to cross such a distance, even if they left as soon as they emerged victorious at the no-return pass. By then, no matter how strong the human race Grand Army was, they would still be exhausted from traveling and caught off guard by the Black Ink clan's well-prepared ambush. However, the human race only spent half a year recuperating after taking back the no-return pass before reaching this place a couple of days later. It had indeed been a wise decision to form the Void Guard as they managed to help the humans avoid a catastrophic situation. This was their chance to make use of the intel they had while their opponents remained in the dark. After mulling it over in silence, Yang Kai raised his head and said, "Senior brother, all of you can rest here for now. I'll go on ahead and scout the situation." Mi Jingluan nodded. "We will have to trouble you with that, junior brother." A Void Guard swiftly stepped forward with a space beacon which Yang Kai took and channeled his power into. Once the space beacon flashed, Yang Kai disappeared. The next instant, he appeared somewhere in the void. There was a figure beside him. It was Li Wuyi, who was in charge of tracking the movements of the Black Ink clan reinforcements. This was the same way Yang Kai dropped in on Li Wuyi the last time. Li Wuyi let out a small exhale of relief when he spotted Yang Kai. He did feel rather pressured by his task of keeping an eye on things alone, but thanks to Yang Kai's presence, he now felt as if some weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Did we retake the no-return pass?" Li Wuyi asked. Even though Li Wuyi received the news about the results of the battle at the no-return pass, he could not resist checking anyway. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded. "That's good to hear." Li Wuyi smiled at the confirmation, but soon his expression turned grim as he asked quietly, "The casualties?" "Not as bad as it could have been. It is still bearable for us." Li Wuyi nodded without asking any further. All he would get was a cold, emotionless number. But every single number represented the sacrifice of a person. The price of war was far too heavy. "How are things over there?" Yang Kai looked out in front of him, but to his puzzlement he did not see any sign of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. "I knew you were coming, so I retreated a little to avoid letting them sense anything. You can't see them from here," Li Wuyi explained. "They stopped moving half a year ago. Since then, they've been preparing themselves and building defensive structures." "Defensive structures?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Li Wuyi nodded. "They dragged over many of the lifeless universe worlds and fragments to act as barriers. It seems to me that they intend to build up a base. It sounds as if they plan on having a full-on confrontation with us instead of ambushing us," Yang Kai thoughtfully mused. "That's very much within their means." Li Wuyi's expression was grim. There were several hundred pseudo-royal lords, and over 10 million high-rank or higher Black Ink clansmen. Even though they don't have any true royal lords or Black Ink giant spirit gods with them, they are still a force to be reckoned with. It's undoubtedly Mo Naye's doing, Yang Kai remarked in realization. Their goal was never to stop our crusade, they simply hope to weaken us. As long as we've been weakened enough, continuing with the crusade will become meaningless. Thus, instead of trying to set up an ambush, they are better off fighting an all-out battle. They probably want us to discover their tracks. Li Wui gave it some thought before nodding in agreement. That seems to be the case. How vigilant are they? Yang Kai checked. Only somewhat, I'd say, Li Wui replied. They don't seem to expect us to arrive anytime soon, so they haven't sent out scouts or set up any strict patrols. Furthermore, the scouts they have deployed are only monitoring a small area. Still, it's enough to stop me from getting too close. 6 months ago, Li Wui had been able to observe the Black Ink clan army from up close, but ever since they began setting up their base, he had to stay further back to avoid detection. I'll go and take a look, Yang Kai said. After confirming the direction, he shot off into the void. Though he did not discover any true royal lords the last time he checked, there was no harm in being cautious. It was best to do a thorough check once more, as inaccurate information could very well lead to unnecessary casualties in battle. After traveling for a while, Yang Kai caught sight of the Black Ink clan army. He used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to mask his figure and aura as he continued making his approach. It was just as Li Wui had said. The Black Ink clan army was building a base here. They dragged many universe worlds and fragments from all over the void to create barriers and barricades in an otherwise empty territory. This area was still a part of the Late Ancient Era battlefield. During the Late Ancient Era, the humans and the Black Ink clan fought fiercely on this vast expanse. Countless great experts died in battle, leaving behind numerous traps in the form of barriers, seals, and restrictions. There were even divine abilities and secret techniques that had yet to be used up. These were all things that the Black Ink clan could use to their advantage. Yang Kai scrutinized the surroundings as he made his way closer to the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army. Soon, he arrived at the nearest spot he could reach and began studying the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army closely. Once he was certain that they did not have any true royal lords amongst them, his worries eased. Though they were a sizable force, and powerful as well, their lack of military intelligence when compared to what the humans knew made them little more than turtles hiding in their shells. Chapter 59:19, Without Warning. Around half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Universe Temple, and the Ninth Order Masters gathered around him to get an update. Once Yang Kai filled them in on everything he witnessed, Mi Jingluan nodded. It's fairly similar to what we expected. In that case, should we proceed according to plan? Xiang Shan asked. Mi Jingluan turned to Yang Kai. What do you think, junior brother? It won't be a problem, Yang Kai answered. Mi Jingluan's expression was serious as he declared. Let's stick to the plan then. Soon, everyone left the Universe Temple, save for 2 void guards who remained behind to stand guard there. After a day's worth of traveling, they arrived in a part of the void that was neither too far nor too near the base of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. Yang Kai held his hand out to Xiang Shan, who brought out the world bead he had been keeping with him the whole time. Space principles surged as Yang Kai's hands moved swiftly. He gently patted the world bead before tossing it into the void. Once the tiny world bead left Yang Kai's grasp, it started expanding at great speed. It looked as if a stone had been tossed into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. In just a few moments, the world bead had been restored to its original form, and on the lifeless universe fragment, the Blood Flame Army was busy preparing themselves. Senior Brother Xiang, I'll leave things here to you and Junior Brother Sun, Yang Kai said. Xiang Shan nodded in response, as did Sun Ku, one of the new Ninth Order Masters. You all will remain here as well and cooperate with me later when we strike. Yang Kai spoke to a few members of the Void Guard accompanying them. Yes, sir. They quickly replied. Let's go to the next spot. Yang Kai called out as he led the rest of the Ninth Order Masters and Void Guard onwards. Yang Kai kept releasing world beads at specific spots and leaving each of the human race armies there. This carried on for a couple of days until everything was in place. They were done with all their preparations. The last army to be released was the Profound Nether Army, which presently had 3 Ninth Order Masters among their ranks. One was Ouyang Lai, a more seasoned Ninth Order Master, while the other 2 were newly promoted with a lot of room for growth. The atmosphere was tense as the army stood ready for battle. Ouyang Lai was in the lead, his eyes closed. Approximately a quarter-hour later, the time that had been agreed upon earlier arrived. Ouyang Lai whipped his eyes open, raised his hand and shot off. The Profound Nether Army that had been waiting eagerly for this moment heard him roar, "Charge!" This scene played out in 12 different areas of the void as the 12 armies marched on the enemy from 12 different directions at the same time, heading straight towards the Black Ink Clan reinforcements base. No sound was made, but their steely resolve and murderous intent permeated the void, causing space itself to shudder in their presence. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hovering above the base with his eyes closed as he quietly counted down. The base was made up of over 100 universe fragments and worlds that had been gathered together. The Black Ink Clan had gone through painstaking efforts to drag all of these over from the neighboring areas of the void to use as a defense line. Some of the pseudo-royal lords were gathered in a corner of the base, communicating via divine sense, their expressions grim as they were worried about the future. This could not be helped. 6 months ago, they suddenly received word from the no-return pass that the humans had launched a frenzied, all-out attack. Not only did they lose one of the Supreme One's soul clones in the battle, but the entire Black Ink Clan army there had been routed, and was at risk of being annihilated. They had no way of knowing the outcome of the battle as they stopped receiving updates from the no-return pass, after the royal lord named Mo Nayi transmitted some final information to them. Nevertheless, they could hazard a guess that the Black Ink Clan at the no-return pass must have met their doom, and all the Black Ink nests were destroyed. If that was not the case, it was impossible for them to not get any further news. Initially, they stormed out of the Primordial Heaven's source Grand Restriction to help the Black Ink Clan army at the no-return pass. But now that the humans had captured it, was there any point in heading over as reinforcements? In the end, they chose to follow Mo Naye's directions. They remained in place to await the arrival of the human race army, with the intent to block their path. The human race army was so powerful that they could even slaughter a soul clone of the Supreme One. Thus, the reinforcements knew they would surely lose any war they fought against them, but they had no choice. Fortunately, they were quite a distance away from the no-return pass, and thus had sufficient time to prepare for the confrontation. Just as the pseudo-royal lords were in the middle of their discussion though, a feudal lord flew over and stood by the side as he greeted them. "What is it?" A pseudo-royal lord that looked like a giant spider turned to him and asked. It was an extremely peculiar sight as the spider-like pseudo-royal lord had a human face. However, the Black Ink Clan came in all manner of strange and peculiar forms, so he was not unique by any means. "I have something to report, sirs," the feudal lord respectfully said. "Go on." It was a pseudo-royal lord who looked like a small giant with 4 arms who spoke this time. The feudal lord swiftly reported his findings. It did not count as anything serious. A few of the teams who had been sent out to collect resources should have returned as early as 2 weeks ago, but had failed to show up. And now even the scouts sent out to check on them could not be contacted anymore. After hearing the reports, the spider-like pseudo-royal lord frowned and snapped. "You don't need to interrupt us with such inconsequential matters. Just send out a few more scouts to investigate." They were on the late ancient era battlefield where there were a myriad of powerful traps in the form of barriers, seals, and restrictions left in the void. Many of their mining teams and scouts had already gone missing as well prior to this news, so the pseudo-royal lords did not pay much attention to these things. Therefore, they ignored the feudal lord's concerns. The feudal lord had more to say, but in the end he feared the pseudo-royal lords too much to continue, so he respectfully took his leave. He could only do as the pseudo-royal lord had commanded, so once he got back he sent out a few more scouts and instructed them to investigate the places where the previous teams had gone missing. Though he still felt uneasy. Even though there had been instances where their scouts or teams in charge of collecting resources went missing in the past, it happened far less frequently than it did recently. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was hidden above the base, slowly opened his eyes. "It's time." Yang Kai looked down at the base and the universe fragments filled with the resting Black Ink clan army. Then he opened his palm. The space-time river was circling atop his palm like a snake biting its tail, and in the middle of it was a piece of the void that had been cut out. A tiny great pass was sealed up inside that piece of the void, and two figures sat cross-legged inside of it. They looked quite adorable in their miniature state. As Yang Kai looked at them, the two figures noticed his gaze and looked up at him before rising to their feet. Yang Kai nodded lightly at them before flicking his hand, causing the space-time river to fly out. In a similar fashion to what had happened when Yang Kai released the world beads, the space-time river began rapidly expanding the moment it left Yang Kai's grip. The sudden commotion instantly drew the attention of all from the Black Ink clansmen. The pseudo-royal lords, territory lords and feudal lords all sensed that something was happening and quickly looked up. The sight they saw shocked them to no end. A large river appeared out of nowhere and rapidly expanded until a massive great pass appeared before their eyes. A pseudo-royal lord saw the characters etched into the great pass and had to rub his eyes before taking another look to ensure he was not hallucinating. Pyongyang Pass. They had never seen Pyongyang Pass before, but the intelligence Mo Nai sent them before he died mentioned the existence of such a great pass. It was the only great pass the humans had right now and had greatly contributed to their invasion of the No-Return Pass. Why would Pyongyang Pass be here? And why does that strange river that cuts across the void look so familiar? After giving it some thought, isn't that great river the exclusive divine ability of Yang Kai, the killing star from the human race? They were gobsmacked by the sudden turn of events and had not figured out what was happening, but there were always going to be smarter ones in their midst. As such, a voice soon roared so loudly that it echoed in the void. The humans have come. We're under attack. That was enough to shock all from the Black Ink clan into action. Although they did not know how the humans managed to arrive so soon, now was not the time for them to dwell on this conundrum. However, before they could do anything, the massive Pyongyang Pass came crashing down on the universe fragments in the center of their base. Technically, Pyongyang Pass was many times smaller than even a single universe fragment, but when the two met, it was the universe fragments that exploded into pieces. It looked as if someone used a hammer on a watermelon. The sudden, forceful attack turned the first universe fragment into shattered pieces, and the Black Ink clansmen atop it were thrown into chaos. The unlucky ones were killed upon impact, but most of them were stumbling around and coughing up blood as they had been heavily injured in the collision. Only those who were at least a feudal lord could survive the fallout of such a collision. At least 100,000 high-rank Black Ink clan soldiers died from just this attack alone, and it was only the beginning. Without the humans to wield the strength of Pyongyang Pass to its maximum, it was simply an inanimate object that could not do much. However, just as Pyongyang Pass smashed that universe fragment to pieces, two figures shot up and swiftly expanded. They instantly turned into giant silhouettes that flanked the great pass on either side. The immense pressure that emanated from the enormous figures made the Black Ink clan feel as if their souls were shaking and chills ran down their spines. Giant spirit gods! Terror-stricken screams rang out from all directions. None of them expected to see a giant spirit god suddenly appear amidst their ranks, let alone two. Pyongyang Pass, which was supposed to be back at the No-Return Pass, had shown up here, and two giant spirit gods came with it. The pseudo-royal lords could not fathom how the humans managed to cross such a vast distance in such a short amount of time, or how they managed to ensure that the Black Ink clan was completely blindsided by this sudden, fearsome attack. Chapter 59:20, in full force. Secret techniques shot out at the two giant spirit gods from all directions as the Black Ink clan reacted instinctively while in panic. Thus, Ada and Aer had only just resumed their original forms, but they were already under fierce attack. Ada roared as fury colored his simple, honest face. Ada didn't do anything. Ada just showed up here, but everyone is attacking Ada. Ada knew the Black Ink clan was bad. His roar seemed to form an invisible wall that blocked all the secret techniques from the Black Ink clan, and in the very next moment he stepped towards them. Though his massive size made his movement seem rather clumsy, one step was all it took for him to reach the nearest universe fragment where he threw out his fist. Ada was much bigger than Pyongyang Pass, almost the same size as the universe fragment in front of him, so when his fist struck, the Black Ink clansmen who were hit directly instantly vaporized, regardless of how powerful they were. There had even been a pseudo-royal lord present, yet he did not manage to escape this fate. Pseudo-royal lords were undeniably strong, but they were still ants compared to a giant spirit god's fist. Countless others died as well. Ada's blow created a huge crater initially, and as the force of his punch reverberated out, the entire universe fragment soon exploded into dust. The Black Ink clansmen cried out as they tried to escape, but they were still affected by the shockwave of Ada's punch, and were now either heavily injured or at least dazed, making their struggles almost futile. An 8th Order Master could destroy a universe fragment with a single punch, but there was still an enormous difference in destructive force when compared to a giant spirit god. This was the strength of a giant spirit god. Right now, apart from Mo, whose power remained enigmatic to all, the giant spirit god clan were the most powerful beings fighting in this war. Although they were not proficient in the use of secret techniques or divine abilities, and seemed to be of lower sentience in some ways, they had immense strength. While Ada was busy destroying that universe fragment, Aer did not stand around idle either. He charged at the defensive barrier the Black Ink clan had worked so hard to create, and with each kick or punch he landed, lands were destroyed and countless Black Ink clan soldiers died. In just a few breaths of time, the void was littered with broken universe fragments and Black Ink strength that had leaked out of the dead Black Ink clan soldiers. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords managed to recover themselves and take action, ordering their armies to try and stop the two giant spirit gods. Soon their attacks started taking effect. Although giant spirit gods were terrifyingly powerful, there were only 2 of them, and their enormous size made them easy targets. The Black Ink clan reinforcements numbered over 10 million, and as long as they properly coordinated, their combined strength could not be underestimated. The attacks poured in from all directions. Ada and Aer's silhouettes began to look a little unsteady and they could not move as freely either, but that only served to infuriate them even more. When the human race army attacked the no-return pass, they were able to kill the second Black Ink giant spirit god by gathering all their strength together. The Black Ink clan would probably be able to accomplish the same feat if they could group up and arrange themselves the way the humans had. Though it had to be said that the Black Ink giant spirit god the humans killed had already been through an intense battle with Ada and Aer, and thus was already seriously injured. Furthermore, its movement had been restricted as well, and it could not dodge the combined assault from the human race army. Even a Black Ink giant spirit god could not withstand that level of bombardment. Ada and Aer's situation was a lot better than that Black Ink giant spirit god's. Though the Black Ink clan kept attacking from all directions, the 2 giant spirit gods would not be in any mortal danger if the Black Ink clan failed to unleash a combined assault that was strong enough to overpower them in one blow. However, considering the heritage of the Black Ink clan reinforcements, it was within their means to force Ada and Aer to retreat if they were willing to make some sacrifices. That would only be possible if nothing unexpected happened, however, and alas, it soon did. All of a sudden, those on the battlefield detected the fall of a pseudo-royal lord. An intense fight had broken out on the battlefield, and the death of a pseudo-royal lord was not something surprising. The unluckiest of them all had died from the giant spirit god's first strike. However, what caught the Black Ink clan's attention was the fact that the pseudo-royal lord who just died did so a great distance away from the giant spirit gods at a place that did not seem to be under attack. Furthermore, even if the fallout from the giant spirit god's blows had managed to travel that far, how was it possible for a pseudo-royal lord to not be able to block that level of attack? Before the Black Ink clan managed to figure out what had just happened, the aura of yet another pseudo-royal lord vanished. A third and a fourth soon followed. At last, the pseudo-royal lords realized the situation they had on their hands. Apart from the 2 giant spirit gods, there was also a third master they did not know about who was lurking on the battlefield and assassinating the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords were alarmed. "It's Yang Kai. He's here." One of the smarter pseudo-royal lords roared. A strange river had cut through the void when Pure Yang passed and the 2 giant spirit gods abruptly appeared, and several of the pseudo-royal lords recognized what it was. According to the information Mo Na provided before his death, the river was made out of Dao strengths and belonged to Yang Kai, the killing star. He was the most powerful Ninth Order master, and the one that Emonayi warned them to guard against, for he was an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. When the pseudo-royal lords in the reinforcement army heard this report, they found it hard to believe that a lone human, no matter how strong, would pose an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. Nevertheless, Emonayi was a true royal lord, and they had to pay serious attention to the last warning he gave them just before he died. It was only now that the pseudo-royal lords realized Emonayi could have been right. Though the giant spirit gods were powerful, they were extremely overt in the way they did things. It was much easier to guard against a spear in the light than an arrow in the dark. As soon as that pseudo-royal lord's roar rang out, it was followed by an agonizing shriek. The Black Ink clan were drawn by his cries and quickly looked over, only to find a silhouette fading away behind the pseudo-royal lord, who was now sporting a large hole in his chest. Dao's strength surged from his wound and ate away at his vitality. "Don't let him escape," a pseudo-royal lord yelled as he unleashed his aura and smashed it towards that part of the void. Many pseudo-royal lords jumped into action and followed suit. Space rippled and a silhouette which was about to completely fade away reappeared once more. It was a human who had a long spear in his hand. He looked perfectly at ease despite being surrounded by his enemies. "You've got pretty quick reflexes," the human coolly remarked, but the pseudo-royal lords did not hear any semblance of a complimentary tone in his voice. "Quick! Keep him occupied." The pseudo-royal lord who shouted earlier was smarter than the others and knew that this was a rare opportunity for them. If they allowed Yang Kai to hide once more, even more of their masters would meet their doom. Their best option now was to pin him down and stop him from finding a chance to sneak up on any other pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords nearest to Yang Kai swiftly lunged at him from their respective directions, trying to gang up on him. They attacked as speedily as they could in an impressive display of cooperation for the frantic state they were in. If it had been any other Ninth Order master, they would have been caught in a difficult battle. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he made a grabbing motion, and Dao's strengths rippled in the air as the sound of water echoed. He summoned his space-time river, and it snaked around him like a whip. The pseudo-royal lords who were charging at him were taken by surprise and ended up plunging into the river, just like children who drown by a sudden surge of water. They struggled on the surface of the river for a few moments before sinking in and disappearing. The river grew fierce as Dao's strength surged. A few figures could vaguely be seen inside the river, clearly fighting for their lives. Soon, the commotion died down. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and a few figures flew out of the river. When the Black Ink clan saw this, their hearts sank and their expressions hardened. The figures that fell out were the pseudo-royal lords who had been swept up just now. But they were all now covered in mortal wounds and their auras had vanished. All it took was a few moments and all those pseudo-royal lords had been killed. It was an unbelievable display of power. The pseudo-royal lords who were still charging towards Yang Kai immediately halted, thanking the Supreme One for being further away as they had not been dragged into the strange river. Otherwise, they would have numbered among the dead pseudo-royal lords as well. All of the pseudo-royal lords began to hesitate. Although all the information from Emonayi about Yang Kai had warned them not to underestimate him, none of them had imagined he would be this terrifying. Good. The pseudo-royal lords were terrified and uncertain, but Yang Kai felt spirited. He had been hiding his true strength all these years, which meant he could not unleash his full power whenever he joined the attacks on the no-return pass, and he hated every moment of it. Even though he no longer tried to conceal his ability during the last battle, he had been facing off against a Black Ink giant spirit god, and he did not manage to have a true face-off with it, so he did not get to experience the rush of displaying his full strength. He killed Emonayi by concealing himself with the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, and ever since then, he had been patiently waiting. Until today, the death of these pseudo-royal lords enabled him to see just how much stronger he had become. In the past, whenever he used the space-time river, Yang Kai was able to capture multiple pseudo-royal lords at once, but he could not kill them off so easily. He had to enter the river personally to finish off his prey, but he no longer had to do so. He now had complete control over the life and death of pseudo-royal lords who entered the space-time river. This was the change that happened when one's heritage grew stronger. It was an intoxicating feeling. Kill him. The pseudo-royal lord who gave the command was retreating as he roared. An endless stream of secret techniques shot out at Yang Kai, but they all hit nothing as his figure simply faded away. The pseudo-royal lords pushed their divine senses wildly, but they could not detect any trace of Yang Kai. The chaotic battlefield was filled with all kinds of fluctuating forces and energies, so the pseudo-royal lords completely lost track of Predator among them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon reappeared behind the pseudo-royal lord who had given the command, his long spear casually piercing through the latter's head. Chapter 59:21, Broaden Your Horizons. When the two giant spirits gods appeared, an intense battle broke out at the Black Ink clan base. Though initially flustered and caught off guard, the Black Ink clan reinforcement army slowly regained composure and began working together to suppress the giant spirit gods. It was immensely difficult, but at least they did not become victims of an outright massacre. The giant spirit gods were beginning to show signs of injury as well. Large boulder-like objects fell from their bodies as the Black Ink clan army kept up a continuous bombardment of attacks. The fact that the reinforcement army was able to come up with a response in such a short amount of time made it clear they were indeed elites of the Black Ink clan. Alas, the two giant spirit gods were not what the Black Ink clan felt most challenged by. No matter how powerful the giant spirits gods were, they were out in the open and they could deal with them accordingly. The biggest threat, however, was the human killing star, who was hiding in the dark and could strike out with extreme lethality at any given moment. Yang Kai, the killing star, was able to move around essentially undetectable. Even the pseudo-royal lords could not track him down, and each time he appeared, at least one pseudo-royal lord would die. It was their first time clashing against an opponent like Yang Kai, but despite only a short time passing, he was already akin to a looming shadow of death that hung over all their heads. He did not attack anyone other than the pseudo-royal lords, but in just a short span, 20 such masters had died, with the surviving ones helpless to deal with him. Had it been possible, the pseudo-royal lord's best option would have been to hide among the rest of the army, but due to the drawbacks of the source fusion technique, they couldn't restrain their auras. They were like bright lights in a dark tunnel, their presence glaringly obvious to anyone despite being in a sea of over 10 million other Black Ink clansmen. They could neither defeat Yang Kai nor find him. It felt as if they had no way of overcoming this crisis. I want to know what the situation is at the primordial heavens source grand restriction. I will spare the life of the one who tells me what I wish to know. All of a sudden, the human's voice rang out on the battlefield for all the Black Ink clan army to hear. One of the pseudo-royal lords had an abrupt change of expression as his eyes glinted, and he threw his fist towards a certain part of the void. He's here. He punched with all his strength and the void shattered like a mirror, but there was nothing there. Then, the pseudo-royal lord heard Yang Kai's voice sounding tauntingly next to his ear. Wrong answer. There was a flash of light as the local space solidified. The pseudo-royal lord was still in the same pose, his clenched fist extended out, but his head had been separated from his body and black blood was now gushing out of his neck, dyeing the void black. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yang Kai's voice rang out again. Two pseudo-royal lords confidently unleashed attacks towards the spot where the voice came from. But as soon as they did so, Yang Kai appeared behind them and thrust his spear through their backs. Before the rest of the pseudo-royal lords could rush over, Yang Kai's silhouette disappeared once more. Maybe my previous question was a little too broad, so I'll be more specific. Has Mo woken up yet? What's the situation like with the human race army based outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction? A hot-tempered pseudo-royal lord immediately hollered. You want to know what happened to the army over there? They're all dead, and you're next. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai appeared in front of him. The pseudo-royal lord had been secretly searching for Yang Kai's location all along, but he did not expect the human to be arrogant enough to show up in this manner, so he was caught off guard. By the time he was able to react, Yang Kai's hand had flashed out and tightly gripped his forehead. The pseudo-royal lord was entirely shocked by what happened next. All at once, he felt as if his entire body was mysteriously suppressed and sealed by a strange force. Despite merely being held by the forehead, he could not fight back at all, and Yang Kai ended up whisking him off just like that. All the masters from the Black Ink clan nearby gasped in shock and fury as they sent forth a torrent of secret techniques aimed at Yang Kai. Nevertheless, their attacks hit nothing as Yang Kai's silhouette flickered across the battlefield without ever truly solidifying in one spot. Yang Kai flitted around to avoid the Black Ink clan's attacks, all the while holding onto the pseudo-royal lord by the latter's forehead. He eyed the pseudo-royal lord and stated matter-of-factly, "The humans have a saying. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You'll have to pay the price for not watching your tongue." Alas, the pseudo-royal lord was a rebellious fellow, so despite being subjugated, he had no intention of compromising. He sneered and screeched, "What price would you make me pay, huh? It's just death. So what if you kill me? You'll never be able to stand against the Supreme One. Black Ink is eternal. Who said I'm going to kill you?" Yang Kai eyed him coolly. The pseudo-royal lord abruptly felt a thick malice engulf him, one so intense that even though he was fully prepared to die, he could not help shuddering in response. "You just came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so I'm assuming you've never experienced purifying light before. Well, I'm in a generous mood today, so I'll help you broaden your horizons." Having said that, the two marks on Yang Kai's hand became visible, and in the very next moment, yellow and blue light flowed out and wrapped around the pseudo-royal lord. The pseudo-royal lord immediately had a look of horror on his face. It was true that the reinforcement army had only just recently left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and had never encountered purifying light before, but they had heard of it and how it could be used to counter Black Ink's strength. Black Ink's strength was able to corrupt anything and everything it touched, but the heavens were fair in all things, so no matter how strong a particular energy was, there was always something that countered it. Primordial light and darkness were both born at the dawn of the universe. Neither could exist without the other, but both also perfectly suppress one another. The yellow and blue light swirled together and quickly condensed into a pure white light. A sizzling sound was heard, and all at once, the pseudo-royal lord felt as if he had been tossed into a boiling pot of oil, as Black Ink's strength gushed out of his body and evaporated as it came into contact with the purifying light. Throughout this process, the pseudo-royal lord underwent such overwhelming pain that he could not stop screaming in agony. His tormented cries echoed across the battlefield and struck fear into the hearts of all the Black Ink clansmen. The attacks on Yang Kai did not cease as the Black Ink clan continued their attempts to track him down, unleashing all their most powerful attacks wherever they suspected he might be. However, it made no difference. While Yang Kai could not hide himself while torturing the pseudo-royal lord, his masterful use of space principles allowed him to freely weave around the Black Ink clan's attacks. In fact, thanks to Yang Kai's sneak maneuvering, a sizable number of masters from the Black Ink clan ended up getting caught in friendly fire instead. As for the pseudo-royal lord that Yang Kai captured, he had nearly screamed himself hoarse as his aura continuously weakened. In the end, he could not take it anymore and growled hoarsely, "Kill me! Kill me!" He finally realized that there were fates worse than death. Yang Kai carefully adjusted the strength of purifying light and brought the pseudo-royal lord before him. "Killing you is no problem at all," he quietly said. "Just tell me what's happening at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, and you won't have to suffer this torment any longer." The pseudo-royal lord's lips quivered as he howled through his pain. "The human race army has been wiped out and the Supreme One has woken up." Yang Kai's gaze turned cold. "Kill me! I told you what you wanted to know." The pseudo-royal lord roared hoarsely. "But what you told me differs from what I know. I'm telling you the truth. It's all true." Yang Kai did not answer. Regardless of whether or not the suppressing Black Ink army was still alive, there was no doubt that Mo had not awakened yet. If Mo was fully awake, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would have been shattered and the reinforcements sent out would have been many times larger, and had true royal lords leading them. Even at a time like this pseudo-royal lord still wants to try and trick me, huh? Either he doesn't know what's happening over there, or he doesn't wish to tell me. Yang Kai sighed. He knew there was no hope of him extracting any useful information about the situation over there out of the Black Ink clan now. The reinforcements had chosen to remain in this place to put up a fight against the human race army after hearing about the situation at the no-return pass. Thus, it was most likely that they were already prepared to die, so it was unrealistic to think he could dig out any information from them. That pseudo-royal lord was still bathing in purifying light, and his aura had now dropped precipitously. Even the aura of a high-rank Black Ink clan was stronger than his now, so Yang Kai tossed him at the group of pseudo-royal lords who were swarming over as a barrage of attacks shot out at him. As the attacks exploded, the pseudo-royal lord turned into dust. Once Yang Kai's hand was free, he immediately turned around and summoned the space-time river, which came crashing down on those who were chasing after him. The long river was like a beast that devoured everything in its path as it swallowed up a group of pseudo-royal lords. Dao strengths then surged and wiped out their vitality. Meanwhile, a group of pseudo-royal lords were standing on a certain universe fragment. They did not join the hunt against Yang Kai and instead gathered in the distance to observe the situation. After seeing the way a single human and 2 giant spirit gods sent their entire army into upheaval, the pseudo-royal lord in command let out a long sigh before saying, "We can't lose all our forces here. Our mission is to cripple the human race army. There's no point trying to put up a fight against these 3. Based on the current strength of the Black Ink clan army, it was impossible for them to kill the 2 giant spirit gods. Certainly they could injure these 2 giant spirit gods, but once the latter felt threatened, they would simply run away and the Black Ink clan had absolutely no way to stop them." The same applied to Yang Kai, the killing star. Since the Black Ink clan had no way of stopping their 3 opponents from escaping, and no way of killing them, this was an entirely futile fight that would only result in casualties on their side. The other pseudo-royal lords nodded in agreement. "Give the order for some to stay behind and keep these 3 occupied. As for the others, evacuate at once." The pseudo-royal lord quickly came to a decision. "Where should we go?" a pseudo-royal lord asked. The one who first spoke stayed silent for a moment before looking in the direction of the no-return pass. "We'll go out and meet the human race army ourselves." At first, the rest were confused, but they soon came to a realization. This was probably their only option now. They had to clash with the human race army as soon as possible. That way, even if they all died, they would still manage to fulfill their mission. Chapter 59-22, The Purple Feather Army Charges. The order to withdraw went out at once, and despite the chaos of the situation, the Black Ink clan army was able to maintain some semblance of order as they prepared to retreat. According to their estimates, they had to leave at least 30% of their forces behind to keep the 2 giant spirit gods and the killing star occupied. That was the only way they could carve out enough room for the rest of the army to leave safely and carry out their mission. This decision pained the majority of them, but they had no choice. The pseudo-royal lord who served as the commander was standing atop a universe fragment and surveying the bloody battlefield with an icy glare. Though he knew he would never get to seek vengeance himself, he still wanted to sear the killing star's image into the recesses of his mind. "Sir." Suddenly, a feudal lord flew over and landed in front of the pseudo-royal lords to frantically report, "Sirs, we have found signs of a human race army." The pseudo-royal lords were startled. "Which direction?" the commanding pseudo-royal lord quickly asked. "That direction." The feudal lord pointed it out. The pseudo-royal lords all turned to look, and sure enough, they spotted hazy figures far off in the depths of the void. It was a great distance away, so they could not see clearly, but it was undoubtedly a human race army, a very large one. "Excellent." The pseudo-royal lord cheered thunderously. He did not seem panicked by the sudden report. Instead, he looked pleased. Regardless of how the human race army managed to arrive in such a short amount of time when it should have taken them over a decade to reach this place, it was precisely what the Black Ink clan hoped to see. When they left the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, their initial mission was to aid the Black Ink clan army at the No-Return Pass by attacking the humans from the rear. They wanted to sneak up on the enemy, catch the humans off guard, and slaughter them all. However, when the No-Return Pass was lost, their mission changed. All they needed to do now was to fight the humans who were heading for Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, and to stop at nothing whilst doing so. Neither the outcome nor their survival mattered. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai and the 2 giant spirit gods threw their initial plans into disarray, and they were forced to split their troops in 2. They had to leave some behind to keep the 3 menaces occupied while the others headed for the No-Return Pass, to confront the human race army as soon as possible. No one expected the human race army would be here already. The enemy was delivering themselves up. So after being startled for a moment, the Black Ink clansmen were filled up with a thirst for battle. The humans used the strength of their killing star and the two giant spirit gods to disrupt their position and deployments before sending in their army to launch a surprise attack. It looked as if the humans had planned all this from the start. It was perilous to face such an enemy on their terms. Still, what was there for them to fear? The Black Ink clan existed solely to sacrifice everything for the sake of the Supreme One. "Sir." Yet another voice called out from the distance, and a second feudal lord joined them as he quickly reported, "Sirs, we have sighted a human race army." The pseudo-royal lord commander nodded. "I know." The feudal lord who just came was completely taken aback. He rushed over as soon as he received the news. So how did the pseudo-royal lords find out about it beforehand? Nevertheless, he dared not make any comments. He stood aside and glanced at the first feudal lord, but when their gazes met, they seemed to realize something. "Sir." Once again, a feudal lord rushed over from a different direction. At last, the pseudo-royal lords also realized that the situation was not as simple as they thought it was. The human race army was not coming from just one direction. Armies were rushing towards their base from all directions. They were completely surrounded. It was hard to imagine how the humans managed to achieve this. The Black Ink clan army numbered over 10 million elites, so it should have been impossible to box them in without someone noticing something earlier on. Finally, some of the pseudo-royal lords recalled the reports they had dismissed the past few days. Ones about scouts and resource-gathering teams failing to return on time. From the looks of it now, the missing Black Ink clansmen must have been discovered by the humans and eliminated. They never thought that the humans could arrive here so soon, so they had been preparing for a battle to break out a decade later. That was why they were not more vigilant and failed to realize the humans were closing in on them. Those deplorable humans. The pseudo-royal lord commander exploded in rage. Even though he wanted to take on the human race armies as soon as possible, he did not welcome being plotted against this way. After thinking in silence for a moment though, he shouted, "Pass down the order. We launch a full-scale attack in that direction." He pointed in the direction of the no-return pass, which was also the direction the first feudal lord pointed out in his report. Although the Black Ink clan was being besieged from all directions, the one silver lining of the situation was that the human race's strength was scattered as they had split themselves up into over 10 different forces. Even though this allowed them to surround the Black Ink clan, it also meant that the Black Ink clan could target these smaller armies individually. As long as they moved quickly enough, they had enough heritage to wipe out a few of the human race's armies. That would be enough to deal a crushing blow to the humans and force them to cut their crusade short. The Black Ink clan were already making preparations to withdraw, so after receiving the latest order from the commanding pseudo-royal lord, they instantly split into two. 30% stayed behind to keep Yongkai and the giant spirit orders occupied while the rest charged at the human race army that was approaching from the direction of the no-return pass. The human race army coming from that direction was the Purple Feather Army. Wu Qing was originally the only Ninth Order master in the Purple Feather Army, but ever since the battle at the No-Return Pass, the humans had 20 new Ninth Order masters, 2 of whom were added to the Purple Feather Army. They were a man and a woman, an actual senior brother and junior sister pair. Even if one searched the entirety of the human race's history, it was exceedingly rare to find a precedent of 2 such people growing so powerful together. It was hard enough to become a Ninth Order master as few ever had the possibility of doing so. If it had not been for the benefits gained from the World Tree clone, it would usually take several thousand, if not tens of thousands of years for someone with the aptitude to become a Ninth Order master to appear in a great force. Thus, the years and generations that separated the Ninth Order masters made it near impossible for 2 to have a senior brother and junior sister relationship. That all changed with the appearance of the star boundary. After several millennia of fighting together, this pair could basically read each other's thoughts. Even when they were still 7th Order and 8th Order masters, they had already carved out a name for themselves on the battlefield as numerous feudal and territory lords had died at their hands. They had even caught Emo Na Ye's attention as he had set up traps that were targeted specifically at them. The many years of war between the human race and the Black Ink clan gave birth to a plethora of both celebratory and sorrowful stories, but it also led to the birth of many remarkable people, and these two were ranked among them. Right now, they were standing atop a purifying Black Ink battleship together with Wuxia, their senior, as all three were observing the battlefield. When Wuxia saw that the Black Ink clan army had chosen to charge in their direction, his eyes flashed with displeasure. Whether it was on purpose or not, the Purple Feather Army had been singled out by the enemy as the weak point that they could easily run over. "Prepare for battle," Wuxia loudly commanded. The Purple Feather Army that had been traveling at great speed instantly repositioned themselves. They did not take up a defensive formation, but rather an offensive one. Despite facing off against their opponents whose numbers were several times greater than their own, the Purple Feather Army showed no fear. Every single one of them was able to stay composed as they waited for the moment to strike. After going through numerous battles, both large and small, throughout the past few millennia, they had built up their spirits through their continued victories, and could move as one body. The Black Ink clan army was not about to face the weak army they believed it to be, but a giant beast who could swallow everything in its path. Murderous intent flared as the distance between the two armies rapidly shrank. All at once, multicolored flashes of light shot out from the Purple Feather Army and rained down on the approaching Black Ink clan. At the same time, streaks of black secret techniques shot out from the Black Ink clan army towards the Purple Feather Army. The fight had officially begun. Scores of auras from the Black Ink clan were extinguished by the bursts of light, and even the pseudo-royal lords could not let their guard down. They were completely focused on dodging the secret techniques. In a situation like this, even a minor slip-up could spell their doom. As for the Purple Feather Army, though they suffered some losses as well, it was nothing compared to what the Black Ink clan suffered. It was not surprising as the human race had the protection of warships and spirit arrays, while the Black Ink clan did not. In a head-on battle between two armies where secret techniques and artifacts were exchanged at long range, the side with stronger defenses had far more of an advantage. It was akin to a mortal battle where both armies had archers, but only one had shields. Naturally, the one with shields suffered far fewer casualties. In this case, the humans were the ones with the shields. Evidently, the Black Ink clan picked up on this as well. They had to withstand the constant decrease in their numbers as they tried to hasten their attacks. Since they lost out in terms of defense, they were forced to expend some of their energy to defend themselves in order to counter the humans' advantage. After a few rounds of secret techniques were exchanged, the fearsome armies finally clashed in the void. By numbers alone, the humans were certainly at a disadvantage, but they were still able to halt the Black Ink clan army's charge by force. The Purple Feather Army seemed to turn into a massive boulder, which could not be moved. No one knew how they did it, but they did. Black Ink clan bastards suffer death. Wuxia's bellow rang out. He was still standing atop the purifying Black Ink battleship when he first started speaking, but by the time he finished, he had already charged into the Black Ink clan army. His weapon flashed as he cut down a pseudo-royal lord before the latter could even register what was happening. Black blood splattered everywhere as a powerful aura flared up before disappearing. Countless masters from the Black Ink clan shuddered in fear. Though the pseudo-royal lords were resolute in their determination to sacrifice everything for the Supreme One, they still felt chills down their spine when they saw how terrifying Wuxia was. At last, they realized that the human race did not only have Yang Kai as their solitary killing star. The Ninth Order Master in front of them now was also immensely powerful. Wuxia was a veteran Ninth Order Master, and out of all the current Ninth Order Masters, Xiao Xiao was the only one who had more experience than him. However, Xiao Xiao was proficient in the Yin-Yang Grand Dao and specialized in crowd control rather than single combat. The same could not be said for Wuxia. Thus, among all the Ninth Order Masters, Wuxia was second only to Yang Kai in terms of individual combat strength. Chapter 59-23 Surrounded. Wuxia made a show of strength by channeling everything he had into the attack. A pseudo-royal lord who was caught off guard would never have been able to defend himself against it. Off to a good start. However, in the very next breath, Wuxia was surrounded by numerous masters from the Black Ink clan. After being momentarily stunned, they swiftly rushed over to gang up on him. Wu Qing showed no fear as he slashed out around him. As Dao's strength rippled through the void, his formidable power burst out and turned his enemies into rivers of blood. The other human race masters followed in Wu Qing's footsteps as they rushed into the enemy lines, including the two new Ninth Order masters. Their figures lunged forth as two flashes of light as they headed straight for the pseudo-royal lords. The junior sister's expression was grim as her hands swiftly moved to unleash a mysterious strength that filled the void, causing the pseudo-royal lords to instantly feel as though their souls were becoming unstable. They saw stars circling their heads, as if they had been hit by an invisible hammer. The senior brother seized this chance to close in with his sword. Sword light shrouded his body as he cut through the pseudo-royal lords. Black blood splattered as one of the pseudo-royal lords was relieved of his head, while the others were heavily injured. This was all accomplished with a single strike. By the time the pseudo-royal lords who were lucky enough to survive could finally react, the senior brother's sword light was slashing down on them. Agonizing screams echoed across the battlefield. Of this senior brother and junior sister pair, one excelled in the soul Dao while the other excelled in the sword Dao. Furthermore, they were able to act as one as they fought on the battlefield, which meant they could kill their enemies even more efficiently than Wu Qing, the veteran Ninth Order master. Meanwhile, the Eighth Order masters quickly got into their battle formations and challenged the remaining pseudo-royal lords, causing intense fights to break out in all directions. The battle was joined in an instant as the two armies fought with dogged fervor. In this battle, the human race were both advantaged and disadvantaged at the same time. One of the things working in their favor was that these pseudo-royal lords had a critical difference from the pseudo-royal lords from the no-return pass. While they were all similarly powerful, they differed when it came to experience. The pseudo-royal lords from the no-return pass had fought against the human race for hundreds of years at least, and with the help of the information they gleaned from Black Ink disciples, they were able to mimic the humans, and even learn to form battle formations. Although they could only form a simple Three Fortunes formation, it would still require 20 to 38th Order masters in 5 elements or 6 paths formations to contain them. That was the reason why the humans had such a hard time during the battles at the no-return pass. Even a simple Three Fortunes formation had given the pseudo-royal lords a huge boost in combat efficiency, and allowed them to occupy many more human masters. However, that was not the case for the pseudo-royal lords who just came out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction. They did not know how to form battle formations and their combat experience was quite lacking. So even though they worked together in certain situations, each of them basically acted independently, oftentimes getting in each other's way rather than providing support to one another. As soon as the clashing started, the Eighth Order masters keenly picked up on this and were thrilled. If the Eighth Order masters formed a 5 elements formation, they were just barely able to put up a fight against a pseudo-royal lord. A 6 paths formation would mean that they would stand on equal footing, while a 7 stars formation made them even more powerful than their opponent. As of now, the humans had quite several Eighth Order masters. This was thanks to their steady accumulation all these years, as well as the ordinary grade innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace. Each army had at least 2,000 Eighth Order masters, some even had 3,000. With so many Eighth Order masters, it was easy enough to form battle formations and contain the pseudo-royal lords. Nevertheless, when it came to sheer numbers, the Purple Feather Army paled in comparison to the Black Ink Clan Army, as the latter had nearly 10 times as many masters. Therefore, even though the Purple Feather Army was able to put up a fight for now, they could not keep it up for long. Fortunately, they did not need to. The other human armies were closing in from all directions, so all they had to do was hold out for a little longer, and their reinforcements would be able to surround the Black Ink Clan completely. When the time came, the Black Ink Clan would be trapped. The difference in numbers meant that the Purple Feather Army suffered increasing injuries and casualties, but in comparison to them, the Black Ink Clan suffered the same in far greater numbers. The 3 Ninth Order masters weaved through the enemy as they killed pseudo-royal lords again and again. Wu Qing was covered in wounds and the senior brother and junior sister duo had also turned pale from overexertion. The wreckage of the broken warships floated everywhere, as blood and torn limbs scattered all over. Nevertheless, the Purple Feather Army did not retreat. They maintained their lines and held fast to keep the enemy rooted in place. The other human armies were rushing over to provide aid from all directions with the Ninth Order Masters in the lead, and would soon arrive. The Black Ink clan army was slowly weakening. Initially, the pseudo-royal lords figured that their numerical advantage would be enough for them to triumph over the Purple Feather army, with a high chance of them being able to wipe this human army out entirely. As long as they did so, they would be able to create a gap in the encirclement and gain a better position to battle against the other human race armies. Alas, they did not expect the Purple Feather army to be able to keep the battlefield fixed in this area despite being outnumbered nearly 10 times. Are humans really so resilient? The pseudo-royal lords were somewhat dazed. No wonder the ones who first left the primordial heavens source grand restriction couldn't exterminate the humans, and were soundly defeated after years of battle. As the stalemate continued, the Black Ink clan army soon began to despair. The other human race armies had arrived, swarming over from all directions and surrounding the Black Ink clan army. An even more intense battle broke out then, as both parties numbered over 10 million now as they fought viciously. The Black Ink clan army was already weakened by the previous battle, but the humans remained spirited, so the outcome was clear. Furthermore, the humans had 29 Ninth Order Masters while the Black Ink clan did not even have a single true royal lord. Their pseudo-royal lords did not know how to form battle formations either. Thus, the clash soon became a one-sided massacre for the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, back at the Black Ink clan's base where the fight first broke out, Ada and Aer were stomping about, slaughtering the Black Ink clan army in droves. Though a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan remained here to keep them occupied, they were only 30% of the whole reinforcement army, and it was hard for them to put up a fight against two giant spirit gods. Moreover, Yang Kai was still weaving about undetected among them as he snuck up on their masters and assassinated them. Soon, Yang Kai killed off the last of the pseudo-royal lords who had stayed behind. And without them, the Black Ink clan's attacks became little more than tickles and scratches to Ada and Aer. Since the battle had been decided, Yang Kai returned to Pure Yang Pass. The Great Pass had been floating along on the battlefield without anyone paying any attention to it after Yang Kai first let it out, and sent it crashing into a universe fragment. Until now. Instantly, somewhere on the Pure Yang Pass, Yang Kai's divine sense surged like gushing water, and soon he took in the situation across the void. It's the perfect time. A torrent of world force was unleashed and a huge array lit up on the spot where Yang Kai stood. A mysterious energy burst forth in all directions. 12 universe fragments were scattered across the void outside the battlefield. These 12 universe fragments were the ones that Yang Kai brought from the no-return pass, after turning them into world beads. He restored them to their original size once they arrived in this area. The 12 universe fragments were not simply tools to transport the armies. They were also a crucial part of the plan to surround the enemy. The human race army had planned all of this before they left the no-return pass. Just as Yang Kai activated the Grand Array on Pure Yang Pass, the Void Guard that remained on the 12 universe fragments did the same to the arrays that had been set up there too. All at once, the 12 universe fragments lit up brightly as they connected with Pure Yang Pass. It was incredibly difficult to harness the strength of such a huge array. Just creating it had cost an enormous amount of resources, while powering it was also not cheap, but it was all worth it for the sake of eliminating the enemy once and for all. The connection between the universe fragments and Pure Yang Pass kept growing stronger, and once Yang Kai felt it reach a certain critical limit, he surged his space principles. The Void Guard picked up on this signal, and instantly followed suit. All at once, there was a visible ripple that started from Pure Yang Pass and rapidly spread out over several millions of kilometers, sweeping past the two clashing armies as it filled every corner of the void. This ripple was not deadly in any way, nor did it disrupt the two armies either. However, after it spread out, something seemed to change on the battlefield. The 12 universe fragments scattered across the void had been linked together with Pure Yang Pass to seal the entire battlefield. A massive section of the void had become a cage, and as long as the array held strong, nothing could escape. This was a massive battle involving millions of soldiers on each side. No matter who had the upper hand, it was still going to be hard to completely annihilate the other side. There were bound to be those who managed to escape. To prevent that from happening, the humans came up with a plan beforehand. If some of the Black Ink clansmen did manage to flee, they would surely be a threat to the ones left behind at the no-return pass, as only a few tens of thousands of masters had stayed back. What's more, those masters were all heavily wounded and not as powerful as they once were. The humans were determined to slaughter every single Black Ink clansman here in one battle. Thus, Yang Kai was personally standing guard at the array core, and as long as he did not die, there was no way of lifting the sealing array. Furthermore, even as he stood guard in the middle of Pure Yang Pass, he was still able to take part in the battle. Thanks to the power of the array, Yang Kai could monitor the entire situation out on the battlefield. It was a mysterious feeling for him, as it felt as though he was observing the battle from a different dimension. Since he could see what was happening, it meant that he could partake in the battle as well. Thus, out on the battlefield, there were frequent attacks that seemed to come from out of nowhere. These attacks would smash the masters from the Black Ink clan into pieces, and many of the humans who had been caught in a perilous situation were saved, to the confusion of everyone. Chapter 59-24. Go on ahead first. There was no suspense in this battle. The human race spent over a decade retaking the no-return pass, but the outcome of this fight against the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had been determined right from the start. The portion of the Black Ink clan army that stayed back to keep the two giant spirit gods occupied was the first to crumble. After all of the pseudo-royal lords had been killed, there was no point in continuing a hopeless fight. Many of the surviving masters wanted to flee. Alas, the surrounding space had been sealed up, and they could not escape. They were doomed to meet their end here. On the main battlefield, the 12 armies successfully surrounded the Black Ink clan, and were now slowly but steadily eliminating them. It was ironic that the Black Ink clan army's plan was being carried out by the humans instead. Once the equilibrium between the two sides was broken, death was the only fate awaiting the Black Ink clan. One by one, the pseudo-royal lords died, and once they were all gone, the territory lords were next. Then the feudal lords. The battle lasted for a dozen days before it finally came to a close. Now that it was over, the humans began focusing on their recuperation as they counted the casualties. The Purple Feather Army had suffered catastrophic losses. This was the biggest loss for the human race in this battle. Most of the casualties occurred when the Purple Feather Army was holding down the Black Ink clan army, before the other armies arrived. A heavy price had to be paid for an army to hold out against an enemy 10 times its size. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile price to pay. Due to the various setups and arrangements made prior to the battle, the humans were able to kill every single one of the reinforcement army that came out of the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. They had completely wiped out the threat that this reinforcement army could have posed. Once the battle ended, Yang Kai released the Grand Array that suppressed and sealed the local space, and at the same time, the 12 universe fragments that had been turned into array nodes shattered into dust as well. It was the backlash from the strength of the spirit array, and even Yang Kai could not stop that from happening. The Ninth Order Masters gathered back at Pure Yang Pass. Many of them were injured, especially the 3 from Purple Feather Army. Mi Jingluan, who was seated at the helm, had a worried expression. You wish to go on ahead first, junior brother? Yang Kai had just announced to the group that he intended to leave first and head for the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. He nodded and said, something must have happened at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, so I want to go and take a look. Furthermore, we don't know what's happening with the suppressing Black Ink army either. The humans had too little intel on their hands. The only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction had not been broken, yet as true royal lords would have appeared as well if it did. However, he was worried about the suppressing Black Ink army's predicament. They were a team of elite masters who were in charge of dealing with the Black Ink clan who escaped from the Grand Restriction to ease the pressure on Wu Kuang. The army of over 10 million that had escaped was too much for the suppressing Black Ink army alone to have stopped, so it was inevitable that some terrible fate had befallen them. Mi Jingluan and the others knew that many of Yang Kai's family and disciples were part of the suppressing Black Ink army, so they understood what he was feeling right now. As it was, Yang Kai had already shown a great deal of righteousness when he chose to remain here and fight with the rest of the human race army despite knowing that the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had escaped from the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. Mi Jingluan thus spoke up. Since their reinforcement army escaped from the Grand Restriction, things would not be peaceful there. I'm sure there would be enemy forces outside the Grand Restriction as well. How can you go up against them alone, junior brother? Why don't you wait a few days and head out with the rest of the army? It won't be long. Just 10 days will do. Yang Kai shook his head. Everyone has just been through an arduous battle, and though it was not the most intense we've experienced, everyone is exhausted. 10 days won't be enough to recover. They'll need to rest and recuperate for longer than that. Also, if I head over alone, I can hide my tracks and act according to the situation. Seeing as how Mi Jingluan wanted to continue talking him out of it, Yang Kai added, I'll take some of the Void Guard with me and finish setting up the space arrays along the way. We're only a few years' distance away from the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. So once the space arrays have finished being arranged, everyone should more or less have recovered as well, and it would be just in time for them to proceed. This is the best arrangement, senior brother. Mi Jingluan had more to say, but in the end he nodded in agreement. You're right, but it will be hard on you, junior brother. I'm just doing what I must. Yang Kai got to his feet. I'll go and make the preparations. In reality, there was not much he needed to prepare. He simply got Li Wuyi to select a group of Void Guards who would be leaving with him before sealing up Pure Yang Pass, and the two giant spirit gods. Both Pure Yang Pass and the giant spirit gods were massive and could not be sent through the space arrays in their original forms. Yang Kai had to seal them inside a world bead to accomplish that. The 12 universe fragments he used earlier had turned to dust, but thankfully, there was no lack of universe fragments in the void. As such, Yang Kai randomly moved one over and placed Pure Yang Pass as well as the two giant spirit gods on it. Then, with the use of space principles, he refined it into a world bead and passed it to Mi Jingluan for safekeeping. Once everything was settled, Yang Kai took 20 Void Guard into his small universe before stepping out into the void. He kept moving onward without stopping at all. The emotions that Yang Kai had been suppressing for the past 6 months finally welled up again. He desperately wanted to hurry on over to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction as soon as possible, and see what was happening for himself. Several days later, he stopped and opened the portal to his small universe, bringing 2 Void Guards out. I'll leave things here to you, Yang Kai said before carrying on with his journey. The 2 Void Guards sent him off with a bow, and once he was gone, they began setting up the space array. A few days later, Yang Kai let out 2 more Void Guards. This scene repeated itself all along the way as the Void Guard arranged the space arrays that would lead to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. In just over a month, Yang Kai traversed across the late ancient era battlefield and arrived at the spiritless land. It was an empty void with no trace of life. Even the strength of the void, which could literally be found anywhere in the universe, was incredibly weak here. Yang Kai was extremely close to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction now. All he had to do was travel a little further, and he would arrive at the Grand Restriction, which had been in existence for millions of years. His small universe opened up and Li Wuyi and another Void Guard stepped out. They were the last 2. Set up the space array here, but don't travel any further ahead. Remember to stay hidden and not let the Black Ink clan discover you, Yang Kai instructed. Li Wuyi and the other Void Guard nodded. I'm heading off, Yang Kai said before disappearing into the distance. Pushing his space principles to their maximum potential, Yang Kai arrived outside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction in just 3 days, and the sight he saw made his expression grim. It was just as Mi Jingluan had predicted. A large number of masters from the Black Ink clan were gathered outside the opening in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, with many pseudo-royal lords among them. There seemed to be even more of them here than there had been with the reinforcement army that had just been wiped out. Right now they were ceaselessly attacking the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction from the outside. There was no telling how long they had been doing this. The endless waves of attacks caused ripples in the Grand Restriction, and though it was not in any danger of breaking yet, it would clearly not hold out for long. What's more, there was no sign of the suppressing Black Ink army. Yang Kai's heart sank. As he moved forward, he kept searching for signs of the suppressing Black Ink army, but he had yet to discover anything. It was an extremely worrying situation. The suppressing Black Ink army was made up of thousands of the most elite masters of the human race. Not only did it include Yang Shui, a new Ninth Order master, but also Fu Guang, who was a divine dragon. Furthermore, they had the help of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, so even if they could not defeat the Black Ink clan, they should have been able to escape. However, Yang Kai saw no trace of them as he made his way over, and when he arrived, he did not see any sign of them either. He did not find any human bodies or the wreckage of the suppressing Black Ink fortress in the void. It was as if the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress had simply up and vanished. Yang Kai did not know what happened to the suppressing Black Ink army, and the only source of information available to him was Wu Kuang, who was standing guard at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. I hope he's still alive. Yang Kai silently prayed as he used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability before approaching the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. He avoided the Black Ink clan army and arrived at a different part outside the Grand Restriction before using his divine sense. Time seemed to stretch on as he nervously waited, but at last the familiar voice rang out in his mind. You finally came. Wu Kuang sounded weak and exhausted. Didn't you say you'd come over now and then to check up on things? It's been so long since your last visit that I thought you'd died. Something unexpected happened and I couldn't use my special method to reach this place, Yang Kai helplessly explained. The old tree had fallen into a coma after bringing Yang Kai back to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary from an extraordinary distance away, so Yang Kai could not use the power of the old tree to shuttle through the void. Otherwise, he would not have waited until this day to come over. What happened? Where's the suppressing Black Ink army? Yang Kai frantically asked. It's a bit complicated. Wu Kuang did not know how to explain. Take a look for yourself. He then transmitted a bunch of information over, and after looking through everything, Yang Kai's expression grew strange too. No wonder Wu Kuang said it's complicated. It's not at all what I expected. The only thing he was glad about was that the suppressing Black Ink army was safe, for now. This was unexpected good news. Yang Kai figured that at best, the suppressing Black Ink army had been defeated by the Black Ink clan and had to flee, but the worst-case scenario was that they had all been killed, and that was not an outcome he could accept. However, based on what Wu Kuang shared with him now, the suppressing Black Ink army's situation was far better than he had initially thought. Furthermore, the information Yang Kai just received was something that neither he nor any of the other humans would have thought of. I only discovered these things when the Black Ink strength exploded this time. I didn't detect any of them before. Mu was indeed the strongest of the 10 from the late ancient era, Wu Kuang declared with a tone of admiration. The fact that someone like Wu Kuang expressed such thoughts proved just how remarkable Mu's plans and methods had been. Yang Kai was just as stunned by the information he received from Wu Kuang.